12.5 million barrels a day in 2023. Oil prices have topped $90 a barrel before pulling back in recent days. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
The WVMT studio is powered by Vermont Federal Credit Union, where Vermonters can find great rates, exceptional local service.
Montreal, nestled in McConnell Woods with waterfront access from your...
Le succès économique du jour. Et Cardinal Funeral Home. Let their family serve you.
Lindsay, shut up.
Selling your house for shower spots. That Friday, mostly sunny, high 45. Milder.
Shit. Can I just say that anybody who grew up with radios, because we were poor and we didn't actually have anything until like we're the last ones to get it, you have to be good at radio tuners. And if you were the younger child in the family, you especially know there's like an acquired skill to this. Come on. Okay, well, I'm sitting here.
Sign up by going to coasttocoastam.com, or at the top of the homepage, and you become a member of this fun, exclusive club. Here's something for you if you're uptight. Calm down.
It's going to give you focus, mental clarity. It has 4.5 servings of phytonutrients from superfoods and greens, and you're getting all these punch of real nutrients. There is no crash, nothing with this at all. It's just a sustained energy that lasts you all day.
Explain how Accelerate takes over before bed.
So this system works synergistically together. Blend that helps your body naturally get into a deeper state of sleep, that REM sleep that you need to shut your body to do. It's regenerative work overnight. You feel very rested, relaxed, wonderful in one. This also has our weight loss blend in it. It supports and restores your organ systems overnight while you sleep. So works on health, all in one simple system that is a 1 pill in the morning and 2 pills at night.
Prepackaged and discounted. Elevate in Georgia's Power Pack. Is healthylooking.com. Jump on that. Healthylooking.com. That is healthylooking.com. 9930. Jump on that path now. All day energy, better focus, excellent sleep, and weight loss with Georgia's Power Pack from healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com or by phone 800-394-9930.
Brian Stinchfield is on Newsmax, and he's not too happy with Nancy Pelosi. He calls her hypocritical. Reports say Nancy could be worth as much as $250 million. And she recently on some recent stock. Nancy.com. That's giveitbacknancy.com. As well. Every major cable system, if your cable operator does not carry Newsmax, why don't you tell them you know what, you want it. Watch Newsmax free on streaming platforms. Millions are tuning into Newsmax. It's a great source. Watch Stinchfield tonight and hold Pelosi accountable if you want. Go to Give It Back Nancy. I'm getting me out here and with the streets for a few minutes and let you back in the locker room. So I think protect your.
I don't believe what
I like it, but
no. Talk to
Your story ideas.
Okay, 34. I mean, ballpark figure, Lydia, like just roughly out of that 34, how many ideas has David actually used on air?
1, 2, 3, 0. Actually, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. We might just not be syncing up, or he hasn't really said much. So I don't know if it's like that he hates the ideas, or he just wants to go in a different direction. But I'm not gonna let that get me down. I'm gonna keep sending him lots of story ideas.
Good. I mean, like the 0 out of the 34 you've sent him is on average about 22%. So, I mean, you can still keep going with that. Has David actually spoken to you about the show and the direction it's going and kind of your place in the show?
It's funny that you mentioned that. We used to talk all the time, but I think he's just been really busy lately. So we haven't, it's been a bit since we've touched base, but, I keep sending him the story ideas and guest ideas, and yeah.
Well, I know David was very anti his iPhone at the moment. He believed that there were Apple was sort of anti-Semitic because they didn't let apples in to the Garden of Gethsemane, apparently. But I know he's on his same number and his same email. But did you say that like contacts kind of been sort of falling away?
I mean, I keep sending it to him in the same way that I've always sent it to him. So, like I said, I think he's just really busy. David's a busy guy, and, sometimes he's not in the mood to be chatty, and that's okay. I mean, I love his show. I'm a fan of his show. I love producing it.
I mean, but you do, do other things, right? Like, there's other stuff you do, not just David's show. Like, that's not, all you do. I mean, your family doesn't... You're not supporting your family purely on David's show, are you?
Well, I mostly work on David's show, but it's fun. You know what? It's been a really rough week. My cat has COVID, and he was hit by a car. So it's been a rough week, but working on David's show is, kind of a nice
This is
escape from all
CJ80.
of that.
Did he get hit by a car because he had COVID, or did he have COVID first and then got hit by a car? Or was he driving the car with
I
the COVID
can't
and then he hit
even.
somebody else in the car and obviously got hit himself?
Oh yeah, we don't let him drive anymore. We took his keys away. But he just, when the front door opens, he just tries to escape. I don't know. He apparently is very bored with us, and he runs out. And
This is the only
it did not,
English
go
AM radio
very
station
well for
apparently in
him
all of
the last
Quebec.
time he did that. So I think it's unrelated to the COVID, though. I don't think car accidents and COVID are strictly related.
I believe some of the deniers out there are not aligning the fact that COVID, one of the symptoms of COVID is boredom.
Yeah, well, and the thing is, he did not get vaccinated for COVID, and
Jacko?
I think they need to open that up to pets. But I'm fully vaccinated. I'm all for the vaccination, but they are not doing it for pets. Well, cats, dogs, guinea pigs.
But not rabbits, right? Rabbits they can't handle the COVID vaccinations, right?
Probably not. I don't know.
So,
do you have a lot of rabbits, Tony?
Many, multiple. I had 2 of them, and then I came back in the room. There was like 10 of them. No idea. They were multiplying almost like rabbits.
They do that. Yeah.
So, I mean, I wanted to bring up a subject. I mean, hypothetically, Lydia, if you weren't happened to be on the show, like just for whatever reason you're not on the show anymore, would you be okay?
What do you mean? David's show is my life. I live for the show.
Oh shit,
Right,
I get what they're doing.
I just need to talk to you about something, Lydia. I mean, I did speak to David before we got on the call, and I've got to tell you something, Lydia. David, he told me to tell you that, what he wanted me to tell you, Lydia.
Oh, the cat got hit by a car again. I gotta go.
Okay, how's the cat?
Not good.
Oh no, I'm Tony 5. This is the Late Showground with David Cooper. See you later. Bailey Blue Pet Boutique presents For the Well-Being of Your Pet. Here's Natalie Gore.
Does your dog or cat suffer from chronic, loose, offensive-smelling stools? A weakened immune system? Bad breath? Inflammation of joints and skin? These can all be the very real symptoms of an enzyme deficiency. Canine and feline bodies are uniquely designed to eat a raw meat diet of muscle meat, bone, and organs. Raw meat contains important enzymes that are necessary for digestion and a healthy immune system. These enzymes work in the stomach and intestines, breaking down food and are crucial for the absorption of vitamins and minerals. Because enzymes are heat sensitive, consuming a highly processed or cooked food diet often leads to a significant shortage of enzymatic activity. And as carnivores, their bodies only produce a limited number of enzymes to complement those found in their natural diet. If you'd like to know more about how a raw food diet or digestive enzyme supplement can help your carnivore, please stop by. You can find us at 6152 Sherbrooke Street West and our West Island store now located in Marché de l'Ouest. That's Bailey Blue without an E.
Questions? Hockey or basketball? Football or baseball? On Sony or Samsung? OLED, QLED, 4K or 8K? Here's a reminder that whether you choose 32 inches or 98 inches, the beauty of the screen size is in the eye of the beholder. There is no shortage of choice nor sound advice at the best price and answers to any other questions you might have for your at Environment Electronic at 4914 Sherbrooke in West.
So I'm making the point of CIBC with that. How many times have you heard that we're living through uncertain times? Well, we are. And that uncertainty translates into what we call market volatility. And how that affects your investments can be stressful. I'm not worried about it, and I don't want you to be either. Things don't always make sense in the market, so align yourself with someone who can help clear it up and set you on the right financial path. I'm Richard LaPointe, and I can always be reached at 514-847-6324.
CIBC Wood Gundy is a division of CIBC World Markets Inc., member of CIPF and IROC. Vacuum not working? Missing pieces? Does it smell bad? Bring it to the pros at Vacuum Pro. They'll get it tuned up, sanitized, and working like new again. For everything vacuum, go to the pros at Vacuum Pro in Plaza Point Clare or vacuumpro.ca.
There is a light that surrounds and protects, that guides and reassures, that watches over us, that always remembers and always shines bright. The Lighthouse brightens the lives of seriously ill children and their families. My name is Johan, and the Lighthouse has been helping to light the way for our family since my son Melvin was 4 years old. Donate generously at myandthelight.ca.
Hi, this is Caroline of Bon Si Bon with a message all about the gift of time, because we know that your time is precious. And as the good times roll in, you can count on Bon Si Bon to deliver quality fresh meals to your door every week, giving you time to do the important things. Time to spend with your family. Time to do what you love. Time to take a break. Time to be a better you. Get back to doing what you love and let Bon Si Bon take care of dinner. Isn't it about time? BONCBON.com. They're called Cuisine West Island because they made their name manufacturing and installing new kitchens. But why stop there? Transform your entire home with Cuisine West Island the way you like it. Contemporary, modern, country, urban, kitchens, bathrooms, or built-in furniture. Everything is designed and manufactured right here in Montreal and installed by the professional team at Cuisine West Island. Pop in and see for yourself at 2758 St. Charles in Kirkland or at cuisinewestisland.com. Cuisine West Island, for those not easily impressed.
Have you ever encountered sales pressure?
This is Bridget Federley of Kane & Federley Funeral Home. At Kane & Federley, our funeral counselors give you the freedom to make decisions without pressure tactics. You will only encounter helpful staff truly sensitive to the needs of your family, staff that has been part of our family for many years.
Kane & Federley, recipient of the Consumer Choice Award for 2021 and 2022. For information, call 514-481-5301 or visit canefederley.com. When you're drinking, don't let anyone's cup run us over. Learn to pour exactly the right amount. No more, no less, with the standard drink server. At the Edzugalco website, moderation is always in good taste.
What's the best way to enjoy an evening without drinking too much? Alternate cocktails with mocktails. Choose from over 150 recipes brought to you by Altern Alcohol at the Ithaca website. Moderation is always in good taste.
From Golden Globe and Emmy winner Kurt Smeaton and the producers of Letterkenny.
What's burning? Amazing eggs. Oh my god.
All new children ruin everything. Tonight at 8.
And for the record, children don't ruin everything.
Just your social life and your food and sleep and free time. Only on CTV.
To make a donation, visit haventoronto.ca.
The Late Showgram continues with special guest host David Cooper on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
This is the Late Showgram. I'm host David Cooper. We are joined by our foreign correspondent, Tony Five, live from London, England. Tony, welcome to the show again.
Hello, David. How's it going?
Going well. So before the break, I asked you to call our former producer, Lydia. She still thinks she works on the show. I was hoping you would call her and tell her that she doesn't work on the show anymore. How did it go? Did you give her the news? Because she keeps on emailing me thinking she works for the show.
David, former producer is probably not the right description for poor old Lydia.
Oh,
she
no.
actually genuinely believes she's still working on your show. It was tragic.
Oh, no. You couldn't just say, hey, by the way, maybe you're not on the show anymore?
David, with all the skills I learned from that Groupon voucher, I used the extent of those skills, and I did try and work it through. Apparently, her cat got COVID.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And then the cat with COVID got run over.
Oh, great, great. And of course, that Groupon you got was HR for Dummies by Groupon, if I'm not correct.
Correct. And I didn't go through that module of cat car accidents, David.
Okay, we're going to have to figure out how to let Lydia down easily. Thanks.
Yeah, tragic. And she's sending you more and more content. And I think, in fact, I might have G'd her up even more because I said that you may be struggling and you had something to tell her. So I think she might actually send you more information and put more work into it.
Great, great. Well, for times like this, Tony, I have some content for us. I am curious with you. Side note, one day I was having trouble coming up with questions for an interview. And I said to my girlfriend, what should I ask this person? So Miranda, she gave me a list of 50 questions to ask that are generic and terrible that I can ask in any interview. I thought I'd walk you through some of these questions, Tony.
Well, I am both generic and terrible, David. Let's go.
The questions are fun. What was your mother? There's a mix between serious and stupid, which I love. What was your mother's dream career for you when you were growing up?
It was going to be something that paid way more than it does now, and something that I'd get married and have grandchildren with better. Doctor, accountant, lawyer.
Oh, I didn't know you were Jewish, Tony.
Absolutely.
I'm a doctor, accountant, lawyer, engineer. That's the perfect Jewish career, right?
And then I became an engineer. Actually, we could be brothers because he was doctor, accountant, lawyer, and I became an engineer, which makes me the black sheep, both physically and metaphysically of the family.
Wow, a metaphysical black sheep. Okay, next question. What's your favorite food and why?
Chinese, purely because I like the Japanese folk.
Ah, very good. What is your favorite color and why?
Purple. So when we were children and at school, basically the head of a boy's pee-pee was like a purplish color. So people wouldn't say purple because it was, genuinely, like it was like a rude word at school when I was in kindergarten. So you'd say, "Oh my God, purple," and everybody would laugh, and it still makes me giggle now.
More sort of pinkish, taupey sort of thing.
But you've got green for that, though, right?
I do.
Did you say yours is for taupe?
Dope.
Taupe? What's taupe?
It's like a gray purple.
I thought taupe was like a Caniston-based color.
No, it's taupe. It's gray purple. Taupe.
Gray color. All right. Okay. Well, if you may have to go and see a doctor.
Okay. Maybe I will. Would you rather?
Purple
I
always
will.
makes me giggle. Even now, like if somebody says the word purple to me, I think of the head of a pee-pee.
A head of a willy. Would you rather give up trash cans or running water? Period.
Trash cans.
Chair or couch?
Couch.
Sandal or sandwich?
Sandwich.
Obviously. Do you think you'll die alone?
Yes.
Does anyone ever really love?
Yes.
Do you believe in God?
No.
Favorite reality TV show?
Schindler's List.
I'm a Jew and I approve of that joke. Do you, you really threw me with that one. I don't like it. How do you feel about clowns?
Oh, I'm not scared of them, but I find it very funny that other people are scared
French
of them.
people like to call me a clown.
Okay. When was the first time you saw
Oh,
your
why?
father cry? Keep that question.
Oh, I know why.
On my
That's
phone.
I also like to say that it's my. I thought that she was wearing a helmet, or is my special helmet. I was like, are you making fun of people with mental handicaps? Like people who have autism and shit? Why would you say people with Down syndrome? That's when I was with Down syndrome and wears the helmet.
I was gonna say me too, but you're in a
Good
big
lord.
session. You're a close friend.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant many distant friends, as in long distance.
No, emotionally distant, Tony.
Oh well, you're emotionally distant and further away. But yeah, I mean, you tick both boxes. You're definitely emotionally distant and you're far away. But no, I would class you as a close friend at a distance.
Do you have many distant friends or few close friends?
Oh, I have a few close friends, but you just happen to be distant.
Would you rather live in South Africa or Greece?
Greece.
Thoughts on communism?
Oh, I don't really know what it is.
It's an ism. Do you have any
It's an ism.
fetishes, Tony?
No.
No, just a vanilla guy. Would you?
No, I consider everything I do very extreme, but I don't consider it a fetish.
Wesley Snipes or Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart?
Snipes, Blade, all the way.
How often do you shower?
Twice daily.
And wow, I'm like twice weekly.
I know, I remember you telling me, and I always thought it was a joke until I came next to you.
Do you have any pets?
Shut the fuck
I
up.
foster dogs.
I know that. How tall are you?
5'5".
Okay, I think it might be a half inch taller than you. How do you feel about your height?
I have no feeling towards it.
Discuss a standout traumatizing event from middle school.
Went to a country park with my school, and they left me behind.
Wow, that is traumatizing.
Vaccinated.
How do you like to
Or
waste
for
your time,
Veronica
and do
after?
you feel guilty about it?
I got out of the doom scrolling thing on Instagram and Twitter and stuff like that. So that was, I hated that. I hated myself for that, like going on the social media and then I'd lose half an hour, 45 minutes an hour. So I turned all that off. Now my waste of time is looking for things to do in my house to fix or build or whatever.
Let's
Basically.
free. Baked Alaska or the state of Alaska?
Is that a climate change question? I don't want to go on that one, David.
All right, we don't want to touch that one. Fresh Maine lobster or the state of Maine?
Never been a huge... People talk to me about lobster all the time, like it's an amazing thing. Buttered lobster, lobster this, and lobster bisque, and lobster thermidor. Never had it. Is it like a prawns?
Yeah, it's like a tasty prawn. Lobster thermidor? I don't know. What is that?
David, get something called Google. Jeez.
Okay.
So lobster thermidor is like a famous thing. State of Maine.
New York cheesecake or the state of New York?
State of New York.
Ice cream or lamps?
Ice cream.
Okay. Favorite experience involving a tree?
I had sex in a tree once.
Favorite tree involving an experience?
The tree I had sex in.
Wow. Do you regret answering these questions?
No, because now I'm thinking about that tree.
Sounds like a great tree. All right, Tony 5, our foreign correspondent, thank you for answering the list of bad questions.
They were actually fantastic questions. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Yeah, there he goes, Tony, and we'll be back after a few brief messages. I'm David Cooper. This is The Late Show Graham on the iHeartRadio Talk Network. Tony, any final thoughts before the break?
Yeah, I'm trying to look for that tree on Google.
We'll be back. Now, of course, I threw it a break a little bit early, so I'll take this time to tell everybody, thank you for tuning in to me and Tony 5. We really do appreciate it. Now, like a pro, I killed the requisite 10 seconds.
JJ Cardinal Funeral Home is proudly family-owned and operated, having been in service to the community for over 50 years, helping families and loved ones navigate some of life's most difficult moments.
They offer
pre-planning services, comfortable and spacious visitation and reception rooms, cremation on site. Evan Solomon Show. Weekdays noon till 2. Only on News Talk 1010, where Toronto gets answers. This is News Talk 1010, CFRV AM Toronto. iHeartRadio station.
I've never been able to get fucking.
The workers protested in Ottawa is rolling into a spot today with no firm end in sight. The federal Congress of Washington announced their own roadmap to look at something. The first of the day. 12:01 a.m. local time. Now we're down. Congress ended that vaccine passport program for non-essential businesses and events. And it's for children 12 and under, and for all students in schools, with other restrictions including indoor masking rules, gathering limits. Passports as of Monday, and will not be an indoor mask mandate at the end of March. Quebec Premier Prince Colorado detailed the plans with the most restrictions lifted by March 14th, and Prince Edward Island also outlined plans and most measures early in April. There's pressure to lift the public health restrictions by pumping horn.
Where did you get that call? Feeling long. You dare come on this show and tell me it's nothing. Here's J-Rouse.
Why?
In Overton, Arkansas, watches the big three. Off the iron. The approach is back. The Devo. It is over. Strong support for both parties. The presence of the Postal Service and its unions. The post office has lost money for 14 straight years. This bill relieves some of the obligations like paying for health care for current and retired workers for the next 75 years.
What?
It also forgives much of its $63 billion debt, but it also requires accountability, like an online dashboard. thought we were going to win, Mikey. Yeah, it seems like a great deal. He understands what. With an conflict of forces on Afghanistan last summer was extraordinarily successful. Reports from the U.S. Army disagrees.
Sworn testimony of 7,000 pages from an army advance on Afghanistan.
Come on. Oh, you fucking asshole. Ready? Wait.
Original documentary for his Summer of Soul documentary, which is just amazing. And there's other people like Will Smith gets a couple of nominations as producer, and this Thursday 3 p.m. deadline is sort of a first marker of sorts. When you go back to the start of training camp, and students didn't show up. The situation really hasn't changed since then. And Thursday was the first time when if he's still on the team past that deadline, I think some real pain if they're unable to get something staring in the face. Arguably the best season of his career. With his 21st consecutive 25-point game. Longest streak in the NBA this season. And beat after the loss was asked about the Ben Simmons situation. Nobody wants you. And how well. Oh, les conspirations. Traffic stops by police in Massachusetts found no evidence of racial disparity in the decision to pull over drivers, although Hispanic and black motorists were more likely than white drivers to receive a criminal citation, while white drivers were more likely to get off with a warning.
Celtics on Tuesday. And the Boston Celtics.
Oh my god.
Sources say it's considering a bid for the cybersecurity firm Mandiant. Market value is about $3.7 billion. He would comment. Less is more for Neil Young. His publisher says more people are listening to Young's music after he left Spotify and the dispute involving podcasts.
Okay. Is anybody else listening to Neil Young more?
Again. Oh,
Why do you suck so hard?
time on my gas. Does that actually add up to anything? I'll make 200
Everything's back. Jordan gets healthy. Hopefully, they see more of Kyrie and.
Get Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy tickets.
Right. Not even.
And eventually published the Walk of the Planet Earth Journal, which has reached thousands of astrological students and folks all around the world. It became well respected as one of the top periodicals concerning what they call unnamed astrology, that's focusing on the higher destiny of nations, humanity, and its own Earth. His website ranked there at enterprises.com. Link up to you at coasttocoastgames.com. Welcome to the program. How is Spring Avenue? Well, what's it about astrology that captured your attention back there in 1972?
I think he does it because he knows that Roger loves being on the road. He can actually write some really good tunes, and
Of the songwriter, he understands, and you said in many, many, many interviews, that Roger just simply does not make the kind of money that Pete does in his past. That Roger is broke, but Roger Daltrey can go out as Roger Daltrey sings the Who anytime that they want to. So I think when Roger leaves this good soil, this fertile coil, I think that'll be it for the band.
Okay, all right. Speaking of new announcements, the Red Hot Chili Peppers have announced a new album called Unlimited Love. How have they stayed so successful for so long?
Because they've left and they've come back. And that may seem really cruel, but every band that I've ever spoke to in my entire life that split up, almost at the peak or near the peak of their fame, always tells me if they just had a break, if they just got to go away for a year and chill out away from the band, they would be able to come back as friends, as family, as a rejuvenated group of musicians and reform again. And that's exactly what the Red Hot Chili Peppers have done. In fact, this album is their first album since 2016. So they've kind of gone away, did their thing, got to see their kids grow up, got to get married and do all the things that normal people do. And then when they're good and ready, they'll come back and they'll just blow the roof off of whatever venue that they play in. But yeah, the brand new album is coming out on April the 1st with Rick Rubin producing as well.
Good. All right. The power of rest and rejuvenation. Now, speaking of rest and rejuvenation, we're going to go to break. Come right back, rested and rejuvenated. Eric, thank you so much for being here.
No problem. Thanks for having me, David.
Eric Alper, he's a publicist, a music commentator, and his show at That Eric Alper Show airs on Sirius XM. I'm David Cooper. This is the Late Show program on the iHeartRadio Talk Network. And we can benefit just a few moments. When I lie to you, probably. When a story needs to be told, to be heard, reach out to CJAD 800 and let us do the talking. Tell us about it through your story at CJAD800.com. Because we're listening to the voice of the community, the voice of Montreal, CJAD 800.
Do it once, do it right with CM Textiles, your one-stop shop for fashion fabrics, custom lines, draperies, and upholstery fabrics for all your residential and commercial needs. Specialists in motorization with remote wireless technology, so you can sit back and control your window dressings from anywhere. Check out their dynamic.
The previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider 800-511-3535. That's 800-511-3535. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. 2021 was special and unfair. All of the ESPN 1000 White Sox radio all the Sox sports week even stronger in 2022 is favorite unity of next season. Consider advertising on the White Sox really send an email to White Sox at goodkarmapress.com. That's White Sox at goodkarmapress.com.
We're your pet, and this song's dedicated to those people who don't have health insurance yet.
Senate is working on similar legislation. Postal Service is supposed to be self-financing, but has suffered 14 straight years of lawsuits. The White House kicks off a day of action to call on all eligible Americans to file their taxes in order to receive the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit for 2021. The monthly benefit has already expired. Some lawmakers and family groups are demanding its renewal. CBS's Skylar Henry has more on Capitol Hill.
Christy Ralph Fighter on the group Farms Rising says families who use the tax credit to help pay for things like food, rent, and child care are now
CIBC Wood Gundy is a division of CIBC World Markets Inc., member of CIPF and IROC.
Bell Media Station, elite listener, which is why we participate in the Canadian project. These standards, insurance, progressive public, easy and affordable to have multi-policy discount like buying your car, home, motorcycle, commercial, auto, and more. All your protection at one place, bundle and save at progressive.com. While spring training remains up in the air and baseball is in the midst of a lockout, prosecutors won't pursue a case against Dodgers pitcher Trevor Bauer. ESPN Dalton Gonzalez.
The District Attorney's Office decided Tuesday not to file criminal charges against Trevor Bauer, who's been facing sexual assault allegations dating back to last summer. Now, the ruling, which kept the review process that lasted 5 months,
This is why the time of birth is often very crucial in an individual trying for or leader or when a president is inaugurated to get the job. We want to find the right time. What's important is that the planets are not making us do things. But what happens is that the chart, okay, of sun, moon, various planets, at the moment that something starts, is like a spiritual genetic code that's inside of you. So it's kind of like a resonance. So Jupiter's not sending down some kind of ray from whatever sign it's in, or whatever constellation, or Saturn. They're not pulling the strings. We're not puppets, okay? We have the capacity, if we learn astrology, but understand the principles of the zodiac, planets, and the sun and moon, and the alignment that they have, and these factors like Pluto or Neptune, whatever's happening for the U.S. or cycles or for the whole world, that we can educate ourselves and that we control our destiny. Or at least we have the capacity through knowledge and wisdom to do that a lot better than sort of sitting back and whatever happens, happens.
Next half hour, I'm going to ask you about some world events, Mark, through the eyes of an astrologer. And I want you to tell me what you think. Is that fair?
Yeah, sure.
And then we'll take phone calls in our last hour with you. But it is amazing how it works. Now, if you had 10 different astrologers looking at the same alignments, would you come up with 10 different possibilities?
I guess it depends on what question would be asked, okay, of those astrologers. One of the astrologers who's written a whole lot, his name is Rob Cad, and so he's put out a lot of books. And I remember him saying certain things like, when you do a chart or when you're looking at a cycle, you have to look at more than just where the planet is. In other words, what is the planet doing? What are the alignments that are actually happening? And in astrology, another big thing is how exact are the alignments? Are the alignments approaching, which is what's called an applying aspect, where it's getting stronger? Is it separating where it's already happened? And then also another thing that
This makes so much more sense than fucking probability. Fuck probability.
I've been doing it for 50 years, and we didn't have computers 50 years ago, is that we have these books called ephemerides, and so I have one book in front of me for the 100 years from the year 1900
1800 to 2000. Now I have another book that goes from 2000 to 2100. So we can actually look decades into the future. We can look way back in the past, and now we have computers. But to answer that point, it really depends on what tools you're using. And astrologers use many different tools now. There's what's called astrocartography. We can move people from where they were born if they want to know about moving to another place, or wealth, or love, or business. There's so many different tools that are different now. So depending on the question, it all depends on the tools that each individual astrologer uses to get to the answer.
Okay, so it's conceivable to get different reports.
Right, but in other words, like for instance, I would call myself my dad was a general practitioner as a doctor, like what we call a primary care physician. And then you have an astrology specialist. So there are many astrologers who specialize in, say, financial astrology. And I know a lot about financial astrology. I've studied so many things. As the stock market crashed in 1929, I'm always looking at Bitcoin and these different changes in the Fed and the Treasury Department and other currencies and so on. But I would not call myself necessarily the foremost financial astrologer in the world. And, I don't even know if we have one or two people, but we have certainly people who specialize in that. We have medical astrology, as I said, astrocartography, mapping, and moving charts around looking for people, war leaders. So I'm familiar with all of these things. And so people come to me for a particular reading, whether it's, and I have 7 different kinds on my website to do consultations. I can do an individual chart for just one person. I can do compatibility. If a person wants to know more about money, if they want to know more about relationships, if they want to know more about health, then I always get information from each person in their own words, like what's going on. Because fundamentally, I think of astrology, George, as I'm a problem solver, I'm a problem resolver, and I'm trying to understand when people send me in information, how can I help them to use their chart and their transits or progressions, which are their cycles, so that they feel more confident that they're going to go to the next conference and be more successful.
Mark, how old is astrology?
Since the beginning of time?
When we talk about the Old Testament, the New Testament, you know how the words have changed forever, but you hear the story of the 3 wise men of the Magi. Well, those people weren't astrologers or astronomers.
Really?
When they say, when we see the star of the Messiah, the baby Jesus, and they follow,
That's how I know the fucking story.
Bethlehem was, although many people, including scientists, think it was a conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn, the 2 largest planets, and even with the planet Mars, there was a triple conjunction during 7 BC. So there's even a book called The Star of Bethlehem, written by a researcher who's not an astrologer. So there's all kinds of fascinating things about comets, about all the sky patterns. They go back thousands of years. It's utterly fascinating.
Astrologer Mark Lordo with us. We're going to take calls with Mark next hour here on Coast to Coast, and after the break, we're going to talk about a number of world events and get Mark's thoughts on that through the eyes of an astrologer. It must be fun, though, for you to see these things happen, and God forbid, good or bad, to see them come true.
Well, I've always been an eternal optimist, even these days, which can seem very difficult, because I grew up as you did, with Walter Cronkite and Huntley and Brinkley, and kind of 25-minute news on black and white television. Now with the 24/7, there's just so much of an immense thing, an explosion of information. I don't know if, our minds can handle all of that, but I'm still an optimist when it comes down to solving these problems, like in Europe, with Ukraine, with the Middle East, North Korea. I mean, it's tense, there's a lot of fear, and I can see the astrology of why that is. I just hope that the world leaders sort of figure out what's in the best interest of the people of the world.
Have you ever gotten through an astrological chart the event wrong? You said one thing and the other thing happened?
Obviously.
Well, again, you see, it gets back to even Carl Jung, and I know we'll have a break here in a moment, but Carl Jung was not only a psychiatrist and a master psychologist, but he studied the charts of married people quite extensively, and he's the one who said whatever happens at a moment of time has the qualities of that moment. And also sort of tune into the idea of fate versus destiny. And he had a very, very challenging birth chart. And
Calvinism.
20 years old, he was born in 1875. I think an astrologer looking at his chart might have said to a small young at 20 years old boy, you're going to have a challenging life. But he changed it all around. He took patterns, what we call square patterns of the sun to Neptune and moon to Uranus. And he did this incredible life story in so many different areas. So that sort of answers your question. It's like you can look at a chart, you don't know whether the person can master their stars, so to speak. And I think with a lot of hard work, any person, no matter what they've heard from any astrologer, can turn things around and use difficult patterns to be incredibly successful.
All right, we're going to come back and take more questions with our friend Mark Lerner. Next hour, we'll take your phone calls.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
You're right. Crashing in on the corporate. Thanks for being here. Where can people find you online? Maybe on Twitter?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at @LoveOnSpin and I'm for Chatter on Facebook.
I love it. All right, she's a Silicon Valley Post correspondent. That's the Washington Post. Thanks for being here. I'm David Cooper. This is the Late Show Wrap. Make your Valentine's Day a little bit sweeter. Nice to see JMD 800. Tune into Montreal now with Aaron Rand and Natasha Hall for your chance to win a $100 gift certificate to Felix and Norton. Now you can order online and share the same delicious recipes they've been making for Montrealers for over 35 years. Shipping in Montreal or anywhere across Canada at FelixandNorton.com. Sweet treats for Valentine's Day, courtesy of Felix and Norton. Baking smiles since 1985. And News Talk Radio. CJAD 800. Jeep. You know the name. And if you own one, well, you already know where this is going. Because a Jeep isn't like anything else. It never has been. We're different. The square peg and a round hole type. The category creators. The rule makers, the rule breakers. Turn over the engine, and the world becomes your playground. Go anywhere, do anything. So if you're ready for adventure, you'll know where to find us. Canada's #1 selling 4x4 SUV brand.
How Bell makes speed better.
Speed Gator, bring it in. We trained your whole life for this. So when the race starts, I need you to remember one thing. Stay slow. Go slower and slower and... What?
Slow speed skaters don't make sense. Neither does slow internet. It's fastest with pure fiber internet technology. We're connecting more Canadians every day. So visit Bell.ca to availability. Internet just got better.
But guess what? You're not alone. Millions of Canadians showed up in the with you. And with a million Canadians that have help with your debt, and so can you. With consolidated credit unions and services in Canada, they are one of the largest non-profit credit unions and organizations in the country. Plus, rated for the Better Business Bureau. They can help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do it alone. To get help, call 1-800-288-4991. That's 1-800-288-4991. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-288-4991. Speak to Tom today. Toll free at 1-800-288-4991. Missouri license number 470-5780. If there are traffic glitches, turn on the fast crossing. And Massachusetts to keep doing what you've been doing. And call me first. Their cards are covered in 19 in the sheet and a pin and base at 99%.
Well, guess what? It's only half built. And guess what? It's been that way the past 2 years.
So call me first to sell your property or to get into the home of your dreams. Simon Tolikis, Royal Pass Classic, 450-687-4430.
A lakeside home is close to the evening. Christie's newest luxury waterfront project is just minutes from downtown, and their model home is ready for viewing. Royal K Homes on Lac-Saint or Valor, unlike any other properties available in Montreal. Nestled in McConnell Woods with waterfront access with your own private docks. Timeless, modern-free homes on the most exquisite properties. Book a visit today at prestige.ca.
Hi, I'm Matt Bedford. Go see for yourself why I chose Prestige to build my home. Visit prestige.ca for more details. JJ Cargill Funeral Home is proudly family-owned and operated. Having been in service to the community for over 50 years, helping families and loved ones navigate some of life's most difficult moments. They offer pre-planning services, comfortable and spacious visitation and reception rooms, cremation on site, as well as a unique columbarium that is integrated in their breathtaking chapels. JJ Cargill Funeral Home. Let their family serve your family with understanding, compassion, and integrity. Call 514-631-1511 or visit jjcargill.ca. Gentlemen, are you having trouble in the bedroom? It can be hard, so to speak, to talk about intimacy issues. Or maybe it's not hard, as it were. If you feel like it's all happening too fast, consider a visit to Elvis Sexual Wellness. Talk about it with your partner. That's the most important part. And then book a consultation at ElvisSexualWellness.com. Even if it's medical treatments, help is available. Always with respect and discretion. Take a break from your usual online activity and visit ElvisSexualWellness.com. Questions? Hockey or basketball? Football or baseball? On Sony or Samsung? OLED, QLED, 4K or 8K? Here's a reminder that whether you choose 32 inches or 98 inches, the beauty of the screen size is in the eye of the beholder. There's no shortage of choice or sound advice at the best price and answers to any other questions you might have for the experts. At Avito Mountain Electronic at 4914 Sherbrooke in Westwood. The mission is simple. Stimulating talk around the clock. News Talk Radio. CJAD 800. This is the iHeartRadio Pod Network. Tonight with special guest host, David Cooper. The Sleep Showgram, I'm host David Cooper. Well, is physical media dead? I don't think so. It's circulating more than ever among those who consider film and music as art rather than commerce and content. I have with us to discuss the director of music and co-film programmer at the True Falls Festival and co-owner of Beyond Video in Baltimore, Eric Hatch. Eric, thanks for being here. Hey, thanks, man. Okay, let's talk about what you said today on the old social media. You run a non-profit video store, Beyond Video, and you just made your 50,000th rental since 2018. Is that not correct? That is correct, yeah. And we're only open on weekends, so, that's going on the movies and so very few days there. It certainly is. I talked about this last blockbuster left in the United States, but that's more like commercial stuff. I imagine what you do is more independent, more interesting, more artsy kind of video rentals. Yeah, we're trying to be there for everybody. So, we will have the Avengers or the latest Star Wars movie, or we might have one copy of that the same way we'll have one copy of every, John McGinard movie, that sort of thing. Ah, McGinard. Okay, and you always wanted to own a video rental store? Has this always been a passion of yours? Well, owning, no, but passion, absolutely. The way I got into film and maybe my primary interest in life was working at a video store in Baltimore back in the day called Video American. If anyone misses that kind of old school VHS era video store, you can see that one in John Miller's movie Serial Mom. And that was kind of my ecosystem when I was a teenager and in my early 20s. And, it was kind of the Red Tarantino thing of working at the video store and dreaming of doing something in the movie someday. And it's a different path that I'm getting into film and music curating, which is, what I still do professionally. But when that Video American closed, I just felt like Baltimore couldn't be without that thing, I saw that the financial prospects were dwindling. But that sort of collection where movies from all over the world and from every era and from every genre are all in one group, and all there's like digital rally and conversation and that sort of thing.
it's really a cultural hub and, a great resource. But, that's kind of what we had. And I know you probably have a lot of listeners in Toronto, like I used to
We have one listener nationally, Eric. But what you're saying in Toronto?
Green Video? Maybe you have some memory of that place.
I remember well. I grew up in Toronto. It really was a community out of that store.
That's exactly the kind of thing we're trying to bring back. And, to my mostly surprise, that I was in the project that was more successful than I even anticipated, which is really heartening. It is a labor of love, and myself and the co-owners volunteer our time, but, it's back now. People really, really appreciate that experience is back.
So you mentioned the financial prospects of this business dwindling. How do you get a store like this off the ground when so many others have had to shut her up?
Yeah, well, we're in a pretty interesting moment where, people are trying to sell their DVDs and Blu-rays and that sort of thing, and people aren't buying. So, people who decide, I'm ready to get rid of my collection because Netflix is all I need, great. But then you take it down to the record store or the DVD store, and they want to give you, $2 for your entire collection. And that's where we sort of crowdsource it. We're like, okay, we'll take everything you have, and we'll do the work going through and rebuilding the video store out of everyone's collections they no longer want.
That's cool.
And so, we opened in 2018 with maybe 8,000 movies, and we now have 23,000 different movies.
Wow, that's a lot of titles. So the website describes the store as a non-profit, volunteer-based community video library. Can you just, when we're talking about community, can you describe your community a little bit more?
Yeah, so Oklahoma is kind of a surprisingly young, hip town. I think most people, when they think of John Waters, when they think of John Waters or The Wire. And most of the things are sort of there, but then it's also kind of like a very vibrant, electrical city, especially in the neighborhood that we're in, Remington. We're right next to a really nice music venue, and there's lots of really cool independent coffee shops and that kind of vibe. So, it hasn't been completely hipsterized yet. It's just kind of like a nice extra neighborhood. And we're kind of in the
Why do you think we have a Western geography in French? A language that we don't speak?
Anyone who passes through Baltimore is going to pass by us at some point. And that's why we painted a big eye-catching mural, 3 stories tall to catch everybody's eye.
Anybody who's under 40 cannot seem to hold their attention for more than 10 seconds, quite literally. You are driving and whatever text message you have to answer is so detrimental to your life and mine.
Yeah, I think what people are finding is that they were sort of told this promise that everything would be available streaming or at, a click on your computer.
You would now download Netflix, Disney Plus, free, fucking, literally have to download every single fucking one.
What's happening more and more is that services are fracturing. So, every corporation and every studio is putting forward their own service. And if you want whatever content, they own, you have to resubscribe or, do a free trial here. And you kind of have to become a guru of knowing who knows what, which is actually not that interesting to the average person. They like that stuff, but you shouldn't have to know what studio made your favorite movie. You should just be able to walk into a video store and grab it. During the pandemic, a lot of people found out, hey, my favorite movie's not on a streaming service, or it is, but I'm going to pay $20 just to rent this one movie. And then you have the chances of just how often it is everything under one roof.
So the pandemic hit in 2020, you opened in 2018.
He puts his baby's government fucking shoes on.
Yeah, 3 months where all non-essential businesses were closed, so we were closed. And then when we reopened, the core group of folks, which is just a handful of us owners, decided we were going to scale back our hours a little bit and just work ourselves. And that way, risk all around would be reduced a little bit. And I think I felt a little safer and its regulations have changed. We kind of put our hours back up a bit and, sort of retrain a few more volunteers. But, for the most part period, it was just me and 2 or 3 other guys working most of the time.
Any lessons learned?
Pandemic ones? Yeah. Well, you can reach the end of the internet, and people still want to leave your house, even when it's scary to do so.
Okay, well, let's rewind back to when you were a kid. Do you have any fond memories of video stores?
Why are you doing this? This is something we used to do in high school, not to post it on YouTube.
I had a weird childhood in that I grew up without it to eat until I was maybe 14 or 15. So, when I was at a sleepover at a buddy's house and, we had pizza and like a horror movie, that was just like the forbidden.
Yeah, that was the best.
Whether it was the Toxic Avenger or, maybe a David Lynch or Hitchcock movie, something a little more respectable.
Okay, so
I was just all in.
record Inuyasha episodes every night on Friday. We're putting it at 18 o'clock.
When you do have access to it.
Yeah, I'm struck by what you said, because my dad, he pretended he didn't like Howard Stern growing up, but he would play him in the car anyways, and whenever things got too far into the gutter, my dad would shut the car stereo off and get angry. But that was what really got me wanting to listen to more. So those fond memories have sort of landed me on radio, I suppose, so many years later, and it's nice that you've got a comparable story there.
Yeah, I mean, look at you now. It's, it's probably a good lesson that any parents out there not the thing they don't want their kid to become.
Yeah, and look at me now. I've got over 1 listener nationally in Canada. Eric actually must have got
The same, but the Green Video reference probably really landed with them. So.
It certainly did, supposing they're listening on CFRB News.10, our Toronto affiliate. All right, Eric Hatch, he's the director of music and co-film programmer at the True Falls Festival, and he's, of course, co-owner of Beyond Video in Baltimore. Eric, if I wanted to find more about you in the store online, where could I go?
Yeah, just go to beyondvideo.org and give you the history of the project, how we're doing now, and a bunch of tabs where you can even look into if you want to send us a DVD from Canada. Hey, we'll take it. So check out the donation tab there.
Eric, you're a great guy. Thanks for being on here. I enjoyed seeing you.
Yes, likewise. My pleasure.
This is the Late Show. Celebrate the new year by refurnishing your home during the winter sale. On now at Design Louis George. Right now, and for a limited time, save on dining room, bedroom, and living room furniture, on accessories, lighting, and luxurious sheets and towels. Top quality and top savings. The winter sale at Design Louis George. On now. Visit their big bright boutique in TMR at 4360 Jamaica Côte east of the Carry. Free parking. DesignLouisGeorge.com. JJ Cargill Funeral Home is proudly family owned and operated, having been in service to the community for over 50 years, helping families and loved ones navigate.
Thank you. We're done.
My great-grandfather was what's called absence market astrology. So people can look at what I researched. What I focused on is we have a chart for China from October 1949. There's a chart for the World Health Organization, for the CDC. So again, like you ask the question of like, how do I connect the dots? So what I do is, the way astrology works is the same thing I do charting for individuals. People like say, oh, what's happening to me? Look at my chart. I always need to get information because I need to know, are you having health issues? Is it money that you're concerned about? Is there a relationship? So if I get the top 3 or 5 things in their life and they explain a little bit more and they give me time periods for it, like, okay, so many years ago this happened, or in the last 6 months this occurred, or I'm planning to do this in 3 or 4 months in the future, then I start connecting all those dots. So it's not like looking into a crystal ball and just sort of saying yes, no, positive, negative. For me, this is all a lot of work. It's very pragmatic, and you mentioned before, to me, it is a scientific sort of analytical study.
So you see COVID going away?
I see it eventually becoming, like they say, endemic. However, the thing is that because so many countries in the world have terrible health care, and even with in our country and some of the European countries that have relatively good health care, that we have these problems with healthcare professionals being exhausted, just like we have with people who are delivering or driving trucks or whatever it may be. So, as you know, when you hear some of this news now about millions of people with left jobs and so on, my concern, but one of the things I read in the last 24, 48 hours is we know that this variant, Omicron, is potentially, from everybody's saying, less lethal, right? But what's happening is if it's more transmissible, and if the hospitals get overwhelmed, then the statistics are still very, very difficult. And then there's the different issue of, like, the original one was affecting older people more. So younger people thought, hey, it's okay, even if I get it, what's the big deal? And then Delta supposedly was more affecting younger people, okay? And this is regardless of whether one's on the side of pro-vaccine or not. So, look, this is the kind of thing where you could ask all the experts, the doctors in the world, and look, they're always judging or they're always hesitating, and I don't think it's ever a good idea to keep asking these doctors these questions, because what happens with medicine or vaccines is they're still studying it. They don't have all the answers at any given moment, and things are mutating and changing. If they start saying, like, wear a mask or don't wear a mask, remember when the Surgeon General under Trump said, don't buy a mask, don't wear one, and then a month later said, wear it? Even Fauci said that. Yeah. What I think should happen, my view for the United States would be this. I don't think the President of the United States should ever answer a question at all about this thing. The Surgeon General should answer that question. Just like with these issues with Europe, it should be the guy in charge of Lincoln with the State Department. That's why you hire these people. They're the specialists in those areas. So this is where you get a President Biden or a Trump or Obama or Jimmy Carter or anybody else. And remember when Ford is asked in the debate with Jimmy Carter in '76, where he says, I don't think the domination of the Soviet Union, that we still get lost to Jimmy Carter. And he somebody in the debate actually said, sir, you actually think that the Poles do not feel that they're controlled by the Soviet Union, and you sort of waffled there. And this is why a lot of these people, they're not prepared, okay? So they have these experts, they cabinet members, they're the people who should be answering those questions. The President of the United States or the President of France and so on should be a broad statement in general. This is sort of like Queen Elizabeth theory. They just come out and they talk about the nature of the empire of the country and give a report. And otherwise, you step behind the scenes. But they shouldn't constantly be, obnoxious kind of a thing because they said the wrong word.
We're going to take calls with Mark Rutter next hour. We'll need your birth month, day, and year. And then, Mark, I assume you want a direct question from them?
Well, I can just sort of, because we're talking about Pluto, Neptune, if they just give me month, day, and year, I probably know what to say, okay? Because if they ask too much of a question of finance level, whatever, I'm still going to go where I need to go.
All right, so you don't need a question.
No, but I would like to say a couple of positive things just about that.
No, we'll do that next hour.
Okay.
Don't worry about that. Now, what about China and Taiwan? Any problems there?
Well, but I think it's what they've already done with Hong Kong over the last couple of years, which is very, very upsetting. That particular area, that's a little different because Taiwan has a different history. You go back, luckily I'm a great professor at Michigan State, Dr. Quan Wei So, I learned a whole lot about Chiang Kai-shek leaving when Mao took over, created Red China, October 49, the people of Taiwan, the Taiwanese people, Formosa, they weren't exactly happy that the national Chinese suddenly, fled their island, and there was a lot of negativity. So the whole history there is so confusing. And as you will remember, the Regional Security Council of the United States, Taiwan or National China was one of the 5 members there, and then during Nixon and Jimmy Carter, it shifted to Red China.
Right.
So look, when JFK and Nixon had their debate, take me back a long time, but I remember watching them. John F. Kennedy actually out from the right wing said there's a missile crisis, whether that was true or not, and they were talking about these islands, Quemoy and Matsu. I still remember that. That's 62 years ago. That Taiwan, Formosa, and Red China, and that whole thing was an issue, and it hasn't changed. Yeah. I mean, it's a dangerous thing, and look, from our standpoint, when we have a two missile crisis, because we have an astrology with 2 cycles of Saturn, which has just affected us in the last several months, and it's affecting us this year. the Saturn has come back to Aquarius where it was in 1962 during the 13 days. What JFK did in the movies, we didn't even see it in the movie 13 Days, which was a book written by Robert Kennedy. He had Dean Rusk, the Secretary of State, go to the Latin American and South American trade, and he said, you need to get everybody on board so that we can have a united front against Cuba and Khrushchev and Dean Rusk responsible. We've never had a united, every single member that can basically support anything we're doing, and JFK said, it's got to be unanimous, and it's got to be unanimous kind of thing, and that was part of the catalyst in order to prevent World War III of the Russians and Cuba getting such a back off.
It was a tense time in those days, I remember that.
Astrology is something I've studied a lot of. In fact, it was just tonight when we're talking about Pluto coming back to the United States. Pluto is a planet of mysteries and secrets, nuclear energy. It's an open government and will, purpose, and power. Also, you ask me very often about ETs and UFOs, and I was researching again Colonel Corso, because I did a whole cover story on him the day after Roswell. I'm kind of convinced that one of the things that could come out, I'm not saying the Air Force and our government finally will say, we've lied to you since 1947. I don't think they'll ever do that, but I think what we've been seeing with these releases, right, the Navy and so on, is kind of like they figured we'll sort of get it all out there and let the people realize it's like disclosure will just sort of disclose itself. See what I mean? Because I just don't think we're ever going to get to the point where you're going to have the Air Force and everybody else saying, okay, we lied to you, because the first question of a reporter will be, okay, now that you told us that they're ETs or UFOs, and they started us saying that, then the next person will say, okay, tell us about JFK, what really happened there. And then they'll have to try and release all the secrets, and they're not going to do it. They're just not going to do that. But I think that the gradual release of stuff over time is sort of like staring us in the face.
North Korea, they've been testing some missiles. We're going to have a problem this year with them?
Well, we don't actually know the chart for North Korea exactly within a day or two. It's not an easy chart. There's a chart for South Korea and North Korea. The other thing is there's also discrepancy of Kim Jong-un, whether he was born in 1984 or 85. We know he's a Capricorn sun sign.
And that makes a difference, doesn't it?
Absolutely. So one of the things, like with some events, for instance, the discovery of Pluto in Flagstaff, Arizona, Thomas Feinstein, 24 years old, takes over that observatory. There's an amazing history there. We know the exact time that he discovered on photographic plates from January of 1930, and on February 18th at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we have an exact chart for the discovery of Pluto. But it wasn't because he actually looked in a telescope and saw Pluto on the sky. He looked at photographic plates that had been taken. That's different than the discovery of Uranus in 1781.
The setting's gonna be changed.
Neptune in 1846. What I'm saying is, like, we have a lot of specific information, but when you ask a question like that, the problem that stumps many of us mundane or Earth astrologers is, do we actually know the exact time? Like for instance, with President Trump, we know exactly what time, what minute of day he's born. Okay, with President Biden, we have an approximate time. It's never been actually revealed. It's been like a memory. He was born at a certain time. With President Reagan, there were like about 15 different times. And it was only Joe Quigley and these other people, remember, when that whole scandal was released in 1988, astrology in the White House. So with some of these leaders, we don't even know what their exact time is, and therefore the mundane and Earth astrologers have to sort of look between the lines to figure things out.
Mark, we're going to come back and talk about some good things that you're seeing and phone calls next.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Oh shit.
The ambulance was a combat medic who suffered a catastrophic war injury in her And I met him for the first time. I knew we had to do everything we could to give him every benefit he's earned to live as normal life as possible. And we did. He needed an accessible house. We got that.
We have about 30 seconds, Ben. Anything else happened today that you want to share? Oh, man. With Best Supporting Actress, we also saw a really fantastic actress named Jessie Buckley get nominated for The Lost Daughter. She's so good in this movie on Netflix called I'm Thinking of Ending Things by Charlie Kaufman. This I saw. She's great. This I saw, and that is good, and she was great in that. Ben Harrison, our amateur movie guy, in lieu of Richard Krause, who must have been busy. Everyone always is too busy for the show, and I have no idea why. Could be me. I'll blame you, Ben. Thanks for being with us. Thanks, David. I'm David Cooper, and this is the Showground. Enjoy those upstairs coming up soon. Hi, Tom here from Resident. If you're looking to add more comfort.
Alright. Yep.
Going to be very nice and warm too, and it's going to stay above freezing for the next couple of days. It's minus 6 out of 10. Weather details in moment 2, 2020 news. Police continue their investigation into the stabbing that sent shockwaves through the West Island yesterday, right around the end of the school day at St. Thomas High School in Point Blair. There was an altercation on the street in front of the building. During that fight, a 16-year-old was stabbed. He remains in critical condition. Police conducting several searches of the area, arresting 3 teens a couple of hours later.
Shit.
Last evening, police updating the file, saying that a 15-year-old was also injured, potentially in the same incident, was taken to hospital with knife wounds. His life is not in danger. St. Thomas High School closed today as police continue to investigate. Young man is in critical condition after a shooting in a parking lot in Brossard. 3 people have been arrested there. CTV's Max Harold has more. The shooting took place shortly before 4 p.m. in a parking lot of a strip mall on Devon Boulevard near Methold Boulevard. They found the 23-year-old male victim in a dark-colored car parked near a Tim Hortons. He was very seriously injured with gunshot wounds to the upper body, and he was rushed to hospital. He is still listed in critical condition. And as talks resume in Ukraine, Moscow is moving more forces to the border. Reporter Terry Moran has more. Tentative hopes for a diplomatic way out of this crisis. French President Emmanuel Macron taking the lead, arriving in Kiev to meet with Ukrainian President Zelensky one day after his marathon talks with Vladimir Putin. And Macron saying that Putin gave him a personal guarantee. He told me he won't be initiating an escalation. I think that's important. Macron said the Kremlin denies Putin made any such commitment. Moscow has vowed to refer 100,000 troops to Ukraine's borders, but insists it has no plans to attack. Kremlin wants guarantees from the West that NATO will not accept Ukraine and other former Soviet nations as members.
France is trying to use Quebec.
From your Domain Weather Center today, lots of sunshine, a gorgeous day in store, high eventually hitting 0 degrees, getting it up even more. Tomorrow, we're breaking even, yes, getting up to +4 with some rain.
you know what? I was going to stop making videos. The amount of people who keep asking me if I am okay. But then one of them was the guy that lives across the street who just came out of his house to ask me if I'm okay, and went away. I was going to start making videos, but
none other than Gary Deerenfeld, expert in family and marital therapy. His show, Newlywed, Nearly Dead, formerly aired on Slice, and he's a social worker. You can find him online at yoursocialworker.com. Gary, thanks for being here.
Anybody who's like fucking under 50.
Yes, what you told me at the break about 10 times, Gary, you said I look like SH you know what. You can say it again for our listeners.
Okay, everyone out there, David looked strong tonight, and I don't say that to put him down. I said that to him privately at first, carefully, lovingly, because he looks like a bit of a hot mess, and I was worried that you were okay. Sincerely.
I haven't been sleeping great, and that for me, I've been to enough therapy that I know the mood state that happens when I sleep. Everything's horrible. Everything's overwhelming. Everything's awful. I know the mood state will shift, and I know once I get a good night's sleep that I won't be like this anymore, but that's kind of where I'm at. It's an incredible amount of work, this show, and I haven't been great about managing my time, and I haven't been great about getting enough sleep. And so I feel a little overwhelmed, and I look a little rough and ready, like I just rolled out of bed. But really, I need to roll in bed, Gary, which I'm excited to do after the show. I love doing the show. I love being here with our listeners, but that's what's going on. But let's dig a little deeper. What's the next step?
So, first of all, you know, I really do like you. I really enjoy our time on air together. I love your transparency. And, you know, you do look like a hot mess. And so for me to ask that and you to say, you know what, I haven't been sleeping the same. But here's what you followed up with. And that is a sense that now the result of whatever counseling you've had in the past, so okay, but listen, it's working for you because you can self-monitor and say to yourself, may not have slept well the last few nights, but it's coming and I will sleep well again. Versus other persons, they get lost in the anxiety of it.
And I'm extremely impulsive. I want to quit my job. I want to be my marriage. I mean, I did it in my marriage. I did quit my job, but I did those things thoughtfully. But like I want to reach for the bottle. It's too big. Like all these impulsive things still swirl around in my head. But when I am in a good way, when things are good, when the show's going well, when my relationship's good, when I'm having fun with my friends, I take a minute and I pause and I say, okay, here's a time in the not so distant past where things have been good. Just pausing, reflecting. So the next time it feels like the world's going to end and everything's awful, because I am kind of impulsive like that. I just stop and say, no, this failure of imagination of when things will be better, it's just a temporary thing.
And that's what we want everyone else to be able to do, quite frankly. So, you know, talking with you is that you've done a lot of good self-work, and you are applying it, and you have that presence of mind to say, this is my state today, it won't be my state tomorrow, and I recognize that. And that's why, here's the line I use, you can relax into the mess.
Yeah. Right now, the mess feels very real. And it's somewhat of a creative crisis of identity, which is a bit odd to disclose on the object of creativeness on this show. Well, I mean, honestly, but I know this stuff's ephemeral. I know this will pass, but it's like, it's so much work that I find sometimes at night I'm doing segments that aren't quote unquote me or my voice or the reason I got into radio in the first place. I'm doing coverage that is not necessarily to my taste. I do things on the show that are kind of safe because I'm worried, I'm just a guest host on the show. I mean, it's been several months now and we're scheduled a month into the future, but it's like the show's not 100% mine yet, or it may well never be yet. There's no inevitability of that. And it's like, if my producer Ben suggests something that like I don't love, I'll just take it because it's like I got 4 hours of show every night. I don't have time to.
Well, you have a lot of space to fill, and what I'm hearing is anxiety over the uncertainty of the position, and therefore you got to bring something each night, and it can be offensive. So then use it.
Well, I want to be offensive, Gary. There's something fundamentally offensive about my creative voice, but towing that line so that I don't isolate our listeners, so I have wide appeal. So people tuning in for the first time know what's going on. And imagine a casual listener who just turns on the radio. They don't have the backstory. They don't have the world building that we're trying to do on the show. Our dedicated listeners do. And then, like, sure, I don't want the big boss to turn on one show for 5 minutes, and that's the worst possible 5 minutes, and then we're done. You know, these are all fears. I wish I had more courage. I tried it, but I tried it a second.
Well, they are fears. I'm not going to minimize them or dismiss them. I don't want to tell you they're reasonable. If they're grounded in reality. And so we can have realistic fears in life that create some anxiety for us. That in and of itself is not a mental health problem. That's a real life problem. You're struggling with it. That makes you normal.
Yeah, and it's just like, and the worst part is because the show is so many hours a night. It's a 5-hour show. It's like I don't really have time to dwell. And so like there's things I do that I really creatively stand by. Last week I told the same bad joke, you know, about 70 times on the show, and our listeners were freaking out. They were calling and telling us to stop, texting me awful stuff. Write a better joke. So what did I do on the third night? I told it again. But I held a funeral for the joke. I invited some of our regulars and
Requiem for a joke.
Yes, and we did half an hour funeral for a joke, and I had like my producer say a few, like I pretended to host a eulogy. I had Jim Richards, the former host of the show, help deliver something, and it was so stupid, and it was so me, and it was so annoying, but it was also a creative way to deal with the fact that, okay, we're going overboard, and yet taking it more overboard at the same time. And I was so proud of it, and I thought, why can't we do this every night? And then I realized that was 2 segments of 20 on just one night, and it's like, it's all a bit overwhelming, and I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. And I'm kind of green to this, Gary. I've been a hobbyist in radio for 6 years. I've only been on commercial radio like for a year, and I've only been on commercial radio with quote unquote my own show for 4 months, 3 months.
I know. So you are still finding yourself cutting your teeth, getting your footing. So although you look like this hot mess, reasonable to the circumstance, you're talking your way through it appropriately, and you're playing yourself out here. And all good, my friend. All right, I'm going to mention a little more. Then we're going to get into some great blog posts that you posted, Gary, because this show isn't all about me. It's all about Eve. Yeah, it's just, yeah. And then today my producer's like, you need to be more personal. Tell the story about what happened during the day. And I'm like, all I did today was work on the show. I don't know how more personal can we be? We right from my head, I say, hey, you look, I guess I checked you. It's like, I don't have an anecdote for you. I just worked on the show, and then I had a therapy session. My therapist, I complained about the show. I barely see my girlfriend. And that's probably the thing that I want to be. And I know that if I have better sleep hygiene, I'll have more time to spend with her. So that's my biggest struggle right now. It's just not an interesting anecdote to tell on the top. Sure, it's interesting now, you, because we're, therapy Thursday on a Wednesday, but it's just, I'm feeling it coming at me from every angle right now, Jeremy, and I'm not dealing with the stress. People are going to love your authenticity and transparency, because what you just told me is everyone I'm talking to these days are overwhelmed. COVID and restrictions.
I got pets because I didn't want to delay this call.
People are overwhelmed.
Can you fucking imagine you kids right now? I get that you want to go back to normal for some a lot of us. It's not great.
I really want the show to go well, and I really want every minute of it to go well, and it is hard, and it is overwhelming. And that is, and saying all of this to you, venting this to you, and you listening, thank you. I know that my mood right now is very much
a temporary one. I don't always feel this way. Sometimes I feel like I have a good handle on things, and things are like a warm knife through butter, and sometimes it's like pushing, like building a pyramid, pushing a big block up there to the top without any crane or anything, like an uphill battle.
But there's something about the pyramids.
But good on you. And then tomorrow is another show. 5 hours. Gary, I'm done venting. Thank you for listening. That's how I am. And when you say I look like that, that's the truth of the matter. And look, I also appreciate the kind of relationship that we've developed on air here, where I can talk frankly to you about you. Yeah, that's amazing. Gary, how are you?
The sun and the moon and light
I'm
and
good.
beings
You know,
is
similarly,
created light.
the last week and a half has been
Something like that.
difficult for me. I had a loved one with cancer having a kidney removed, and then a very close friend who had a 6-hour open heart surgery for bypass, who only today is starting to show true signs of recovery. So I'm amongst us. My problem seems so small compared to yours. No, my job is hard. The job that I love is hard. No, it's not. It's not. We don't compare our stressors. Our stressors are always our own. They're unique to ourselves. And there is always things that we're coping with. And we never minimize or dismiss the challenges of the other. It's what I tell a friend. When a friend says, oh, these problems are so small, there's someone bleeding on the street right now, struggling to make ends meet, they can't afford to feed the family. I'm like, yes, and that's awful. But that doesn't make your problems any less small. Exactly. So we've all got our distractions. And so I'm agreeing. I have been distracted over the last week as well. Okay, well, we're going to come back and talk about a couple blog posts Gary made. One about managing your child's anxiety, another growing up with a difficult parent. Enough about me. We're going to come back here for Therapy Thursdays on Wednesday with Gary Gearenfeld. It's a social worker's website, yoursocialworker.com. Gary, thanks for being here. We'll be right back on the Super Business Delayed Show.
Yeah, so my dad needs to pick me up after work every night. No. He listens to CKAD religiously in the car after work. Just literally all the time is CJAD, and usually they're really boring because news is supposed to be boring. But you know, this is looking to cut. There's another kitty cat down there. Yes, Elon Musk is a fucking idiot. Oh my god, it's like early 2000s fucking internet. It was like AOL dial-up. On fucking Acer with Vista. Ridiculous, fucking retarded, slow, bad internet. Everywhere, all the time, all the time. I actually saw when he initially shot 150 satellites. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. And when you like see the satellite, it was one after the other. And it was just like a fucking lot of boom, boom, boom satellites that were way above 5 a.m. And I was like, What do I do? Who do I tell? Like, just can't film it, can't take pictures of it. It's too fucking far. You know, I was just kind of concerned because I was just like, oh, glad we just already did that before letting anybody know. So, I'll just be from being a fucking loser and having no friends and feeling like a fucking idiot all the time. So I need to now educate myself on basically everything. So, fuck.
Was on the side of the multi-million Hawkins and newborns who were fighting against the main economy of new France is the French wave coalition led by several independent French-Canadian entrepreneurs who travel to exchange.
As it would turn out, I'm actually not stupid. And as it would turn out, there are people who apparently watch these videos that I make. And the reason I make them at nighttime is because I don't like the daytime. I don't like being out with fucking moms and their kids and their fucking students and their fucking school, and then they fucking done, they go to another school, fucking more school. Fucking done.
Because of the very high cost, the king of France decided to end its popular in Canada, making village in their white language, then started Rushnaka and named the mountain that he found Mount Royal in 1525 as the third and last voyage. The colony of Charleroi was created when Jean-François Varan Albert. This attempt of colonization was a failure, as is witnessed in the giving entity. France's first census is financing the territory used by French fishermen to fish in the Gulf of St. Lawrence and trade furs with the indigenous. In 1640, the French explorer Samuel de Champlain founded the city of Quebec to facilitate the fur trade. The city would be the capital of New France. 1 year later, the Battle of Lake Champlain breaks out. Champlain is on the side of the Montagnais, Algonquins, and Hurons who are fighting against the Iroquois. The main economic activity of New France is the fur trade.
What the fuck is a Huron?
City of Quebec to facilitate the fur trade. The city would be the capital of New France. 1 year later, the Battle of Lake Champlain breaks out. Champlain is on the side of the
There were the pluses as of a week. This is not plus weather. And my window cracked that much, and it's so fucking cold. Literally, like, I have to there in here. Open both sides of the apartment. So that there's like a fucking flow of some of these units got fans. It's so dry. Like, lived literally near some kind of like Rhode Island. Like, anyway. Then, cute food. Or the fuck you. I can't paint my nails because it looks like I smoke too much. I can't write in yellow, so you can't see it. Yellow is because of it's weird. Yeah. If anyone can tell me, okay, in certain boroughs, the older buildings that are like fourplexes and shit, sometimes above the doors they have cement that'll either have a beaver or maple leaves or some kind of emblem. It's like a crest of some kind. If somebody can tell me the significance of those, or if there is any reason as to why those are there, because apparently there's a fucking whole like history just in the agriculture or architecture. I mean, of like in Montreal, apparently brutal as fuck. This Metallica, ever since Metallica came fucking from Montreal, and fucking that shit's stupid now. Fuck. I'm gonna fucking CDC as well. Fucking.
Kanye, Hawkins, and Nuance were fighting against their the main economic activity of new France is the virtual relation with entrust the settlement to private companies. In exchange, they will obtain the monopoly of the fur trade. It will be a failure. In 1617, we were moved to France. Is that it? However, the colonization of France is progressing very slowly because of the very high cost. The King of France decided to entrust the settlement to private companies. In exchange, they will obtain the monopoly of the fur trade. It will be a failure. In 1617, Louis moved to France with his wife and children. They would be the first family, and it would be recognized as the first foreigner in the colony. Later, agriculture would be an important part of the French Canadian culture because the majority of the population would practice this activity. In 1627, the windmill. Cat's Dog Show created the company and 100 associates so that colonization begins. During the same year, the seigneurial regime would be introduced. A seigneurial is a strip of land located near the Southwest River that belongs to a person who is called a seigneur. Moreover, the seigneur will represent 2.5% of the population, while the peasants and the artisans 80%. In 1629, David Kirk and his brothers ruled the city of Quebec while Great Britain and France were at war. They gave the city back to during the same practice this activity. In 1627, Cat's Dog Show created a company of 100 associates so that the colonization. Is it the stock market? Well, this fucking smells so good. Really begins. During the same year, the seigneurial regime
that's why all the industries down the canal, they don't want the right borough names. Like St. Henry car dealership or like Bentleys or something on the machine gun, and it's just St. Henry, but it's in the south. No, I think that's what just the machine. Because there was more than Charlotte Waddle. But I think that's why because when the English came here, they changed all the names of everything. And they said that French people can speak French. It's just like,
introduced the singer as a straight woman. Hair does not breastfeed, but belongs to a person who is called a singer. Moreover, the singer only represent 2.5% of the population, while the peasants
senior, like you're superior. I think that's what that is. There's something about that motherfucking little peasant.
and the artisans 80%. In 1629, David Kirk and his brothers took the city of Quebec, Great Britain, and France at war, and gave the city back 2 years later when they realized that the peace between the two countries was restored. In 1634, the city of Tree River was founded by La Rive for the fur trade. Religious were brought to France to evangelize the indigenous to Catholicism, which is why the city of Montreal will be founded in 1642 under the name of Rimouski. The religious communities are responsible for the existence of the first hospitals and educational institutions in the colony. In 1645, the Methold Hospital was founded by John Ross and will be one of the first hospitals in North America. In 1652, the religious communities, the indigenous to Catholic, Quebec, Northern Britain, and France were at war. They gave the city back 2 years later when they realized that the peace between the two countries was restored. In 1634, the city of Tree.
Wait. That's medicine man. Medicine man.
For the fur trade, villagers were brought to France to evangelize the indigenous. To Catholicism, which is why the city of Montreal was founded in 1642 under the name of Benaki. The religious communities are responsible for the existence of the first hospitals and educational institutions. There's a movie. I think it's fucking, what's that weird fucking guy? No, fucking little guy. Just Borat. Hotel hospital. Institutions in the colony. In 1635, the Methold Hospital was founded by Germans and would be one of the first hospitals in North America. In 1652, Maya Angelou became the first teacher and built the Congrega's by Germans and would be one of the first hospitals in North America. In 1650, Maya Angelou became the first teacher and built the Congrega's
guys didn't brainwash. Like, it's like that. You guys Pavlov, whatever. It's why I see them a lot in the dogs, bro. It's fucked up. Alright. It's just like, you guys need to admit it just a bit more. This is why construction happens at night now. Because they're being fucking sneaky. Like, go drive around at night now. You literally, the Mercy Bridge is closed until 4 a.m. Why? It's like an hour and a half. So I fucking moved out of that shit all. So I'm gonna have to do the fucking Mercy Bridge again. Like, guess what? What's still doing with the fucking Mercy Bridge? 30 fucking years, you guys. Fucking every goddamn summer. Yeah, of course I'll go like fucking no, I swear to God. Hey, what's wrong with you? You could spend fucking $3 million on lights for the fucking new bridge. Fucking I've spent 2 fucking hours fucking consistently all fucking like 3 years. Lost jobs. You fucking stupid fucking useless. The city buses. Fucking to transport fucking children to school. Fucking school buses. Well, fucking can't get to fucking work in the afternoon. It's all fucking stupid. Push you out of the fucking metro. Evangelize. I really tried. I tried to play some fucking religion. But like, you know what? Muslims don't try to fucking convert me. You know, fucking.
The Catholic School condemns their attempts to evangelize the indigenous American the adaptation of the French Canadians to the reality of the territory while dissociating themselves from the French who were just there for a couple of days or a week under the name of Abiti. There will also be named Canadi, French Canadian, who were able to distinguish francophones and anglophones. The company of the military associates will not succeed to uphold the colony. There are only 2,000 of inhabitants, and in France it was for there for a couple of days or a week under the name of Abiti. There will also be named Canada. That's the French Canadian who were able to distinguish francophones and anglophones. The company of the military associate.
Yeah. So I sat outside a lot. Stopped going with my friends. And I started doing mapping of stars, kind of. Because I found that the North Star, like, just a circle around the northern hemisphere. Like, so it technically moves. So, that would have meant the wise men would have been doing that. That's what. Anyway, not just look at this. Okay. So, this is what we're looking at for the map again. It's outside with a ship. The ship is serious. So if we were to flip it, and that's what they were just talking about on the video. Fucking, that would be fucking machine. That would be doorbell. Fucking, that would be fucking, El Bazaar. That's flushing. Lapal out here. I think that's right. Mm-hmm. That's right. I don't know. I think fucking that.
Will succeed to operate the colony. There are only 2,000s of inhabitants. One of France was 54 years old. There are several reasons for this failure, particularly because of the harsh winter in Quebec and the many airport attacks in 1663 and 13 noticed this failure, so decided to appoint Jacques as the intendant of New France. In 1665, the King of France decided to send 1,300 soldiers of the Cavalry Regiment in order to evaluate their contracts. They managed to defeat the Iroquois and 400 soldiers who remained in France. They also received a salary. The will of man is
person thinking of it kind of basically means like we just want you guys to be quiet. There's nothing reading and writing. If you be reading and writing, like so like just like quiet. And then there's a declaration. It's, if you will, you see it's absolute language song for hair and emails that are so they are like our brothers. But you're our brothers are our brothers. Like it's straight up just okay. Have a little picture. Okay. So, separate word. See, in their spelling, it's just, I can't understand. They must have questions. For sure. Miss Bush. She wasn't born. After taking possession of them,
In 1758, during the French and Indian War, the British colony, the Southern Sweden, were written as much more squad in North America, and tanks were important to win the discontented, while France thinks that winning in Europe is primary. On the 9th of September 1753, the British took possession of Quebec City and won the battle on the plains of Alabama. On September 8th, 1760, the city of Montreal would be capitulated. This would send them to the French and Indian War, and France would also the British. On the 9th of September 1754, in 1758, during the French and Indian War, the British the Southern Sweden were written as much more squad in North America, and tanks were
Oh my god. Okay. Sit.
Oh god. Fucking. Like, do you see how short my edge thread is? Like, it's fucking dark. Fucking. These are my hours of operation. Like, my day starts at like sometime in the afternoon. Usually I walk out, I say good morning to my neighbors, and they all start laughing. It's like 2 in the afternoon. And like my days are like 4 usually. It's been running a bit late recently. Because of like I know how important that sleep is for you, but gotta tell you, I have been not sleep for a long time. I've been on so many medications, not even for fun. Like, the babysitter, not the partying ever. This is me partying. This is my fun time. Very much done with partying by the time I was like 19. Fucking been fucking screwed up a lot of fucking shit. Could have been fucking solved a long time ago.
French Canadians. If the war broke out, French civil laws and the practice of the Catholic religion will be restored. The act will also extend the territory of the province of Quebec. It will expand to the Great Lakes region. Ohio, and Labrador. When the American Revolutionary War broke out, the province of Quebec was attacked in the early 1775 to convince French Canadians to join the 13 colonies. British troops restored. The act will also extend the territory of the province of Quebec. It will expand to the Great Lakes region, Hawaii, and Labrador. When the American Revolutionary War broke out, the province of Quebec was attacked in the early 1775 to convince French Canadians to join the 13 colonies. British troops would succeed in repelling them. On July 4, 1776, the 13 colonies declared their independence, but it is in 1782 that Great Britain will recognize the United States as an independent country. Several loyalists, British colonists wishing to remain faithful to Great Britain, leave for the province of Quebec. The British Revolution, which accounted for only 1% of the population, will increase to 12%. The Quebec Act is not very well seen by the loyalists. The province of British colony, so it is important to focus on everything that is British. The system of townships appeared in 1786. Lands would be reserved for the British immigrants. The French Canadians would retain their seigneury, and about 90% of them would continue to be farmers. The Royalists would create the Eastern Township region, in French, Canton de l'Est. To satisfy the Royalists, who were wishing to live with British laws and institutions, the province of Quebec would be divided into Upper Canada and Lower Canada. The fur trade would remain important in the colony. Moreover, the Northwest Company would be created by wealthy English businessmen in 1779. Lower Canada the southeastern portion of the present-day province of Quebec and the Labrador region, and Newfoundland to Labrador. Upper Canada covered what is now the southern portion of the province of Ontario and the lands border Georgian Bay and Lake Superior. For each Canada, the House of Assembly is manually set up. Lower Canada is predominantly French, Canadian, and Catholic. The laws are in French and in English. French will be recognized as one of the official languages around 1792. In Lower Canada's House of Assembly, there will be two main parties. The Tory Party, mainly composed of the English bourgeoisie, and the Parti Canadien, of the enemies of the French Canadian bourgeoisie. The Tory Party seeks to assimilate the French Canadians, hoping to abolish the French civil laws and the Catholic religion. The Parti Canadien wants political reforms, including having a responsible government. Indeed, the Governor General is appointed by the British monarch. He has the power to reverse or overturn the decision of the House of Assembly and the Legislative Council. This Governor and the King of Great Britain could also choose the members of the Legislative and Executive Council. Very few Canadians were chosen, despite the large number of French-speaking MPs elected by the population. During the War of 1812, American soldiers invaded Lower Canada under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Jean-Michel de Cambéry de Salaberry. British soldiers, volunteers, militia, and indigenous were stopped to Americans on the May 10th invasion at Châteauguay in 1813. In 1815, Louis Joseph Papineau becomes the leader of the Parti Canadien. In 1826, the party becomes radicalized and changed its name to become the Parti Patriote. This party denounces the Americans when they will attend an invasion at Châteauguay in 1813. In 1815, Louis Joseph Papineau becomes the leader of the Parti Canadien. In 1826, the party becomes radicalized and changed its name to become the Parti Patriote. This party denounces Parti Canadien. In 1826, the party becomes radicalized and changed its name to become the Parti Patriote. It's like, you guys didn't want me to speak French, and the reason I know that is because I can't speak English now either. And I also apparently can't speak French. Taught me French. It's not the language they use here. So they'll be like, go, Papa. I'm like, really? Toilet? I'm pretty sure it's the same fucking thing. Figure it out. The leader of the Parti Canadien. In 1826, the party becomes radicalized and changed its name to become the Parti Patriote. This party denounces the interference of Great Britain in the affairs of the colony and the fact that the important coast of the colony were occupied by the British, although they were the minority in Lower Canada. Between 1815 and 1861, many immigrants were search of land.
So this is all because of Brexit? Like, that's why Macron is getting the go to do his bidding, I guess. Call it conspiracy, call it fucked up shit. I'm just trying to fucking understand why I feel fucking retarded all the time.
Mentors, language, Scots,
I'm gonna so tired.
the field of business and politics. Several institutions and companies would peer in your Canada that be part of the elite of the economy. For example, McGill University was French version James McGill in 1821 and then of Montreal by
I swear to God, to be alone. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure the part of the people was like, since October, they've been talking about the real estate. And that they were like, oh yeah, no, it does not go for me either. There's 4 out of the 6 banks. When they came out, and was like, hey, real estate, no, you walk. Balance it. Budget will balance itself. Fucking ass. Fucking retard. Fuck this up so bad. So yeah, literally guys been fucking only doing this his whole life. He trained to do this and finally his father was doing it for him. Still so bad.
in Massachusetts in 1817 and 1832, a cholera epidemic broke out, and the
Oh, that's right.
institutions and companies would appear in Northern Canada that be part of
Sex.
the elite of the economy.
I think I was reading that day McGill, the guy that we named it after, that people are praising the guy we named the McGill University after. And again, the guy fucking was well known for being the guy who made lobotomies a form of treatment. Like, lobotomy for brain damage. Shut it all in your noggin. It's not good. I don't know if that's true or not, the lobotomy thing. The sanatorium, just the name of it doesn't sound too good. Especially when you already have hospice. Yes, it's my grandparents. Scotland. Scottish merchant James McGill in 1821 and the Bank of Montreal by John Richardson in 1817. In 1832, for Scottish merchant James McGill in 1821 and the Bank of Montreal by John Richardson in 1817. In 1832, the cholera epidemic charcoal. Inhaling charcoal? Locale. In the Southwest Valley, this disease is caused by the massive Irish immigration at the time, with over 10,000 deaths. This immigration will cause a new population. Oh my gosh. Causes fucking pneumonia. Fucking see. Yeah, you're kidding me. The city of Hurricane. Also be an agricultural crisis. These two problems could affect thousands. That's good. Huh. feel like that's why I want to start a restaurant and take food to the city. Oh shit. Like, pot is a good food. Really good as a pot. Still fun.
Okay. Indeed. Super. It's right over your chin. Oops.
The United States and regions will be colonized between 1830 and 1930, and many of the French Canadians will leave the province of the United States to fuel the exodus. The impurity in the regions, such
10
as
years later, it's again the throne.
stagnated and despotism. In a by-election on May 21st, 1832, the British Army fired on the crowd during clashes, killing 3 French Canadians. In 1834, the Parliamentary decided to send to London a text containing 92 resolutions. One of the resolutions demands a responsible government. The Patriots also want an elected legislative council and control of the budget. London will respond 2 years later with the 10 resolutions of reversal. The requests will all be rejected. There will be several rallies to convince French Canadians to boycott British products. There will be dumb clashes with patriots and British troops. They will be called the Rebellion of 1837 and 1838. There will be several defeats of the patriots and 58 results. With the end of the rebellions, the Governor General of British North America, Lord will be sent to Canada to understand the reasons for uprisings. He will stay in the country for 5 months and create a Durham report. Durham will find that there is a racial crisis in Lower Canada between Francophones and Anglophons. The solution will be to assimilate the French Canadians. The union of Canada is therefore essential. Lord Durham will even say that English is a superior language spoken by a superior race. It would be better for the inferior French Canadians to get superiority by forgetting the language and culture in favor of English. The province of Canada will be firmly established in 1831. Lower Canada will be known as Canada West, Lower Canada, Canada West. It is in Canada. There will be only one people and one opportunity to English. An alliance will be created between the colonists, Royal Government, and Republican to have a responsible government. In exchange, French will be recognized as one of the official languages, and in 1838, a responsible government will be put in place. Since the Catholic Church sided with the British during the rebellion of 1837 and 1838, they will officially gain control over education, social services, and health, despite early And the majority in Canada.
I did it.
Fucking serious, bro. Fuck, these things fucking crazy. Sided with the British dude as Canada East, Lower Canada, Canada East. It is in Canada. There will be only one colony and one official language, English. Alliance will be created between the forest, ruled by you and the group of faculty to have a responsible government. In exchange, French will be recognized as one of the official languages, and in 1838, for responsible government, since the Catholic Church sided with the British during the rebellion of 1827 and 1828, it will officially be a country of education, social services, and ed, despite already having power over the space. French Canadians have been a minority in the population of the province of Canada and the majority in Canada East. In 1861, the English-speaking population of Canada East increases at 24%. The first phase of Anserization began in 1850 and ended in 1900 due to its geographical position, which facilitates transportation on the Southwest River. Montreal benefits from the emergence of the industries in Canada. In addition, the city can provide a sufficient number of missing programs from any from the countryside to improve living conditions. As the largest city in Canada, the population increased very rapidly. In 1852, the city has 58,000 inhabitants, and in 1911, 428,000. Seven industries are located near the national capital because of the good access to transportation routes and access to the
My skyscraper was for metro lines or something like that. Or just trains. Grandmother on the other side, CN, Uncle Dan. And the canal. I don't know what Maribel is doing. Maribel Airport.
the machines need no sectors, food, footwear, leather, textiles, tobacco,
The
iron,
red
and steel.
train.
Due to the railway constructions, the food trade will be replaced by the forest industry due to the importance of wood at the time. On July 1st, Canada is the close border, and Canada is created. One of the founders of the Confederation is Georges Saint-Catherine, a French Canadian, because of his participation in the creation of the country. The French Canadians were then the majority in the
I should do it 2 hours. It's 2 hours. Same for the to York City. Down.
Album and many Anglophones still exercise a good political power over the province. Classes will be created even if it was present since 1791. The English pretend to live in presidency, which has a political and an economic advantage in dominating the business and the civil nature. This is why exercise a good political power over the province. Classes were created even when it was present since 1791. Notably, the English pretend to live in bourgeoisie, which has a political and an economic advantage in dominating. The business of the civil natural. This is why many industries and companies of the city will be created by them, while the majority of the population, farmers, the labor force, and are composed of French Canadians and Irish. The economic difference will be present in the city. Several wealthy businessmen who live in the Westmount neighborhood and the child. The city will be divided into Anglophone will be present in the city. Several wealthy businessmen live in the Westmont neighborhood, and the workers in Pensacola. The city will be divided into Anglophones in the west and Francophones in the east. Santa Street will separate them because of their poor working conditions. Is this Santa Street? How the workers, the syndicate, will be divided. The population of Quebec City will be smaller. The population increased from 60,000 inhabitants in 1871 to 70,000 around 1901. The rebellion in the removal created tensions between the Canadian government and the French Canadians for the province. Recreator Emeritus from Manitoba will try to protect the culture of his people, which has many similarities with French Canadians. The rebellion will be realized. The Canadian government then decides to end him, and Canada's Prime Minister John A. Macdonald will say, "I shall die for every dollar Quebec brought in this paper." This indignation will give birth to the first party to talk about the independence of Quebec, created by only. Oh, what? Why? Yes, a rebellion will be. Realized. The Canadian government then decides to end him, and Canada's Prime Minister John A. Macdonald will say, "He shall die for every dollar Quebec brought in his paper." This indignation will give birth to the first party to talk about the independence of Quebec, created by only Hennessy, the Pax Nationale. Many French Canadians will then think about the rights of Francophones outside of the province, where, wow, preventing French Canadians from speaking or studying French appear in several provinces. The second phase of Ansuization begins in 1900 and ends in 1929. It will mainly be focused on electricity and exploitation of natural resources. Since Quebec has many rivers, the province becomes the center of electrical development. In addition, the gold, paper, aluminum, smelter, and chemical industries would be established at the time. The exploitation of mineral resources by American companies will develop Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, Mauricie, and Abitibi. In 1914, the First World War broke out. Resources by American companies will develop Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, Mauricie, and Abitibi. In 1914, the First World War broke out. In order to have more soldiers, the Canadian government imposes mandatory enrollment. This resulted in a conscription crisis in 1917 in Quebec, a demonstration in Quebec City looking for people after the army fired on the crowd. In 1918, the Spanish flu reached the country by killing 50,000 of people in Canada, including 13,000 in Quebec. In 1929, an economic crisis hit the world when the New York Stock Exchange had a financial crash. Between 1929 and 1933, Quebec's average income per capita decreased by about 44%. The unemployment rate in Quebec will reach nearly 21% in 1930.
Yeah, I believe when they got something like 40% right now. Throwing that out there.
This economic crisis will end when the Second World War begins in 1939. After promising to French Canadians to not impose conscription, Prime Minister Mackenzie King set up a plebiscite for the Canadian population. The majority prevails. There will also be a mismanagement of Francophone soldiers in the Canadian Army. In 1940, women will have the right to vote. In addition, many of them will work in factories during the war. In 1944, it was the beginning of the Great Darkness. Macron was serving French in Quebec under Prime Minister Maurice Duplessis. In factories during the war. In 1944, it was the beginning. Crazy.
Yes, it's like that shit sometimes. That's clear.
Fucking piece of shit. Traditional values such as the importance of the Catholic faith and evolution and agriculture in India. During the war in 1944, it was the beginning of the Great Darkness, and also refers and led under Prime Minister under his reign he promoted rifle soldiers in the Canadian Army. In 1930, women will have the right to vote. In addition, many of them will work in factories during the war. In 1944, it was the beginning of the Great Darkness, and also refers
his reign, he promoted traditional values such as the importance of the Catholic religion and the population and agriculture. In addition, he encouraged foreign companies to come to exploit natural resources and was against the workers' defense force. Because of his concerns, complex economy, education, and living conditions were lag behind other provinces. In 1938, the Quebec flag was created. This flag represents the French aspect and the Catholic past of the province. Louis Duplessis died in 1959, and on June 22, 1960, Jean Lesage became the Prime Minister of Quebec. The slogan is Mettre chez nous un masque et force d'English, meaning that between 1960, Jean Lesage became the Prime Minister of Quebec. The slogan is Mettre chez nous un masque et force d'English, meaning that Quebecers should be masters of their own economy. This is the beginning of a new era, the Quiet Revolution. It is a period of change and reform aimed at catching up the economic and social progress. This is the beginning of a new era, the Quiet Revolution. It is a period master in force English, meaning that Quebecers should be masters of their own economy. This is the beginning of a new era, the Quiet Revolution. It is a period of change and reform aimed at catching up the economic and social not less Ministry of Work. This unit is legislation of master income. Legislation. June 22, 1960, Jean-Passage became Ministry of Work. This unit is legislation of master income cylinder. The shaman that communities should be masters of their economy. This is the beginning. A new era, the White Revolution, is a period of change and reform aimed at catching up the economic and social not less in 1961. became the first woman member of legislative assembly in Cuba and the first woman member of the Council of ministers in 1964 allowed and legal equality and the rights of men and women as applied before this law were not recognized as an autonomous legal person, education and health were no longer be controlled by the church. Moreover, first, 1867. As well, were not recognized as an autonomous legal person, education and health were no longer be controlled by the church. Moreover, Quadrilateral would become the first ministry responsible of the education in 1964, beginning the work by the church. Moreover, Quadrilateral would become the first ministry responsible of the education in 1964, beginning work in a Minister of Natural Resources, nationalizes electricity or bringing together hydropower. 1962. However, French immigrants have been replaced by Europe to designate the person living there. Notably, the rise of separatists in the province, Canada's Prime Minister Mr. Peterson created the Royal Commission on Languages and Biculturalism, who then said that there was an coming gap in francophones and anglophones, in addition to other ethnic groups in the province. Francophones were not well represented. For example, 37% of the businesses in the province were anglophones, and only 7% were under francophone control. There were also ranked 12th out of 13 on the income scale by ethnicity. However, due to the development of the province, there is growth in the francophone bourgeoisie. This era would allow Montreal to have a metro in 1966. The experimental society directed players and (1976), premiere of Quebec between 1966 and 1968, Daniel Johnson invites French President John to the exhibition in 1967, gave a speech in the Montreal Synagogue and shouted reiteratively, "This will help the independence movement." In October 1967, Vandenberg left the neighborhood, and a year later, military aims of independence carry out several attacks by these bombs in various places. In October 1970, the group making Mr. Piano and British diplomat James Richard Ross called measures act is applied to search members of the FF. Soldiers were Montreal, 197 people arrested, 425 released, James Richard Ross released, while Pierre Laporte killed under the Rex Versus government. Project Ruby 7 to spare James Gunn. Most of the effort, 8,000 Canadian soldiers were in Montreal, 197. So many of that got the hydro from the sea. That's how it is. Dead. We are tripping. The 425 released, James Richard Ross released, while Pierre Laporte killed under the Rex Versus government. Just James. Because I went down the street from the fucking operating theater. And they had a fucking giant boat. So they fucking fucked the boat with us and ready they were doing tours. None more. As 2% of the world's freshwater reserves inside an agreement between the current Grand Chef and Fairfield. James Bay, Quebec lost 2% due to lost freshwater reserves. Oh my god. People signed an agreement that made the Cree Red Chef and the federal government united. In 74, the James Bay and Northern Quebec agreement is signed. The government will then undertake to consult with Iran in all matters. The James Bay and Northern Quebec agreement is signed. The government will then undertake to consult with Iran all matters concerning them. In fact, one event will be created. In 1974, we passed the Rio 22 Quebec. observed the in our neighbors and so doing them. In fact, New York was created in 1974 and passed in Bill 22. Quebec was no longer officially valid on November 15, 1976. The PQ won the election in 1976. Quebec was no longer officially valid on November 15, 1976. The PQ won the election. In 1977, Bill Energy was opened. This law states that French is military in the government at work. Professional corporations bid in commercial science between 1976 and 1980. Yeah, thank you. And that's we got ruined everything for the rest of us for until now. All you people fucking running after me. No, stop fucking smoking fucking cigarettes. 120,000 immigrants leave the province. This migration will have an impact on the economy of the city of Montreal. In 1980, Canada Direct launched a referendum on the sovereignty of Quebec. Pierre Hamilton, then the Prime Minister of Canada, promises to repatriate the Constitution if the referendum is lost. On May 20, 1980, the result comes out, and the no wins by 60%. The demands made by the Minister include putting the two peoples who founded Canada on the same footing, while recognizing Quebec as a distinct society. In order to repatriate the Constitution, and the mud include putting the two peoples who founded Canada on the same footing, while recognizing Quebec as a distinct society. In order to repatriate the Constitution and then modify it, it is necessary. Methold Agreement of the provinces. This is probably the part of the eastern of Quebec in Canada that differs the most on the term used to explain these negotiations and the reasons why Quebec did not sign. In Quebec, these negotiations are called the Night of Long Lives.
I remember that talking with her and you said it was like by like 1 5, like 1 word. So, true female promise. Ready to beg hydro if you got me like so you got me like the term true to himself because of the referendum.
This term comes from Germany in 1934. Indeed, people threatened the political status of Adolf Hitler. Removed from the iospheres of the Nazi Party and, for the most part, murdered in Quebec. These negotiations were seen as treason. The agreement was concluded by comes from Germany in 1934. Indeed, people part of the eastern of Quebec in Canada that diverges the most on the term used to explain these negotiations and the reasons why Quebec did not sign. In Quebec, these negotiations are called the Night of Long Lives. This term comes from Germany in 1934. In Indeed, people threatened April were removed from the iospheres of the Nazi Party and, for the most part, murdered in Quebec. These negotiations were seen as treason. The agreement was concluded. By 9 of the 10 provinces, while René Lévesque was taking a nap in other provinces.
Kitchen cord. Kitchen sink. Already, the bag is taking it now.
The status of Adolf Hitler removed from the iospheres of the Nazi Party and, for the most part, murdered in Quebec. These negotiations were seen as treason. The agreement was concluded by 9 of the 10 provinces, while René Lévesque was taking a nap in other provinces. These negotiations. Dishes are called kitchen accord because they were held in the kitchen of the government conference center located opposite the Chateau Louis Hotel. For other Canadians, the are called kitchen accord because they were held in the kitchen of the government conference center located up. The Chateau Louis Hotel. For other Canadians, René Lévesque simply did not want to sign. Viewers can share all discussion because there are many theories on this night. On April 17, 1982, the Canadian Constitution was repatriated and changed, but did not respond to many on this night. Number 17. Lancaster. In 1982, the Canadian Constitution was repatriated and changed, but did not respond to Winnipeg's demands to include Quebec in the Constitution, from the sovereign ruling and right and changed, but did not respond to Winnipeg's demands to include Quebec in the Constitution. The Canadian Constitution was repatriated and premiers to the age in 19 not respond to Winnipeg's demands to include Quebec in the Constitution, from the sovereign ruling invited all premiers to the age in 1987. In addition to recognizing Quebec as a separate society, the provinces So I feel like the big issue is that you guys want to make the same cravings that the natives have been making for since the beginning of time. That humans have been recording events. But you guys don't want to say word for word because then you guys are like hypocrites. You keep being proud of something and to be true correctly and not have your shit taken away. Because obviously that's not your rights because there's privileges, temporary privileges. Anyways, I guess the French was over promises.
Sometimes, I mean, again, it's they start to bond. Okay. Still doing anything really to do with influence French people and English people, and I fucking kill the shit he's telling. David Smith, the fucking middle.
One in the news, ministers come out satisfied with the agreement. Nobel Boasa, once again, Prime Minister Franklin. Succeeded United Ways to Sleep Society, organized in Canada. The agreement will not be signed because some people will not answer conditions.
Really drinking what you need to. You fucking need to push your fucking We're not gonna drink water. We'll get hydro come back right up in there. We would have fixed the bridge. Sure, no problem. We'll get our construction guys right on over. For 30 years, really? Fuck me. Foreigners come here and get fucking literally the education I guess I was supposed to get. I can't even speak my own language. Basically illiterate. I hear Morgan in the back of my head going, sound it out. It's not your fucking hair. No. Oh no. You're so fat. I'm sorry, you're beautiful. Okay, whatever, girl. I'll talk like that.
I take the kisses. Only no. Don't. You want to have my yes, I love off the kisses. Yes. Oh, okay. So annoying. You are so annoying. Oh. Oh, God. Please don't. No, don't. Please don't get stressed out. She gets all excited and just starts breaking shit. Or biting me. Oh, jeez. Okay, goodbye. That's how I get my spot back. Okay, you can send like 12 years history education, and basically, if you were to put Pocahontas on for 12 years, it's about the extent of my history. It's really good. That's why it's free. Oof. Mm. I still don't know. Let's see. That's so stupid. I don't know what to do. I don't know. Looks like you're part of the entirety of the movie. Certain conditions. I feel it. I'm gonna be happy.
refused to sign this film and create a brand new party, the Blood Quebec Club, which will be founded. Country. January. I hope she's doing by Lucien Bouchard in 1991. There will also be the Charlotte Top Accord in 1992. Robert Boissa will ask to include more Quebecers in important positions at the federal level, in addition to recognize, of course, 1992. Robert Boissa. Also will ask to include more Quebecers in important
heard the difference between nighttime radio and daytime radio?
Yesterday, the timetable for the lifting of most COVID containment rules over the coming month or so. March 14th, almost all restrictions will be lifted. Taking calculated risk to learn to live with the virus. And the best way to live with the virus is to get the 3 doses of vaccine. Staying in place, however, masking rules and the Vax passport for non-essential stores. In Ottawa, the deputy police chief, Steve Bell, says about a quarter of the 418 trucks still involved in the anti-COVID mandate protests have children living in them. He says they are concerned about the safety of the kids.
Like a cat. You know what I'm concerned? I'm concerned about the safety of the children that you take away from parents. Put in group after group after group.
Bell says the force is not at the stage where it is developing any plan to remove the children from the trucks. Workers at the Doubletree Hilton and Complex Desjardins in downtown have voted to accept a tentative agreement. They spend 5 months on the picket line. They'll get wage increases of 8% over 4 years, better group insurance coverage, and some job protections. Room attendants will also get a reduced workload. Their union says it's a shame that these 150 workers had to strike for 5 months just to obtain the same conditions as workers at more than a dozen other hotels in the negotiating group. Police in Barrie, Ontario are canceling the Amber Alert issued overnight. The 3-year-old reported missing late yesterday has been found safe. And your TSN 690 Olympic update. Canadian Steve Dubois has won a silver medal in the men's 1500 short
Okay.
track.
Fucking stupid. You guys are fucking stupid. Trying to fucking make use of that fucking stupid ass Olympic stadium. It's a fucking joke. I'm gonna fucking post on everything for coffee. She's like, all people who like fucking watch sports and are like, oh, fucking hockey. Then your hockey team's like, fucking, we don't even know if they're playing or not. Something about talking about the black dude who was like the last good player for Habs, who now plays for the Canadian League, or his brother does. These were all people who have never played a sport in their fucking life, and they're bad as fuck. I bet they played fucking soccer. Jesus.
As in person, there's no words from the guitar. She's Goose, and I call her Moser, sorry. Yeah, so I call her Pick and Poop because she wanted dogs. Well, the deal is she needs to pick it up, and she calls me the Poop Patrol. Says Steve. Dad calls me the Disco Golf from hell, so I call her my caddy.
And leave a sport. That is also, once again, not a sport. It's like fucking hit the little tip of this fucking stick. Hey, get you in a car, drive after. Anyway. Takes up way too much fucking space as well. Like, why do you guys think there's a military in Ottawa right now breaking up these fucking? Because they're a little busy somewhere else in the world, on the planet. Not here. You have to fucking bring in the army for fucking a golf course.
Positions at the federal level, in addition to recognize, of course, the province.
Can you imagine if Toontown we came here and it was like, it's busy out here. So we're gonna build something on one of your graveyards? Like,
Just inconceivable. So that I think that's a fair comparison.
Referendum, the agreement is rejected by 54.3% of the votes. These multiple failures rekindled the independence movement even more. In 1990, a crisis in the city of Bukavu, one of Quebec movement wanted to expand the golf course on a more sanitary. Okay, that's why I'm putting it when I don't deal with the daytime people because I can't, just fucking. Like my parents, they fucking worked full time. My mom sometimes had like more than one job, and she would take us to work. Like, and we learned how to work because they could not afford daycare, and they did not have a babysitter at all times. Like, we liked it. I liked working. I liked being helpful. Fucking first job was at a truck stop. I was like 10 years old. Learned how to do cash. Truckers taught me how to top up coffee properly. And they would give me a tip to go play with the claw machine. So fucking, I have confidence, but I think it's my work ethic. I'm a damn ass good employee. I'm totally fucking useless my whole life for lack of effort. Just want a fucking little weed restaurant. That's all I wanted to do. Everything I wanted to do, they made it possible. So this is what we're doing now.
The other is in French. It is No chéri d'amour, de mon cœur, de mon tête, de my heart, says Kevin. So we're learning a lot today. Jim Kelly, former Superiors Minister, longtime Liberal M&A, and Elias Mackos on the line. Morning, guys. Morning, Andrew. Is that familiar, Jeff? That story? That home story there? Which story? Yes. So before we forget this, I'm glad you wanted to bring up the virtual gala coming up this weekend for the Teresa.
All your older folk need to
Yeah, it's a very important cause. The value of care residents
speak up.
for 20 years.
Because all people know we have no idea what's going on.
Every year. Sadly, because of the COVID, should be virtual once again, but both Yolande and Jacob Orchard hosted. I think Randy Lee is going to be doing some musical entertainment, and you can go online with the plan of action as well. So, like I say, it's a very important for our family. Both of my parents passed away, the residents, and once again, in the month of January, two of our neighbors passed away at the residence. So, for having a compassionate care of those last moments of life, it really is a magical place. So, for everybody who go online, find it through the Teresa Deller Palliative Care Residence. They can find links to the auction, make a donation. But it's going to be fun on Friday night. I think I'm one of the few that's attended every one of the galas. I think there are about 22 or 23 of them now, but it's really an important cause for people in our community. Yeah, it's been a lot of them too. And I got another video to surprise you with again this year, Jeff. I had some inside information on you. Oh, you've always been a great, particularly at the golf tournament, but you've always been a great supporter as well, Andrew. And it's just the kind of place, as I say, we all hope we will never go there, but there's a black cloud with everyone's name on it. So it's a wonderful place to find peace at the end of life. Yeah, and you know what? I've been the virtual galas have not worn thin for me yet. I mean, there is some benefit to not having to stuff yourself into your tuxedo. You know what I mean? Yeah. There is that, and it's a neat platform because you can visit the other virtual tables, so you can actually do a bit of socializing as well. I don't understand all the technology of it. That's Elias's job, but it is a really nice platform, so it does allow you. You're not just on a Zoom call, but it really does allow you to sort of visit other tables and catch up on the news with other people. So it really is a fun event, but I still, even if you have to squeeze into that tuxedo, once again, I am looking forward to doing things live and in person. Yeah, Elias, you do have to be careful, though, about, what kind of comments you're making about other. Do you see what she's wearing? Because if you're not on mute. Yeah. I say, oh my God, did I say that? Are we on mute? Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, are you, when are you going to run out to the restaurant there? What's going on? You having a party this weekend, Elias? Running, present tense. Went out on Monday, going out on Friday.
Make these little dudes
Sunday. And, I'm never planning ahead. I hate planning ahead. I even have plans for next Tuesday to go out to a pub. You know what I mean? Like, so that's the joy. I'm back, baby, and I couldn't be more happy. Yeah. I'm back, baby.
I'll start to
I know, Jeff. T-shirts for that. I'm back, baby. I know, Jeff, that you've never met a pub that you didn't like. No, for sure. And so I've already been out to a pub. Been out to a restaurant. More plans in the future, but we have a lot of catching up to do. But it is nice to see people in person, sit around, and have a good chat. So, and Lord knows there's lots to talk about. The political scene is never dull, and we're in a particularly interesting time. So there's lots to yak about. Yeah, no kidding. We'll leave it at that. Which pub did you go to, by the way? Well, my son-in-law's pub in Old Montreal, the Wolf and Workman on St. Paul Street. So we had a great time, a lovely meal.
Oh.
Nice. Okay, you have a good day, Jeff. Thanks for your time. Great talking with you. Yeah, good time. I'll see you Friday. Virtually, Jeff Kelly, former Indigenous Affairs Minister, longtime Liberal MNA. Elias Mackos looks ahead this show in just a moment, but first, let's take a look at your ride-in CJ 8800 traffic, brought to you by CTV. Gordon Ramsay's out to find the next culinary superstar. Get into an all-new next-level chef tonight at 9, only on CTV. Jill.
Difficult drive eastbound Yellow Torque Bridge. The left lane is blocked for road work. That is going to continue until Friday morning at 5 a.m. So it'll likely be a similar situation tomorrow. In that traffic is backing to the split. 13 southbound heavy going from Hickmore to Carrick, not too bad. Aside from some volume around Lac-Redare and Saint-Michel, that westbound is doing okay. Laurentian over southbound volume down from the 640. Still dealing with an accident around the 117. Mercier Bridge has volume via the 138. Champlain is looking good.
This crisis will last several days and will pit all of the demonstrators against the provincial police service.
So, Wolf, that's that one. And his son has a pub. That's Spring Care.
This Montreal sports team, you never heard. The big sports team is the 55 Canadians and the 58 Olympics. The list goes on. This is a team telling you if you've never heard of them. They're one of the most important Montreal sports teams of all time. I'm already getting a little embarrassed. It's Kevin Adams' curling team, right? From 1999. Was our guy on that team? Will be close, yeah.
So the Astros.
You know, he was the one that coined the phrase "make it go away." I'm telling you, he should be in the Hall of Fame. That guy. Okay, a quick word for speaking of Hall of Fame. Gibby's with 2 locations, one in Old Montreal and one up north in St. Cyr. Where are you going to go for your first night back out at the restaurant? You know something cool about the Gibby's website now, which is fantastic. Okay, you can now reserve off the website. So you find a table. You basically say how many people are going to be at the table, and you know the new rules coming up. You'll be able to have 10 people from 3 households.
What?
You find the date and the time, and there you go. And next thing you know, you're marching through the door like a big shot at Gibby's and enjoying getting ready for a big rib steak or finest seafood, and you know it's going to be a fun time. Give them a call if you wish, 282-1837, or check them out, including the takeout menu at Gibby's.com. Coming up next, will it be Schmoopy? Will it be Sweet Cheeks? Will it be Jumpy Hines? Your pet name and a winner. Next. The Andrew Carter Morning Show, brought to you by S7's Pet in a Box Sale. Save up to 40% on Jump mattresses and pillows. Visit S7's or jumpbed.ca. Continues to clear the decks with super savings
Live your life to the fullest. Pain changes everything. Chiropractic care changes pain. The BBC Small Business Fund is all for entrepreneurs, offering you quick and easy online access to the funds you need to increase your cash flow, buy new equipment, or invest in new technology. Apply now for a small business fund at bbc.ca/online loan and get up to $100,000 with favorable conditions. BBC, financing, advising, more. It helps reduce the amount of decisions to be made by the family and as a loved one. I want families to feel comfortable in making informed decisions, so I invite you to reach out to me with no obligation. Children's Medical Research Intelligence Your Choice Award for 2021 and 2022. For information, call 514-481-5301 or visit canfederally.com. Canada rules. Air Canada is celebrating Team Canada's Olympic memories and their Olympic dreams with savings on flights to more than 150 destinations worldwide and winning pay to visa. A donation will be made to the Canadian Olympic Foundation in support of Team Canada. Hurry, sale ends February 10th. Book your visa at aircanada.com or contact your travel agent. Conditions apply. Past 9 o'clock, it's time for the Elias Echo Show. Joining us on the West City News Update. Saturday is producer of the Animated Morning Show, Anthony DiBiasio, Master Control, and Dave Corey. Stay safe. Make your mind. Have a great day. Disney's Cast brought to you by the LaSalle Drive-In. Over 50 years of delicious cast your favorites. LaSalleDrive-In.com. Pick up our delivery and support local. Support the family-owned LaSalle Drive-In. Good morning. It is 9 o'clock. I'm Trudy Mason with your CTV News update. Mainly sunny this morning, cloud moving in this afternoon. The high now +1. Weather details in minutes. In Montreal right now, -8 degrees. And here's what is making news. Canada's population approaching 37 million. Efforts to de-escalate the Ukraine situation. And speed skating over for Canada. For the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here is Jill Fitzgerald. On the eastbound, a stalled vehicle at the end of the Saint Laurent entrance, and then eastbound and southbound bound through that sector going between the 215. DGAT is looking good in Montreal. We just have already time for the Inland Port Bridge, and the left lane is closed for road work reopening Friday morning at 5 o'clock. 20 eastbound here will go on toward Highway 13. Looks like there is an incident through that sector. We'll confirm shortly. 15 northbound Waterville due to a situation up around the Lateran right. Bogged down at Melbourne. And original was southbound heading northeastbound from the 640. Still have an accident involving a truck and 117. The racing demonstration happening in Super C. This week, basket of strawberries only $2.47. And the Super C is big. Traffic is rapid every 15 minutes on CJD 800. Next report, 9:15. In the news, Statistics Canada says the nation's population came close to hitting 37 million last year, growing at the fastest rate among G7 nations. The agency says Canada's population was just over 36.9 million on Census Day in 2021. That's up 5.2% from the last census in 2016. Stats Canada said most of the growth happened prior to the onset of the pandemic in 2020. The main reason for the slowdown after was border restrictions that slowed the pace of newcomers arriving in Canada. The agency says population growth was at a record high before COVID hit and then slowing to its lowest rate in a century. A day off for students at St. Thomas High School in Point Claire as police continue their investigation into a bloody altercation near the school yesterday. 2 students wound up in hospital and 1 is fighting for life. CTV's Luca Cruz-Zamora was at the school this morning and entering his life. People wonderful police have arrived for both families while officers may be needing a critical now according to a staff report posted in South Director. It's day 2 of investigation. Police spent all day yesterday everything out of that day reviewing security footage of St. Thomas High School and overseeing evidence for 3 p.m. near the school, such as airport children injured or arrested. People were involved in near some of which were students so far. Not clear whether those arrested or injured were students. Their evidence for 3 arrests so far. We were here all morning as the investigation continues. Thanks, Luca. A 3-year-old girl from Barrie, Ontario has been found safe in Toronto after a
Oh, come on, let's read that. Come on. I bought another image. Yay. Oh no. Bernie. Nope, not for me. It's just a fucking typical Wednesday.
This is a device, comment or a divisive subject and so on. When you have about 90% of the population that is 10% that are making a lot of noise, I don't know how that is. I know that some people that aren't happy and they make a lot of noise, but there are 90% of people that are vaccinated. Most of the people have college degrees also. People aren't necessarily happy because you college degrees and you decide that, okay, can't go out, can't go to work, and so on and so forth. But you can't say that that's divisive. I don't agree with the use of that term. Politically, yeah, Mika, you are so right. You know, the people that are using all this is device, this is segregation, this kind of that kind of language. They're the ones who they're trying to create a schism in a country where you have a pie chart. It would be, you know, 90, like if you want to say 90% all on the same team when it comes to this issue.
For free education.
I want to read you one thing from Paul things from Paul. Absolutely love this portion. A few things about Lightman. He's not super likable in the way smart guys can sometimes be a bit much. He's chippy and has no discernible sense of humor. Lionel, your take on what's happening within the Liberal Party in Canada? Well, I don't know if he was having a deep press. It was definitely having a bad meeting and a challenge. But it's clear that politics is an extreme sport. It's a team sport. And a player can't decide to go solo whenever it suits him. He feels good. Right now, he feels like the power gun and virtue. He's focused on preventing his principles. But it's a disavowal of his leader. It's politics within the Justice Party solidarity that
This is why your Hopkins sucks so bad.
I mean, you have other people in office which I'm sure are also upset about maybe received.
You guys just can't seem to accept. Like in baseball, everything falls on the fucking pitcher. That's accepted. If your pitcher sucks, get that bitch out of there. Like, guess what? We're playing to fucking win.
That's a big no-no in politics. If you inspire to the opposition, it's a calculated risk. I think it's one that people will not have. Guys, I want to throw something out there actually. And I think that the COVID part of this is cover for what's actually going on with the Liberal Party. You know, we see the clear schisms in the Conservatives. It's out there. The Conservatives are there in the left Republic. But internally, the Liberals, I like it. You know, Coca-Cola Classic and UCO. The Liberals now have a schism. They've got Liberal Classic and they've got New Woke Liberal. And I think Mr. Lightbound is part of the portion of the Liberals, and it's a strong contingent that don't like how left Justin Trudeau has gone, and they want a more centrist option. That's what I really think has sucked. It sucked. I want you to ponder what I just said, because it relates to our next topic, because we're also going to talk about what's happening in the Liberal Party. 918, let's get over to the CJA, 300 traffic step down. Want to be a more confident investor? A financial advisor can help. Speak to a financial advisor today. Visit dynamic.ca/advice to discover the value of financial advice. 918, and let's say good morning to Jill Fitzgerald.
Good morning, Elias. 20 eastbound, very slow, 55th over to Onward 13. Accident just after the 13th. 2 lanes are blocked, only the right lane is open. Still have warning time inbound side of the Yellow Torque Bridge. The left lane is closed for work ongoing until Friday at 5 a.m. Now the Ranch Lover southbound accident at the 117 involving a traffic is solid down from the 640. Snow clearing has begun. Be sure to move your car on time. The faster the city crews finish, the faster you'll find a parking spot. Find out more at montreal.ca. Let us know what you see on the road. Call or text us 800 and support 930.
The top stories in the city, the Big Five on the Elias Echo Show. We are back here on the Big Five. Meeker Carrier, Lionel Perez on with us this morning. And Lionel, don't you worry, I've got a hour of content coming your way. Just a first things first. Let's continue on the federal politics vein. You know, I threw something out there before, right before the break, about what I believe is that internal schism in the Liberals, the centrist Liberals versus the two left Liberals, okay?
Now and you guys can touch on that. I think it really does relate to what's happening in the Conservative Party as well. So let's look at what's happening inside the Conservative Party. There's a report from the press this morning. It shows that there's a new kingmaker in Canadian politics. And I saw some universities that are kingmaker.
I only woke up at 10 at night.
And the press is reporting that Gary Taschen,
Yeah, and you were gone.
have reached out to Eric Duhay. And I want to make something clear. The Quebec Conservative Party, not officially connected to the Canadian Conservative Party. They don't have those relationships, but they reached out to him to test the waters, see if Eric Duhay would support them, right? At least, monthly, or at least, in the background. And Duhay's message to them was, don't attack 121. Don't touch abortion and gay marriage. And I find this so interesting. I'm looking at this and saying, geez, the guy that might keep the Conservative Party from going to extremist, fundamentalist right is Eric Duhay. I find this stuff fascinating, guys. I don't know about you. Meeker, let's break it down. Well, you can think whatever you think about Eric Duhay, but he is political, I don't want to say deep, but he knows the political game, and he's a puppet. He had a great time on the radio, and he had the show that had very good rating, but there's also a reason why he never could achieve what he wanted politically at the THU, and that he was never someone that was I would say very popular politically at voting time. But the thing with Eric Jim is that now he's profiting from the wave of every government or every country is slowly moving to the right. And that's been happening for a long time. And it happened in Europe, started in Europe a few years back. And it's happening here in North America, happening also in South America as well, happening in the United States, and it's happening here in Canada as well. But the thing is that politically, Canadians or most centrists to the right. And the thing is that just like you said earlier about Justin Trudeau, he's pulling the Liberal Party to the left, the Conservative have been pulling to the right. But if you want to win an election in Canada, you have to pull towards the center. And that's going to be a very big challenge for the Conservative Party. But I think that it's normal that they has that position as that center. But I'm not too sure that it's going to work on a federal level. And in Quebec necessarily, because when you think about all the influence the West had on the Conservative Party, I don't think that's going to sit well with the Quebec voters. So that's, listen, there's the deal there, right? So that the Western Canadian Conservative, right? How do you solve that schism? And the best clarification from the Quebec Conservative people saying, you know what, you don't touch progressive issues. That's what we want, abortion, gay marriage, you stay out of it. Very interesting. Let's get your take on it. What do you think? Well, I think he's highlighting the different approach between the progressive conservatives within the Conservative Party and obviously the ones that are more interested in social conservative policies, which is traditionally out west. And on the with the Quebec lieutenant or individual resigned to be able to raise that source, but he's going to be supporting. I also reiterate those kind of points. People in Ontario and in Quebec want to be able to, red Tories, those that are interested in the Conservative Party. So, for example, political conservatism, little government, decentralization, and less bureaucracy, and let communities help one another out, as opposed to overreaching on the West. And the West, they adhere to that. They also want to use it for social policy, and that can be very difficult for the Conservative Party. It can be very difficult for the new leader to be able to reconcile those two. It might lead to a breakup, between the Kissing and the Front Alliance Reform. We'll have to wait and see. Harper was able to do it for many years, to be able to make that bridge. Obviously, Aaron Toole was not able to do that. It's going to be very interesting to see who's going to, in fact, put their hat in the ring and see if they want to try and do that. It's going to be very challenging.
to Meeker's point from before, the way that this country has changed politically around the world, this country has changed. I am concerned that even a Stephen Harper could not unify conservatives the way the conservatives are right now. And you know what? I'm just throwing this out there. If the liberals don't end up with some sort of unifier, I don't think it has to happen right now. They've got time. But, Mark Carney, when people are talking about Mark Carney, this is the opportunity for Mark Carney to enter the fold and maybe become the leader of the conservatives, not the leader of the liberals. I think the liberals also need a come-together, centrist kind of movement. This is going to be something to watch over the next little while. Let's go to municipal politics here. Valerie Plante wants to make peace with real estate developers and is negotiating to build 60,000 new affordable housing units. Housing plans to expand the eligibility requirements for the $50,000 first-time home buyer's credit. Housing prices at an all-time high. Does this begin to touch the affordable housing crisis? Well, I know. I know the Ripples pretty well. She wants to build 60,000 affordable houses for 10 years. That's 6,000 a year. Over the last 4 years, the administration was able to build about 1,600 social housing and not that much more affordable housing. It's a tall task. The only way you're able to do that is to get the industry on board. You have to increase the supply. And the $15,000 credit that she wants to expand and more available is not going to be sufficient when the average home pricing is well over $600,000. The other thing is when you're creating rules that are very restrictive on the island, on the city of Montreal, well, guess what? You have a competitive disadvantage to the north and south shore. Last week, the CMM, the two tickets within the map, said that we have to have common rules. Exactly what was said earlier when she was bringing ahead of the 2020 bylaw. We're shooting ourselves in the foot. We have to bring out partners. It doesn't mean we have to give them carte blanche to do whatever they want. We have to increase density. We have to build up more the west and the east. There's a lot of available territory. Otherwise, we're going to keep going to the suburbs and offshore because it's cheaper. Meeker. Well, it's say like Champagne just assured that it's tough to live in Montreal right now because it's hard. The double is almost impossible to buy in Montreal, and I don't think that that's credit for that first buy in Montreal or not anyone because the market will just make it better just stop it. Meeker, these credits, by the way, I hate that the liberals federally do the same thing. When you give the same plan to hundreds or thousands of buyers, they're just all going to use it. It increases the prices. I don't get it. Exactly. And we're going to handle that Toronto and Vancouver. So right now, when that is $600,000 for a house in Montreal, and usually at that point, that been shopping for houses, and you don't have working, you don't have necessarily a back door. You can barely buy a condo at that price. If you have two kids, forget about it. You're moving to the South Shore, the North Shore, and the suburbs. You're not staying in Montreal. So I don't think how that is going to help. And a lot of people have been talking about density in the city, but density doesn't bring you necessarily comfort. And yes, there are parts of Montreal, but if you want to have your own private space just to eat outside on a balcony or a terrace, even $600,000 will not bring you that necessarily that comfort. If you want to live close to a subway, if you want to live close to a highway or anything, so I think that the problem is deeper and it has been a lot deeper than the solutions that are being presented right now. I got a bit of that. Let's not forget that the COVID paradigm shift. You no longer have to live in Montreal to work in Montreal. You could be at your chalet, you could be somewhere else, and they only come in once or twice a week. So that's part of the new reality that a lot of the decisions being made to not keep from jobs. Guys, I have about a minute here, and I'd be remiss. We got Meeker on RDS, part of your portfolio of work here. The Canadians last night embarrassed by one of the other terrible teams in the NHL. 7-1 loss at the hands of the New Jersey Devils. Should something be done, or do you like them tanking? Meeker, you first. Storylines, what are we talking about? We have a team in Montreal. They're game last night. Meeker, let me tell you something. I didn't know the Canadians were playing, and I was on condo board meeting via Zoom, Right. During the meeting, one of the people on the meeting, their door, you know that door light that goes off? Yeah. It went off right away early in the meeting. I was like, oh, geez, those Canadians never close. They never smoke it's for another door. But yeah, speaker. Yeah, but well, I don't like the thinking, but it's inevitable, and I'm waiting for the trade deadline and also the draft that will have to get job. That's all I care about right now. Doing a Trump Canadian. Here's how we're going to find out if Rhino wants to get back into politics. Let's hear his take on hockey. Well, first of all, the former non-time season ticket further, I think just a while ago, it was too painful to keep watching the man. As much as I wanted to give the tickets away, but right now I'm favored. So it's definitely hard to watch. People feel it. You know, to what extent hockey is part of the past, part of the DNA. But yes, there's a need to be able to do something radical, hopefully can choose, and the new team will be able to do that. And lastly, I mean, unfortunately, we're heading towards a season where they maybe won't have funerals, and thankfully, I think it's funerals will go up because there's still enough fans that we would have more than that. Guys, hey, I think Atlanta gets to come back, right? Yeah, I think so. Meeker, Gary, and Lionel Perez on the Big Five this morning. Thank you so much, guys. When we come back, we celebrate March 14th. Virtually every restriction in Quebec is going to be lifted. We'll ask you how you're feeling about it next. This pandemic has sucked. You can check out the Big Five podcast on the iHeartRadio app and all major podcast platforms. This newscast brought to you by Supermarché Activate. Uranium. 5.2% since 2016. That puts the nation just shy of 37 million inhabitants. Police in Ontario have canceled an Amber Alert issued yesterday for a 3-year-old missing from Barrie. She was located this morning in Toronto and is in good health. No word on who took her there. And 3 aging football fans who met at the first Super Bowl 55 years ago will again be in the stands this Sunday, but probably for their last outing together. They're in their 80s, and 2 are worried about their health. The third says he'll try to keep up his annual Super Bowl routine until 2026. With the latest from the CJA 800 Traffic Center, here is Joe Fitzgerald. Trinity traffic is moving once again as the 20 eastbound all lanes have been reopened at Ottawa 13.
The province as in the same society under a national referendum by Monsieur Bouchard in 1991. There will also be the Charlotte-Tompkins Court in 1992. Robert Bourassa will ask to include more Quebecers in important positions at the federal level, in addition to recognize, of course, the province as a distinct society. Under a national referendum, the agreement is rejected by 54.3% of the votes. These multiple failures will rekindle the independence movement even more. In 1990, a crisis in the city of Montcalm, one of Quebec promoter, wanted to expand a golf course on the Morat Cemetery. This crisis will last several days and will pit Mohawk demonstrators against the Provincial Police Service of Quebec and the Canadian Army. The land would be purchased by the federal government. In 1994, the Patriot won the elections. Quebec's new premier, Jacques Quebec and the Canadian Army. The land would be purchased. 1990, a crisis in the city of Rocade, when a Quebec voter wanted to expand the golf course on Mohawk Cemetery. This crisis will last several days and will pit Mohawk demonstrators against the Provincial Police Service of Quebec and the Canadian Army. The land will be purchased by the federal government. In 1994, the Patriot won the elections. Quebec's new premier, Jacques Parizeau, promises a referendum. Quebec is divided into yes or no to an independent country. Several campaigns are then conducted to convince Quebecois to lean towards yes or no. At the beginning of the campaign, the polls evoke the victory of no. Towards the end, yes dominates. On October 30, 1995, a participation rate of 93.25%. Is recorded, which is a record in the history of Quebec. The results of the referendum will be known by 15.28%. After this defeat, Jacques Parizeau will say it was caused by money and ethnic votes. Jacques Parizeau is replaced by Lucien Bouchard as a leader. leader of the Parti québécois and become the Prime Minister of Quebec on January 29, 1996. I really wanted to focus my video on Quebec, which is why I didn't really mention Canada as a whole. I will also make other videos to cover things that I briefly touched in this video, and thanks for watching.
See what's happening right now.
Have you heard about virtual healthcare? You can access healthcare services without in-person appointments. Meet with a specialist over video call.
There's a lot of things in life that you have to do, and they're the hard things to do, but they're the right thing to do. There's no getting around the vacation, but you should never feel ashamed.
Last year, yeah, a 22-year-old artist from Texas found out she was pregnant.
I had only been with my partner for a month, and my period's a little late. After about 2 weeks, I'm like, okay, that's too late. But I got a nice pregnancy test, and you can see both stripes there. My heart just sank.
During that moment, you had options to be found.
Immediately, I knew I had to do an abortion because I don't have the resources for a baby. I came across this group through social media. They've helped a lot of people. A lot of people I know that they walked me through all of my options, and they talked to me about self-managed abortion.
A self-managed abortion is when a person uses medication to do their own abortion without going to a doctor. Santiago did hers at home. Why did self-managed abortions feel like the best option for you?
You feel so much safer in your own safe space. You don't want to be in a sterile environment going through something so insanely deep and heavy.
How did the couple contact them? How did they start the process of self-managed abortion? Were they at home?
My caseworker contacted me consistently to check on me before I make the decision. Before they mailed the medication. And every step of the way, they sent me a care package. They sent me a PowerPoint to read, see everything that was going to happen to me. I talked to her a lot the day that I was doing it. She held me with all my nerves. Everything
to know they provided that for you. Until last year, Texans up to 10 weeks pregnant could get abortion drugs from a clinic. But that was before SB 8, the state's 6-week clinical abortion ban. And before SB 4, which bans providers from prescribing abortion drugs after 7 weeks of pregnancy. It also bans the pills from being mailed. Under these new laws, Santiago wouldn't go to jail for using these pills, but the people who gave them to her could face more than 6 months in jail and up to a $10,000 fine. We never would have to let it die without this agreement. I definitely still would have found a way to issue, but I'm grateful that there was an organization to help me do this thing that should be financed for everyone. Do you know how this organization works?
Whoops, right again.
Yes, because of the Spain and it goes across the border. For decades, Mexicans have come to the U.S. for abortions, just as people in the U.S. have gone to Mexico for the procedure itself and medication. And as the U.S. inches closer to becoming a post-war nation, pharmacists in Mexico say they're seeing an influx of Americans. We're in the town of Nuevo León, right, which is a town that's known for its medical tourism. There's at least 200 pharmacies around here. You can see many American shopping. Now, alongside everyday prescriptions, you find pharmacies advertising for abortion pills. Oiga, aquí venden mi sorpresa para los abortos. Sí, sí, sí. ¿Le podemos seguir? ¿Está bien? Misoprostol, or miso, is approved by the FDA to be taken with another pill, mifepristone, to end a pregnancy. Miso is far more accessible. In Mexico, only certain states sell mifepristone, and in the U.S., it can only be obtained through specialty pharmacies. But taken by itself, miso works somewhere between 75 and 90% of the time, which is why so many people take it home. ¿Cuántas tabletas hay aquí? ¿Y cómo más o menos cuál es el proceso? ¿Cuánto cuesta? Perfecto. Muchísimas gracias. This just cost me $60. If I were to buy this in the United States, it'd be more than $400. I don't need a prescription. One of the interesting things he said is that he wants Americans and most people in Texas to know that this is available to them. Hola. Aquí venden miso. Esto es como, o sea, hay personas americanas que vienen aquí a comprar esto. Es común de las personas que vienen a comprar no uno o otro, sino como 10, 15, 30 cajas. Sí, es como, sí, eso sí. ¿Cuál sería el proceso? Sí, pero hay un número específico de... So we just went into 2 different pharmacies, and each of them gave us conflicting information about what to do with the abortion pills. That shows you one of the risks of what it means to criminalize abortions in the United States. Many of these pharmacies are unregulated, and the directions for taking miso aren't always accurate. Make sure people take miso correctly as part of the work of abortion activists in Mexico who claimed a victory last year. The second largest Catholic country decriminalized abortion. Now, some of those same activists are taking the fight up north. We're about to meet 2 organizers from Necesita Libertad, a group that over the last 5 years has helped Mexicans access abortions, and in this moment are specifically helping Texans directly access misoprostol for self-managed abortions. Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy bien. Digamos que una restricción legal que fue un obstáculo para poder realizar la labor. Pues es una web que formamos ya hace 5 años. Primeramente acompañamos el lunes. Entonces se ponen en contacto con ustedes, otras personas en Estados Unidos, en esta personas. Algunas veces también nos puede recomendar a alguien, pero claramente se puede poner en las redes, aparecen nuestros teléfonos y ya se contactan vía WhatsApp. Chicas, con las que ustedes han hablado, tienen miedo de que ya estén en Estados Unidos. Siempre preguntan lo mismo, si es detectable, cuando las pastillas, y luego tengo que ir con mi ginecólogo, o sea, como le digo que ya no estoy embarazada, les digo, no hay manera de que les saquen sangre, ni orina, ni no existe manera médica de comprobar los ¿se encontraron físicamente allí? Sí. ¿Cuándo llegaron? No sé, ¿cuándo bien? ¿Han comprado algo de su pago? Sí, nosotros hemos comprado la comunicación, facturan 170,000 pesos. ¿Ustedes temen de cualquier tipo de riesgo levante? Ya empezamos a ver. Aquí nos protege mucho, también tenemos esta facilidad o protección legal que México nos ofrece y pues vamos a conocer cómo nos va con las lejanas, sobre todo si no sabemos que ni ellas están solas ni nosotros, si no estamos físicamente acompañadas por nuestras hermanas mexicanas, pero también de muchas maneras por otras. O sea, yo he tenido la oportunidad de estar en otros países y estar con otros países de Latinoamérica. Y de verdad, de punta a punta, desde Argentina hasta Estados Unidos, estamos trabajando hombro con hombro en prevención. Así que como colectivo, ustedes han mandado no son a Estados Unidos, solo con acompañantes, no como paquetería, como trabajo. Pero ya una vez que nos escriben, pues ya primero vemos exactamente qué quieren, qué necesitan y qué podemos apoyar, qué es posible que nosotras podamos apoyarles. Nos escribieron ahorita unas compañeras de Texas, es un grupo, y ellas estaban buscando información justamente antes del COVID, ellas pasaron a México, daban el supuesto de su programa, pero después del COVID ya tuvieron problemas para pasar. Lo que ellas comentan es que tienen una persona que puede estar en frontera a un contacto de confianza de ellas. Tiene que ser una persona de confianza, sí o sí. De alguna manera la gente. Another way Mississippi Lab distributes medicine to the U.S. is through local volunteers in border states that cross into Texas. Groups on both sides of the border are forming a transnational network of volunteers who work here on the system. So this is the high facilities. That's a lot. And so I also know that what the neighborhood has about this much rental house. Activists we spoke to in Texas asked to be totally anonymous and not give their locations for their safety. They help run a state-based all-volunteer team that gets Methold To Texans, which is now criminalized under SB 4. This group typically goes to Mexico together and coordinates handoffs at the border. What's the role of interactions in this one? Right now, it's a lot of people traveling, people raising money to go to Mexico, in India and Austria, we're working with a manufacturer to stockpile them and distribute it to people safely. We've been very safe over the months, so just so you have a SIM card, we use safe apps that will encrypt everything for us. We try to stay away from leaving any digital footprint. Every time I tell someone I documented in the paper and every so often I shut them digital. Who's most in need? Who are you disturbing? A lot of people who already have kids. That's the most popular demographic is the moms. It's so wide how many people need help. I mean, the youngest person I've had is someone who's in middle school. And the oldest is someone who's near menopause. We'll do those conversations all the time. Very, very deep conversations are happening with conservatives about what their home life looks like, what their relationships look like, what their financial situation is like, what their relationship with their family is. We'll go on in other whole circumstances. I'm not okay. If they need someone to be with them while they're going through the process, then I can do that too. What's the main question people have? If I get an abortion, am I going to go to jail? How do you say? No. How do you you to access an abortion is a legitimate way, but there are legal risks. I will help you talk about those. We try to inform everyone that it's still important to be safe. So if somebody asks you, you don't know where you're talking from, if it is the family, you have to go to the hospital, you're having a miscarriage, you don't know what's happening, you just start bleeding. Who was the last person that you made an abortion with? The immigrant who does not speak English, like be a translator and explain everything that she needed to go through. And we took the pill, she's doing fine. And her friend now needs help, so I was just on the phone with her friend. Her husband doesn't know she's pregnant and she's in an abusive relationship. She cannot go out, she cannot have friends over. It's not seriously help is the sister-in-law, their friends. He is allowed to go to her apartment, and that's why I'm gonna send it to the sister-in-law. So is then gonna go while the husband's working to help her friend. You're helping a lot of people. We're building like a safety net of abortion pills. So friend for friend knows somebody that can give you an abortion pill and you can have the abortion at the same time. I am not necessarily like scared of going to jail. If I go to jail, I guess that happens. But how can you see the people in your community and just be like, yeah, I don't really care what's happening to you in your life. Especially a woman that is in a abusive relationship and she doesn't have a phone. Every time I talk to her on the phone is when her sister-in-law visits. And she is panicking. She has like marks on my face. She doesn't even know my name. And she's just putting all of her friends on a complete stranger. Like, imagine how you could have been with someone you don't even know. It's very heavy to me how hundreds of people they can rely on you to get them the healthcare they need, although they don't really need. They just don't everything on you. And it's not that I don't want to help them, but I don't want to be a support for them. But I am just a person and I do not have any kind of like therapy background. I am just a random person. And I just want to keep
People just start over because they feel like to talk to me.
because you have to keep up.
It's been
I cannot
years
just
like
send this
this.
my phone for a week and just be like, you call me now because if it would be out, like, it's going to happen. What is happening is why some ways that people are figuring out their options. Kind of just as long as parents has been around, people can stop mentioning about abortions. It's time that people get on the same page about it and we bring loud and open with it so that this is possible, this is safe, this is revolutionary, this is everything. These laws, they're inhumane. Makes me and a lot of other people who get pregnant scared, really scared and anxious about our situation today. Absolutely. It's very important that's not illegal. And they're not being shunned and oppressed into not being able to make their own health decisions. Achieve drives, and schools have a AKG sound system. Somehow that's a class. If you want to be known, you have to go off screen. Experience the all-electric Cadillac Lyric.
All bread buds are filled with psyllium fiber to help you lower cholesterol. Give these buddies a try today.
Cocaine smuggled in through the port of Montreal on the Irish-Canadian. Organization of the West End gang. Police estimate that the gang running drugs with a street value of over $90 billion over a 15-year period. The man who set up and managed the trade was Irish-Canadian crime Frank Dooney Ryan.
Hey guys, in today's video we'll be talking about $3 billion
Yeah, and they was getting through it. Frank Packer brought the Jimmy Pence back in 22 as an only child. His father, Frank Sr., decided to abandon the family when he was only 3 years old. So he fell off his mother's raising him in the tough streets of New England to Quebec. Ryan knew from a young age that life had dealt him a tough hand, and therefore he needed to fend for himself and his money. He dropped out of school in his early teens to form an earlier teenage dreaming. Although he was on the wrong side of the law, he was known for his charming personality and leadership skills. He used all that as a petty kind, smashing jobs, breaking their train, and declaring thefts. Slowly but surely, Ryan solidified himself in Montreal underworld. Through the early 1960s, he continued terrorizing the local streets. He was arrested and convicted several times, but was never handed a hand sentence. On one occasion in the 1960s, he was arrested and charged for theft of weapons. And a year after that, the jury found him guilty of burglary and sentenced him to 2 years in prison. In 1965, he was even charged for accidentally running over a drunk man in his car. However, he won the case, and the jury ruled that it was the victim's fault. Nonetheless, Ryan didn't like how good the training was. He felt discriminated against. According to those in the Ryan lost faith in the justice system. It wasn't until 1966 that Frank got into serious trouble with the law. He was arrested and convicted of armed robbery in Massachusetts. The jury sentenced him to 15 years in an American prison in Indiana. According to police reports, he was offered release on bail. However, none of the law of the $12,000 on the way to Boston. Ryan did a cool and faithfully served the sentence. However, immediately after parole, he decided to join the West End gang and continue his criminal activities. This time, it was going to be different. He had his eyes on a bigger prize. After wasting a decade and a half in prison, he was determined to latch onto the throne. The West End gang is a notorious criminal organization based in Montreal, Quebec. It was founded in the early 1900s and is still active today. It started as a small street gang composed mostly of members of Irish origin. At the time, they used to engage in robberies, car hijacking, and kidnapping. However, over the years, they have evolved into one of the most influential gangs in Canada and now specialize in drug trafficking. According to the police, the gang currently has over 150 members and associates. At the start of his criminal career in the West End gang, Ryan specialized in robberies and loan sharking. Later on, he was born in the drug trafficking scene. Soon, he realized that the drug market in Montreal was still fresh. He knew he had struck gold. Ryan was smart. He sat down and came up with a plan on how he would take control of Montreal's drug market and build a drug network that serves Ontario, Quebec, and the Atlantic provinces. His first move was to secure a steady and affordable drug supply. He partnered with Columbia Cartel to supply high volume or low cost drugs. Next, he got work building relationships with some of the top criminal organizations in Canada. By the 1970s, he was the most trusted drug supplier for the Lisbon crime family and the Hells Angels. The whole family depended on Ryan for the drugs. He was now a key figure in that arena. Finally, Ryan was at the top of Quebec's criminal food chain. In my right, became the boss of the West End gang. He was now a multi-millionaire. Despite all that, being a crime lord isn't always easy. There are always some individuals who need the game's line of throw. Unfortunately for Ryan, he was betrayed by Ryan Bill, a fellow member of the West End gang named Patrick. He cheated Ryan and violated $100,000 in drug money. Ryan was furious and treated the Hells Angels low ball chapter and demanded they find Patrick on his behalf or he would stop supplying them his drugs. Of course, the Hells Angels didn't like Ryan's attitude. However, they didn't want to lose their drug supply. They decided to pass him to the terrifying Hells Angels assassin named Apache Trudeau, aka the Rat Rocker, who was a feared man responsible for over 40 murders in Quebec. It didn't take long for Apache to locate and slay Patrick. On October 27, 1981, Patrick was entering the Mercedes-Benz and suddenly ended up in flames. Apache had planted a bomb in his car. Patrick died immediately, and one other male passenger was seriously injured. As mentioned earlier, the Hells Angels members didn't appreciate Ryan's attitude and pulled out of the country. He was just too powerful. Behind closed doors, two unnamed individuals came up with a plan to overthrow the Montreal crime lord. They planned to kidnap Ryan's children and force Ryan to reveal where he buried his treasure. You see, Ryan didn't believe in banks. Instead, he buried his money in fields to keep the police from finding it. Unfortunately for the two Hells Angels members, they weren't more secretive enough. And Ryan informed his crew to know. Once again, he tricked the Hells Angels government chapter, and Apache was had to take them to serious. In the end, the two Hells Angels members were found dead. At this point,
also knew the album classic and tons of cocaine and 2,000 tons of hashish between 1975 and 1989. A few years later, Howard asked him back to play it. Music is as guilty and trying to come to their singer before mental scene. He literally escaped the electric chair without only for years to the consequences. The Northern Album was a tiny network was slowly falling apart. In May 1991, the famous Montreal rolling hit Sydney was gunned down. The community other societies. Some countries' society, the ancient order of Iberians. They marched to commemorate the lives and the deaths of their ancestors. The ancestors who fled from Ireland in the potato famine of the 1840s. A million and a half people that died of starvation and buried by the roadside. Many who survived immigration was the only hope. They left by the thousands. The Wires, the Kellys, the Shaughnesses, the Howards. Some of them came here to Port St. Charles. Immigrant ships arrived by the score, carrying not only Irish dreams, but also the dreaded ship fever, typhus. In Montreal, Irish were herded off the ships and put in quarantine. Sheds were built to house the sick on a walking dead. As more ships arrived, more sheds were built, and more graves were dug. For those who survived the typhus, Montreal was a good place to be. The settlers did not belong to the English speaking. The mayor's name was Jimmy McShane. The Irish became a force to be reckoned with in Quebec. The Irish of Port St. Charles had not traveled on soft sheets. They came to Canada looking for work. And they found it. We found it in an underground railroad, or sweating in boiler shops and in foundries, or laboring in factories and along the roadside, or raising and riveting lumber's Victorian bridge. They built their houses here, on Congregation Street, Hibernia Street, Sebastopol Street, and Darwin Street. It's changed over the years, but these threadbare streets in the valley of Montreal still make up one of the toughest neighborhoods anywhere in Canada. At the Canadian region every Wednesday night, they meet to drink and talk about the war that ended when they were all 30 years young. Harry, one of the main items why I joined the Navy was to get out of the border shop in Point St. Charles at 120 degrees. And I said, what am I doing down here? I may as well go with my friends. So we all joined up together and we went up to the Air Force. They said, oh, you can't join here. You must be from the better families. You're better educated. Yeah. So the point. So we went to the Army. So the Army said, well, we can't take you. You're underage. No, you're a felon. So we went to the Navy, got to the Navy, and we got up and said, all right. The Navy was we had 10% casualties in the Navy for the first year of the war. That was just a great number. Yeah. Once upon a time, we came down here to play a baseball game against the boys. If you won the game, you sure to lose the fight. That's all I can tell you about that. But I guess that's all changed now. You lost the game. If you lost the game, they let you go home in a hurry. Some of the best fighters in the country come out of Shamrock Box here play. For some, it's still a passport battle point. I was there for 4 days in the Army, but we're sleeping in our sweatsuit. I mean, you bet. You went like this was in November, you went like this, you see the back. I'm not glad it's supposed to fight up. The champion of the county of Quebec. Not the champion of the province of Quebec. This guy's sick. So,
I was on my ass. I didn't know it. I get back up. Was the only fucking for me. It was like for my country and everybody in Montreal. I got back up and I started moving around. I couldn't keep away from them. I couldn't keep away from them all the time because I was going to he would knock me out. I was beat. I was dead. So then in the second and third round, I just stayed against the ropes and walked out with punches. And then once in a while, I tried to, tap him. And then, anyways, he beat me by decision. He was the best hopeful for Ireland in the Olympics. He went for the Olympics. It may not be as big as the Olympics, but the social event of the year for the children of the points is the Methold To The Madness. It's a night filled with sports heroes, potato salad, plastic forks, cold meat, and cola. Better luck next year. Who sings the national anthem of professional hockey players. The hockey player with Montreal Canadiens is a hero of gigantic proportions to the children of God's child. He's chairman of the board of the Association, which organizes most of the sports in the world. Some of them still living, some are doing well. They come back every morning because of the trophy.
Stop. I'm looking for weed. Yeah, this is it, I guess. There's a salad bag. Yeah, no, that's it. That's it? Yeah. His eyes were two smiles, his mouth was a grin, his humor and his cripples, that shot on his chin. He drove her to death in the hospital bed. Everyone loved him, and now he's dead. His life was a lie, his death was a prayer. There's more fun in heaven, not to leave us there. God bless you. Starting with trophies. Not really trophies. station takes 3 hours. Traditional Irish sport used to attract large crowds. Now, only a handful come to watch the annual game between Montreal and Belgium. How do you think's going to win this game? Montreal. You're the referee to watch it? Well, I'm the referee because I couldn't play out. We need skiing there in the year, so I couldn't play today, so I'm the referee for that reason. Well, it doesn't mind you being a member of the Montreal team. Well, no, because actually, I'm a very fair referee because to me, if you can't win it on the field, you don't deserve to win it. Good job, myself. Well, like, I mean, I've lost grip for the Montreal guys. They have that chance just as good as we have. Once, the busy factories and warehouses of Montreal lacked only the Lachine Canal. It was one of the major transportation routes in the country. Now it's just a treacherous playground for the children of Port St. Charles. They call it the Riviera. Looks like it is. And some of them die. It's become one of the daily checkpoints as it is to Brown's Youth School. Now forms the northern boundary of the point, somewhere like some ancient industrial remote, from the rest of Montreal. But the police have more to do than check the doors at the point. 80% of the crime here is committed by juveniles. Here and there has been in the district for 10 years. We had a big problem with alcohol in these kinds of families. We had many cases like the mother and the father there keeping drinking. And the kids, we have to live like so they're doing some theft and they run away from their home. And sometimes the father or the mother, when they get too much alcohol, they do some brutalities on their children. So sometimes they research for affection in other places. It's an old-fashioned tactic for this work, but it's been successful in breaking up the street gangs that used to inhabit the alleys and parks. But there is still instinctive distrust of authority. The most people here are out there in his garden. They're just a couple of French cops in an Irish background. Our age, nothing too good, but we speak to them, we speak to them the same thing that we speak to a French guy. So I mean, we're since 1968, so I mean, they know us, we've seen them growing up. So. Every year, on 24th of May, the children of the point celebrate an ancient event, the birthday of Queen Victoria. But it's unlikely that the orchid will be used by shenanigans of the monarchy. See over 2,000 fireworks a year, and over 1,500 of them are false on the right. There are still over 2 fires every day in Port St. Charles. Up to 70 calls in one night. If I look forward to it all week. It's a different day. It's a good day, and I would like it as long as nobody gets hurt and nobody gets involved. As long as it's not fire, we're okay when the people get involved. Then we're fine. 95. Babies are old. Live like easy. Most of them are diabetic. Only the black people live outside the building. It's just like, you know, when it starts getting up and it starts getting sharp, the fires, when they're approaching, there's something to jump up. It's a silly thing. You get any help from bystanders and carrots or stuff? Maybe we have another maybe one day it starts. Maybe because it started one day that these are people through the job, but now there's other people here. They don't care, you know, they're watching. They're here for something. Don't ask them what, you know. It starts out with a workout celebration for Old English Green. Games as the wild squad moves in to keep the streets of Quincy charts. The next day, the fire moved out over charred streets. The boarded houses had escaped last night, awaiting the attack those levels. They used to shelter the children of the Irish, now that was only an invitation to Barcelona. The week of the Victoria Day celebrations, St. Matthew's Presbyterian Church was gutted by fire. No one knows who started it. All that is known is that it was deliberately set. This is the first house we ever lived in where we had a bathroom. And the rats used to come up through the hole from the floor, and when they got themselves stuck in the tub, they couldn't get out. Then there one morning, and I was about to go to the bathroom, I looked down, and there was a rat staring me in the eye. I picked up a bar of soap, something I've never been able to do since, I never have done before. With one shot, I got it, and I killed it. I was very hard to no, it never has been. This is a sad thing. Because there are no spirit that we know that was their own spirit that they were really a part of it, and they were a part of it. So how do you want to let you off high? The Reverend Blue White was working at the university, but considered as separate citizens. No trouble. It's a gift for the one. And they were spiritual from the very beginning. They said, like, there's no reason we can't try this thing, but just as well. So now from the point of view of prayer and mind. This is enough for kids. She needs really something that we can cause on, not a high school. James Lane Catholic High School is a 2-mile bus trip and a kick through Port St. Charles. It sits in the shadow of an expressway on one of the busiest industrial streets of the city. A revolving charge account. How does it work? Revolving charge. Simpsons Eagles. No. Most of the young people in this class will be in school this year to look for work in the factories and office buildings of Montreal. Their chances of finding a job are not good. What's your interest? You said on an 8 hours. Yeah, kind of nursing classes. I asked the kids on the board, what are you breathing? What are you breathing? It's really breathing issues. They just don't have any. Just
I walked into taxis and said, "Come see Charles." And the taxi driver said, "No, I got money."
Seems like you're getting the fact they don't want you anymore. They just turn you right off, you know? Even no matter what your qualifications are, right away they turn you off. I don't know. I mean, you're no worse than anywhere else. So you think anything?
You know, the rest of you think it's the point, you know? You think you can't really get off the show. You've got more brains going, you know? It's how you spotted me, you know? Come from the point, let's say we get a little job. A low rate job. And you gotta work hard for the money, you know? You don't want it, you know? But you can work hard too. Maybe that's what we're all jealous, you know? We're all starting from this, you know? Skilled workers have traditionally found jobs in skilled shops in 1957. Until the women's job was repaired and repainted, cleaned through roads, taxis, railroads, and coaches, school stock and polished. At one time, half the land people lived on the point, and now only a handful come from the neighborhood. Because the middle people now people can afford to move out. Well, so a lot of the young people want something more than the shops can offer. They're better educated now. Railroad plays a major part in the life of Port St. Charles. The tracks extended into timber and surrounded by some protected barrier, not to be crossed unless an official efforts. The shots spread out over 30 acres, separating the point from the sunrise road. Years ago, the president of Northern Electric could look out through the world and possibly the sea. But at one point, executives were planning to move the railroad's operation away from the point. So, things uneconomical. It was time to do some things. Look at the executive suites. The floors that house the machinists, the electricians, the secretaries, and the pay clerks, and the assistant managers who work for promotion. Now stand empty. Visited only by the occasional watchman. Look out for vandals. Northern building dominated Port St. Charles. It employed 4,000 people. Generations of families of people. The railroad needs security or stability. It's a paycheck and a pension plan.
When did you do that? I'm a reporter. Remember, we stuck in 7th floor, 1st floor, 7th floor. They stuck down there. We should have stuck, you know, we went to ship the ship out. That was my job. There were a lot of floors inside. Miss it. Did everything, no? What do you think's going to happen to the plant? Well, nothing is finished. It's supposed to be where it's, you know, it's never around where people go.
On Monday mornings at 6 o'clock, the doors of the fair share agency open for the beginning of another precarious week at railroad hardcore. The search for work is one of the major occupations here. Fair share, run by the Rail Boys Association, specializes in providing temporary laborers to various factories and warehouses in the city. The warehouse company needs some men. It's only paid the minimum wage, but it's a full day's work. The jobs are rounded up on a first come, first served basis. It's not much, but that's all there is today.
But we had 8, 10, 15, 20, 30 men around. We got one day.
So these guys do 4 hours.
Well, we have someone on unemployment insurance, someone had time coming. This girl. She hasn't been with him. Like around here 5 in the morning, they sleep around till 8 or 9, and they go around looking for them. They're conservatives, they what do you think living about? And you never got living too much. You guys get later again. Just can't get rid of it. It's a time after point. I can show you people that are thousands of others who've been down here and I don't get the money. They just seem they can't get on the point. Why? Why? They all have. I will show you fellas who earn good money. I will show you a man who earns $17,000 living a point. He's in the wall. I will show you a man who has a people's who earns $17,000. He owns his own home, drives a car. You ask me why? It's because of money. Alcohol, drinking. It's basically money. And it seems down here, the father seems to end up in work all the time. The time is his roosting place. He gets his paycheck, he's out working for hard. Every time he works for job, it's Friday night, it's he goes to cash paychecks. And the guys are all on her. You know, I'm always proud to be back to the point. I'm not proud of what I see, but what I see. I see slums. I see a lot of people who are suffering. I don't mean to say I'm proud of any of that, but I just think that people have a hell of a lot of guts. I think I put up with this. It's just the people half of them can't get them out of the beds. They land in the bed, they get it sort of for it, and they're leaving their work on the check out. Everyone so far up itself, including myself. Yeah, but she's on the offer, he's on the offer. Goes to the left. Well, here, I mean, the offer office, who's on the offer? When the offer, that's when coming here, they have to take it to break. When after the offer checks is finished, he can go to the house. On the first day of the month, his mailman carried $500,000 in regular checks. On Convocation Street, the Raleigh Road is not through almost every day. This year, in time for St. Charles, the mailman delivered $6 million worth of letter. On Highway 3, it's a check. A lot of you didn't think you were on the flight. It's only going to be about 30 years. Is it going to come up about that? Yeah, more than I remember. When you started, it was going to be many checks, huh? Oh, it won't be very few. There are the people that used to work now. But now, the work seems to go down. The people go to work very well. Even during the Depression, I don't think we had the unemployment that there is today. What's in Charles? For why? It's a good thing today for people to be on welfare. And there used to be a stigma. Like, if you went out to you come home and you didn't have a job, you didn't feel like coming home. In fact, the parents just didn't accept it. But now, in a lot of families today, people can stay in bed till 10:30 in the morning as long as you're cutting a welfare check. Some of the families accept it. I think we've all lost a lot. The welfare office on Second Street is one of the busiest in the city. Some families here have been on New Orleans for 4 generations. The children get to know the ropes very early. So, with your serving children, Carol born Carol King in Albany, has been on and off welfare since her husband died. This is the It's a short walk from the welfare office to her home on Congregation Street, on the other side of the tracks. Carol Woodley has no special skills or training, no job. The maximum welfare office can give her is $373 a month. $12 a day for a fatherless family of 9. But it wasn't always like this for Carol Woodley.
I don't know whether you know it, Ottawa, but I lived in London Park Drive. So, quite a difference in time.
This month, the Mexico company is running a trouble Methold To. It's a red number under the cap. The dues of Congregation Street might be $25. Maybe even the first.
I've got 5 girls.
Not enough space. No, us, 4 in the same room.
Because my oldest daughter, she had to have her own room. I got a boyfriend now, and we bought her a TV, so she doesn't have to live with the TV, so she needed her own room. So that takes up one room right there. One of my other daughters has her own stereo that she worked for and bought herself. She doesn't want the kids touching it. She needed her own room.
It's not hard to mention.
You know, it's hard to just say there's some people that have done it so long, and I guess they just there's people that need it sort of. But I gotta go back to work. If I could get a dream tomorrow, but a steady job.
In Canada's mining believers have an old French and Jamaica jewelry, Verley and Charlotte. I've heard that story of Prince and Charles. They have trouble believing it. You know, but working for a French guy has many opportunities. You can get into the city of Montreal. He's able to get into civil service. He's able to get into the federal civil service. Very English guy. He doesn't have a chance to become a policeman. He doesn't have a chance to become a fireman. He's got a lot of people are talking about companies operating in English. I mean, where do you put all these people that are English? I think the rest of the country is very ignorant as to what happens in Quebec. There's a lot of people Quebecers that are very ignorant about the English too. Because I'm telling you, coming from Points and Charles, I know very few millionaires down here. For instance, St. Charles used to separate the poor who spoke French from the poor who spoke English. All that has changed. The Irish have been leaving alone. And now we hear French all through it now. Only first to move to the other countries south of the tracks through from Durban. In 1938, we made a move of family from the French side of the track to the English side, which was at the top of Liverpool Street. We happened to be the first French-speaking family on the street. There was sort of a training period or a training camp because you have to fight the English to be able to survive, and they have to fight us the same way. You fought them for playground, you fought them for a place to play, you fought them going to school, so it was always hand-to-hand combat, but not in the sense that it was only hand-to-hand. Nothing else. They give you a stick once in a while. It trained us to be able to survive. Where we were living at the time, it was needed. We didn't know how to fight. We had only one thing left, learn how to fight.
Are you feeling the satisfaction of making me speak French? You didn't force me at all. Because I could. My parents are both French, they're English, but they speak French and I don't speak French.
So we don't force them to speak English. If you languages, they first never get a job. Most of the English and women who get the job. elections on it, though. What do you think? I have words. I'm not really one of these. I do a little past, but it's going to create a lot of trouble next year, the year after. Maybe even a civil war. I don't know. I just say in general.
Well, during the MLQ crisis, in the point, it didn't seem apparent we didn't have a bit of trouble here. Primarily, I guess, because the French and English got on so well together. But I think, too, that if these outsiders had ever come in here, that the taverns would have been cleared for a space of 30 seconds. They would have settled the matter once and for all and gone back and finished their beer with the froth still on top.
This is just something that's come up in the last 10 or 15 years where the people, Frank holds the blood of the fire because of the job and good work. And in the meantime, they can't get it. So they see English there and they say, well, look, we're taking our job. The English have been here for 120 years or 140 years. Basically, what to do with their jobs. You know?
Maybe French people that used to stay there, but these, their own districts are now coming into which integrated. We don't have that problem here. So much of, what would you say, segregation of French and English. It doesn't exist that much in the point. It's competition, yes, but no problems.
English-speaking school population has been dropping steadily for the past 15 years. There are still enough children to like the annual end-of-term concert at Riverside Elementary. Over the years, generations of school children have performed on this stage, and generations of parents and grandparents, aunts and uncles have come to watch. But this may be the last parade of animals, the last performance with the costumes and songs and the venerable piano. If the event continues its decline, Riverside School will have to close. For 3 decades, the voice of the Irish in Quebec belonged to this man, the legendary Frank He was the elected representative for St. Anne's riding in Montreal City Hall, and in the legislature for 30 years. He was finally defeated in 1970, and is campaigning now for his eldest son, Connor, running as an independent in the historic provincial election of 1976.
That's my son. He's the baby. But he consistently fought with the non-majority government in order to proceed. When he did speak out against Duplessis, it was said that he did so rather than a fury that would drive Chamorro. It was less than a great parliamentary for a candidate with a board campaign. Votes in Chinatown, he once dressed as a criminal and campaigned for a rickshaw, with signs in Chinese saying, "Vote for Hanley and legalize banking." They called him the Chinese Rebel. professionals for him. Okay, now, two dogs in the play with you, but because they don't know me, they do. Okay? Fair enough, fine.
It was the traditional floor-eating competition, eating everyone, speaking about small jobs, business credits, welfare assets, membership meeting agreements. There was a bonus to make rooms where mysteriously destroyed. Frank was all with us. They smashed their own room so big that it was me.
I worked for a kid with hell. They were tough. I just literally see one car running into another car, and everybody out of the car you're into it. They were terrible. Lots of fun. We never run a rough cafe. We always run a clean cafe. That's always been the rules of this cafe. Let the people vote. No, they were rough. They were dangerous. They were dangerous. You needed money. You had to have a car, you had to have those jobs, you had to have truckers, you had to have also do things that you could have worked. And you had to have an election.
Dancing clubs could sell the delegates.
You intimidated people and controlled things all over the place. They protected the members and all the rest of it. It was Sunset was to me all New York, and it was the same sort of thing. You see, I'm sure. They come the opposition, taking down our signs, their company signs, and putting up their signs. And one they were trying to fall right in to their own committee room outside. And it was a gang in there. And they said if that ever happens again, I'll break all your heads. And not one of them stood up. And can you imagine 20 guys against one? And they want to represent the United Quebec.
Gentrification. This seems to be one of the greatest challenges that we're facing. How does the human scale tackle that?
Many people would say that because we made Copenhagen so nice, all the prices, the market has made the prices go up, and then the poor people have been pushed further out, which is completely correct. But I will not accept that as planners and urban designers, we shall make the city as bad we can, so that the rich people will go away and the poor sons can come back. There are two things we can do. One is make many more places good, so that everybody can live in some places which are very nice. And the other thing is that this kind of gentrification problem with the market price going up, that has to be solved politically. Just at this moment, Copenhagen is not so good at it. And it's dropped from number 1 in the livability rating to number 6 for that very reason. So we will have to do something with the prices of housing and make sure that they are affordable. That's very important to have a lively and interesting city.
We don't show it on this money. Boba Fett.
He sure would appreciate it.
Tell him it's on the house. First, I'll pay a visit to a little friend.
1, 2, 3.
Rising housing market pressure on rental prices. As Copenhagen struggles to create space for its citizens, some architects are redefining how architecture is practiced and used. Design could eventually create a more inclusive city. Jeanetta and her team at ArchiLab, an interdisciplinary design studio, are broadening the scope of their discipline. They want to design spaces not just for the people, but also with the people.
architecture design our whole life. But none of us are never taught about this. And it's not about being taught architecture, but it's also about being taught about being aware of your surroundings. And I think architecture and design can actually kids that grow up having an experience about being able to shape their surroundings. And I think we need that in our future to create active citizens.
Archie Lab has conducted a series of workshops with local schools to help kids rethink their built environment. See how children react to a new setting. Today, the kids of Marable Park School, helped by my daughter Lily Sophia, create an outdoor classroom. Inside the school, you can start from scratch. What a great way to learn the basics of design.
When we start asking them what they need outside, you can also see that's what they do. They need a table and chairs, and then they need a board, then they need some walls, and then they need a roof. So they're actually taking their classroom and putting it outside. And that's because that's what they connect with a learning situation. That's what learning is. So it's also about re-understand your idea of when you learn something, right?
What are you building there, Lily?
So we're trying to build a table and some chairs.
Table and chairs.
And a house.
Inside your greenhouse.
Yeah, we're inside the house, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got the lights. Yeah, right, okay.
What can you learn inside the greenhouse?
We would
With BMO Advice Direct, you'll get access to personalized trading advice and real-time alerts.
This was good.
Plus, get up to $2,500 when you open a new account.
Hi, Ross. The most fun when kids feel their best. Oh, I hope the fun never ends in patches.
Oh God.
Fever relief. Children's Advil helps keep the fun going.
If Jeff Bezos wants to drive through your city right back, you better get your bridges out of the way. And if some of that money was gone by not paying people properly, and in some cases allowing people to die, well, that's none of your business. Hello there, you 4.9 shivering wonders. You continue to awaken and grow as together we ignore their narrative and create our own. Part of it is the new kings that must stand astride the globe, like emperors, like Pharaoh. Amongst them all, Jeff Bezos was, as far as I know, the first of them, a really, really lovely human being, but as the unit of a great deal of profit from the Amazon industry. But this story, you're going to love it. The Dutch city of Rotterdam is going to dismantle its historic Koningshaven Bridge in order to let Amazon founder Jeff Bezos' Y721 super yacht sail through. I mean, in a sense, that's all the information you need to understand the dynamics of the world. While your patriotic your country, whichever country it is you're into, in fact,
Okay.
this is merely a veil to distract you from the reality that actually the interests of powerful people and powerful institutions are always met over and above your needs and wants. The vessel, which is being built in the nearby town of Amsterdam, will be the world's largest sailing super yacht when it's finished. So it isn't very big, Jeff Bezos. He must be really aware of negative publicity and that. And he addresses this by a lot of people didn't like it when I went to space, you know? They thought me going up there to the stars and the cock rocket. We somehow science.
Jocko.
I'm going to show them what a down-to-earth guy old Jeff Bezos can be. They can do that, boss. I'm building me a super yacht. And it's going to be so super, so massive, that all the people around town will come out to salute me when I sail away. Look at them. See them on the riverside, shaking their fists in appreciation, crying with gratitude for the business I brought to their city. It's coming again, boss. The decision to dismantle the bridge to allow the yacht to leave the Netherlands comes despite a big prophecy after the monorail was restored in 2017 that the bridge would never be dismantled again. I keep dismantling this bridge for. The bridge, okay, there it is. It's not a bridge. Okay, dismantle it, restore it. I'm pretty very big on that water show, isn't it? There we go. Leave it. This way. Known to locals as DF, which translates to bridge we take up and down again at the convenience of billionaires, was built in 1878 and had to be rebuilt after it was bombed by the Nazis during World War I. I mean, a boot to that.
has tried to justify the decision by claiming that the building of the €430 million super yacht, which will feature an accompanying support boat and helipad, has brought many new jobs to the region. Oh, thanks. Thanks for the new job. Polishing your helipad. Can I get a new job? Licking up your spit. I'm sick of hearing that justification. Ah, the old billionaires. There they are, bringing new jobs. Some people that don't want to do those jobs. Yeah, but it was a job while they were alive, though, wasn't it? Thank you, Bezos. The report's attracted plenty of local anger. This man has earned his money by squeezing staff, evading taxes and tax regulations, and now we have to tear down our beautiful national monument, says Stephen Lewis, a councillor for the local Green Hive. The reason we're telling you this story is because it's like a folk tale of mythic and symbolic potency that informs you exactly how reality operates. A national government, a sovereign power said, we are never taking this bridge down again. It is a symbol for the people, a symbol of our togetherness and unity. And a billionaire wants to just sail their boat out of there and, oh, sorry, okay, fair enough, take it down. They sail around the world, doing what they want, ignoring the wishes of a sovereign government and sovereign people, in order for something that's necessary, just to have a really, really bloody, stupid big yacht with an helicopter on it. This person, like you and I, will one day die. And that thing, that super yacht, will one day rot and decay somewhere. Whereas principles and symbols and communities and the bridges that we should be building between one another are deep, metaphorical, powerful emblems that suggest togetherness, and the real power is collective. It's also a myth of globalization because to the boat, nothing matters. The boat can go anywhere. The borders don't matter to the boat. There is a class of people that can go where they want, do what they want, sail wherever they want. For them, there is no regulation. For them, there is a class of people who sail above the rules and regulations that the rest of us abide by, even if it means bringing down national monuments that facilitate their convenience.
A proud maritime nation.
Not for long.
This steel structure was the first part of Rotterdam's iconic skyline to be restored after the city was reduced to rubble by the Nazis.
Finally, we have restored our proud bridge. We built it together as a community next week. Hello? Get the fucking bridge down, everybody! Bezos is in town! Our sweet heritage.
Reduced to rubble by the Nazis during the Second World War.
Actual Nazis. It's like an icon of their recovery. The Dutch people have reinstated that bridge somewhat as a metaphor of the reclamation of their national sovereignty. So it's impossible not to see the destruction of the bridge as a similar to the kind of forces that now have the kind of power.
Oh my god, I can't handle to you. Where's every starving African children?
Being able to be the low-cost producer gives you so many advantages. And having a new mine, you free up any legacy costs. A lot of these other mines have been open for decades and have underground infrastructure that needs to be maintained. That's a sunk cost that you need to spend on. So having the mine set up to be the most efficient and cost-effective and safe mine, it gives us so many advantages when we're in the marketplace. Our drill program is going to give us a lot more information about the strata that we need to access the deposit through, and being able to run with an incline rather than a shaft. This operation is so much more flexible. Look at the analogy: if you're at the mall, do you use the escalator or do you wait for an elevator? An incline is a continuously available access to a deposit. You can run a conveyor through, and scalable. If you need to bring more out, you can put a bigger conveyor in. So, the opportunity to run an incline or a shaft has far-reaching implications for the future of this project.
Bring me a taste of something new, thrill me, feel me, bring me something good to chew. Leaks Beats
Rotterdam Council said it would never be dismantled again. But now they've told the people there's no other way for the multi-billionaire super yacht to make it from this shipbuilder's yard in Alblasserdam to the open seas. Many Rotterdammers aren't impressed.
The more money you have, the more power you get, even though it goes against principles of the city.
Principles of the city, I mean, the symbol of the city's return from the tyranny of Nazi occupation is meaningless. If you don't know by now that the only thing that matters is the will of the powerful, and that will be asserted with the compliance of the mainstream media and the facilitation of the government, then you've not been paying attention to this channel. The reason that much power has been centralised is because of, in some cases, what I would regard as male practice within Amazon. And Jeff Bezos money to development and countries take down one of his proud symbols. If Amazon hadn't avoided taxes, in 2012, Amazon made more than $3.3 billion in sales but didn't pay any corporation tax. Pay your tax and rebuild a bridge with that. Reports of treating its workers poorly. The reason you treat workers poorly is not out of cruelty and inhumanity, it's to generate more profit. We all know that. And paying them effectively under minimum wage, reports of unsafe and grueling conditions at warehouses. Allegations of covering up worker death, that's just an allegation. Customer data scandals, obviously generates profit. Government contracts with the CIA and Department of Defense. So even though this is not frivolous for people, what about it's a proud symbol of their history and cohesive achievements as a city of shipbuilders and industrialists being dismantled to facilitate the convenience of a billionaire colossus. And the story is tethered in every direction to the power of essentially a fiefdom of corporate power that has more power than certainly you have, but in a sense has more political power than a sovereign nation.
The council pointed out the construction of the mammoth three-masted yacht had been good for the local economy.
It's not good for local morale though. You know, this is a story that shows you in a sharp focus at the way that our values are out of whack for the convenience and pleasure of a set of billionaires. The spirit of the city can be decimated because the people of that city have been sold the dream that this is good for business. Well, good for business is the only thing in the world. Meanwhile, Amazon has been accused of deploying illegal tactics to stop workers of Staten Island warehouse from supporting a union drive. Organisers for the Amazon Labour Union have been openly campaigning for a union vote at the Staten Island JFK 8 warehouse since April. The NLRB, National Labour Relations Board, issued a complaint against Amazon, alleging that the company repeatedly broke the law by threatening, surveilling and interrogating their Staten Island warehouse workers. So, when Amazon workers try to organise for their collective rights, Amazon directly and effectively opposes that attempt to come together. When people have gone out and say, hey, we prefer our bridge, we've let the former Amazon proprietor Jeff Bezos continues to do whatever he wants. This is a demonstration of the systems that control all our lives and the way that they effectively operate. The NLRB's complaint accused Amazon of bringing in a union avoidance consultant in May who told employees the union drive would fail because its organisers were thugs. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Whenever people try to organise together and have a voice, the media, big business and their opponents say they're thugs. There's no legitimacy to what they do. Thugs, these people, are they right wing, they're racist, whatever. I'm not saying there's no such thing as racism. Evidently there is, and it should be banned and abolished and stamped out and stopped. But it's very interesting that these negative labels are used to prevent open conversation and transparent communication.
Ow.
The complaint also alleged that a security guard confiscated union literature from a worker and surveilled employees. Amazon also illegally fired Daquin Smith, one of the e-commerce workers in Staten Island, New York. The NLRB confirmed that the retail giant laid off Smith because he tried to create worker unions against the e-commerce giant. A warehouse in Alabama is also set to hold a rerun of a union election held in spring last year. Workers at Amazon's warehouse in Bessemer, Alabama, voted against forming a union, but the NLRB ordered the election to be reheld. After all, Amazon had legally pressured workers into voting against unionisation. So, whether it's prohibiting workers from coming together to stand up, or all the whole other list of transgressions that Amazon appear to have been participating in, the accumulation of this wealth comes at a cost. It comes at a cost to cities. It at a cost of symbols. It comes at a cost of national, communal, and tribal pride. It comes at an individual cost. It comes at the cost of taking down a bridge. But as long as Jeff Bezos can sail around the world, a true globalist, king of the kingdom, then I guess we could say these systems are working just fine. Hopefully this doesn't what about will stand firm and not let anybody else dismantle that bridge. Right, this guy we did it. Nobody else takes down this bridge. It's as simple as round down success. Bill Gates on the phone. Hey, maybe you think billionaires and the billionaire class have gone too far. Maybe you think the wealth transfer pandemic has been a little bit crazy. Let me know in the comments below. What kind of course is required?
St. Bruno.
It has to be transcendent to the national. It has to be small enough to be local.
Or St. Bruno.
And we have to come together pretty soon. But that's just what I think. Let me know again in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, have a look at this one. The old cock rocket in full bloom. Have a look at this one if you want to as well. Watch whatever you want to watch. Please sign up to my mailing list so I can stay in regular contact with you and let you know what I'm doing. For example, all over the UK doing some fantastic live shows. I'm in the hunt now. It's brilliant. It's brilliant to be with you, to connect with you. Click the link to see where it is and sign up to my mailing list. Stay free. It's cool to drift. It's cool to wear the same clothes, and it's keeping it. Jesus, what's behind the footsteps? You've written the book. Look at the father and I did the after. Let's go to home and take off. Obviously, you've noticed that when you use WhatsApp, you have to sort of sign up to some contract that seems like it's obfuscating and bizarre. You know, when you search anything on Google now, you've got to tap down through that contract agreement and all sorts of stuff. I've had to tap it about 3 or 4 times on the phone. It'd be easier to place a bet on a brand national in a nation where I didn't speak the language. You know, what's going on? I'm agreeing to hand over my privacy. You'll love this great reset video where we see Klaus Schwab in the flesh, in person, talking to the head of Microsoft. So you don't hear about much with regard to privacy, because as if they're almost a blue chip company beyond reproach. I argue in this video that that's because they are the OG, the original gangster of the big tech world. And the reason you don't see them fall before Congress is they're simply monsters of treachery. Next up, the privacy, big tech, the great reset, and make sure that Klaus Schwab doesn't actually look like a monster.
I want to see key issues. In this their comments today is how we handle data.
I need you to look at the camera and say, Mr. Bond has been expecting you, or stroking at least an American cat.
And I think it was you who at least spoke about for data dignity. And of course we have attention. How much do we protect privacy? How much do we use the potential of this data for good?
It's interesting, isn't it? The Great Reset, if there were a fundamental problem with Davos, which is seen as the central summit behind the Great Reset idea, it's that they're always talking about stuff, so they're going to do stuff when you think actually there's some other plan in mind. To see Trump and Satya Nadella talking about privacy and data dignity, it's theatre. It's theatre because the number of powerful interests that are cooperating and collaborating at Davos and through the relationships established there and demonstrated there could change the world whenever they want it. Recent behaviour within big tech companies like the Trump plan, for example, shows the power is with big tech and with these organisations. So I suppose it's particularly boring to hear them talk about potential redirection change as if they're going to do something, as if there's any consideration other than the perpetuation of the ideas that underwrite their companies.
I think we believe that data and privacy around data is a human right and has to be protected. You have to be transparent.
Scott Galloway, professor at New York University's Stern School of Business, two series to get the end of Stern School of Business. They're the original gangster of big tech, known for sucking the air supply from their competition. In the 90s, Netscape with implicit subsidies. Had the DOJ not put the brakes on Microsoft, we might not have had the DOJ paying the dollar surfing. And think about dignity of the already demanded that it is under cutting other countries into the term. Last years to build that. 250 million Microsoft records spanning 14 years have been exposed online without password protection. I never trusted that little big guy. Windows 10 was criticised on launch for having default settings that sent various information regarding user behaviours to Microsoft's trusted partners. This is just our trust. Darkness.
Now, but here's the interesting thing about it. This term I like, which we use for data dignity.
I don't like saying dignity. It sounds so right. It's stupid, actually. It's stupid. First like
goes one step further and finds data that you can't. It's what you do.
Sometimes users have complained about how their data is secured in the cloud, but companies are using the same level of scrutiny. It's been years since its executives were pulled before Congress. It's good that in this industry, having not been pulled before Congress for a few years is seen as a good thing. Hey, it's been ages before I've been pulled before Congress. Jennifer King, Director of Consumer Privacy and Centre for Internet and Society, Stanford Law School, said, "I've been around the block, I've been the evil perpetrator before. I've already learned how to play very nice with the regulators, and they understand how to reach the rules of the political machine." That's one of the reasons you don't see Microsoft executives being pulled in the Congress, but being in this space for decades. So the point is that Microsoft, of course, are in the news a lot because of their former CEO, Bill Gates, are under a little bit of scrutiny, revealed to be not more ethical, not more clean with regards to their practices around privacy and profit, just better at PR, better at making go.
I should be able to, in fact, control in a much more finer grained way how my data is being used to create both utility for me and the world and the causes I care about.
I don't get Satya Nadella is talking there like he isn't the CEO of Microsoft. He's just some guy in his internet. I have my dignity preserved. My data should be spotted up. What are you doing that, mate? You're in charge of Microsoft.
But could you go one step further and you could see something? I just the expression that was in as used the data wallet for everybody. So a data wallet.
Right, but this could take a while. Actually, it's good to tell us what the face is in different company or member. But not judging people by their faces, smaller than 600 people on the day. What we are interested in is whether or not Canvas is being used to provide a platform for someone to help interests in the world to mask their true intentions, find a veil of conviviality, normalness, and ordinariness. But in fact, what's happening is power is being concentrated into sort of like a uranium pellet of potency.
So he can decide whether he actually sells data.
Did you know as well that Microsoft owns LinkedIn, which has raised eyebrows?
We got this, Dad. Always growing. And we learn from play. We learn from life.
His uncanny skill suggesting connections with 600 million users was trapped in Ireland for using email addresses of 80 million non-members to targeted ads on Facebook. It seems, again, that what distinguishes Microsoft from Facebook and other big tech companies is not that their behaviour is better, but that they are more deft in their duplicity. They have better legal advice. They're in the game level. They know how to avoid these kind of problems. They've got lobbying relationships that go back. They have more influence to protect themselves from the kind of investigation futile that those investigations may ultimately prove to be. That we see conducted with, for example, whistleblower at Facebook.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that these are the kind of mechanisms we should be experimenting with. Today, if you think about the exchange, what is ad-funded business model? By the way, ad funding is not a bad business model because in some sense you're getting a free service.
But certainly, since you're looking quite well for all the major tech companies in the world, because that's what they are. That's what Facebook is, that's what Google is. They're all ad-based business models, for all their ingenuity in the forward-facing aspect of their business and the presentation as like these friendly, multi-coloured, in their fonts, jocular organisations. Ultimately, they're selling bespoke adverts to their users. We know the old adage: if you're not paying for the product, you are the product, and in the case of all these three services, that's what's happening. Cue advert.
We have set aside, we have defined a set of principles around fairness, around robustness, around privacy, security, transparency.
As set out there, they have themselves outlined a lot of principles around fairness, etc. Well, they're outlining on themselves. It's not unlike where Facebook, Kangaroo, caught that bad Donald Trump. If the only measure by which your standards are examined is established by yourself, you're doing what you want anyway with established standards around fairness. And maybe, according to what law, according to what independent adjudicator. I suppose what Microsoft shows you is that Facebook and Google were the tipping point that took big tech power to egregious and observable levels. But it has long been present even in the tech world, in the form of Microsoft, where they've long been preying on data and exploiting information before it remained private. They've just been doing it better and for longer. And furthermore, they've been exploiting the kind of economic and political relationships that we've come to recognise as fundamental in the political and economic landscape that were meant through democratic change and everything.
Intelligibility of the models that are created and accountability. But it's not just, these are not just words. Although there's a lot of principles now that are being discussed every day. You need to turn it into software engineering practice.
And that looks like it says committed to improving the state of the world. Sort of a very banal piece of propaganda that hangs on that wall, committed to improving the state of the world. Can you imagine what that would look like in terms of inequality? What that would look like in terms of privacy, in terms of profit, in terms of business practice and culture? What we've become accustomed to with the business world at large, and in the big tech world in particular, is static, empty language being used to mask true intentions, over which we have little access and control.
Economic growth will only happen if two other things are also in place for achieving more. One is trust in technology.
You've got to trust the old technology. You've got to trust it as one of the keystones of profitability in this area. In 2013, the Guardian Washington Post reported that Microsoft was the first company to participate in the prison surveillance program. The very first one. They will do it. We're doing all the way. See what's going on. Definitely, we're a prisoner, of course, is what Snowden exposed the scale of surveillance and data sharing that's taking place at the time. Microsoft is a long-term government contractor. The US Army used Microsoft technology to increase lethality by advancing the ability to detect, disarm, engage before the enemy. Again, you notice how these companies are branded logical, rational, like much of the violence we see enacted, child strikes, specificity, and participation in that kind of activity certainly makes me question the credibility of a company and certain claims they make right now. Fairness.
The one way we can, in fact, not only have economic growth, lack of economic growth, we can go backwards, is if we don't have trust in the very factor of production that's supposed to fuel the fourth industrial revolution.
Microsoft beat Amazon to win the contract for the Joint Enterprise Defense Infrastructure, the GENERA project, a $10 billion contract to provide cloud services for the Department of Defense. Microsoft's government contracts have sparked criticism among employees across the sector. A blog post by company staffers urged company management not to bid on the GENERA project. You don't need to bid on the GENERA project.
Whether it's cyber, whether it's privacy, we talked about AI ethics, internet safety. These are all big topics. Global norms to ensure that there is trust in technology. We, as the platform creators, will have to do our part.
When we're contemplating the reorganization of the world, it's not that the ideas are needed, it's that the ideas that we currently have discussed need to be acted upon. We're already saying we need to be acted upon. They always start, well, do that. And it's not about democracy to say carrying on as you were. Democracy simply allows people to be democratically involved in decisions that
You're a fucking cock. Why are you being a dick?
Hello. If you have found the ideas I discuss interesting and useful, perhaps you might consider purchasing my recently released book, Beyond Order, 12 More Rules for Life, available from Penguin Random House, in print, or audio form. Upheaval has kind of been the name of the game ever since COVID rolled in. And in the past week or so, that upheaval has hit city streets and even the leader of Canada's official opposition, the artificial intelligence algorithm, has handed to it for scientific agency. CEO of Methold To The Madness, she joins us now from the National Capital Region on is picking up. Aaron, good to see you again. I gotta, I guess, ask you right off the top, since, well, I don't know if you're right in the thick of it, but you're close enough to the thick of it. How are you and your family doing? Has this been disruptive?
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Bring me a taste of something.
Fuck off.
Bring me something good to chew. What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. It's Jasper Phillips here, and today we have a lot of updates to cover since a lot of the benefit periods have opened for the CMP-related benefits, such as the CWLB, the CFCB, as well as the sickness benefits. So in today's video, we're going to discuss the most recent updates on those benefits, as well as we're going to discuss what happened yesterday in the House of Commons. So all of that and much more in today's video. So if you like this kind of content, help me out by smashing that like button right down below. And if you're yet to subscribe to the channel, make sure you do that. Now, as you guys can see on your screen, before we start discussing the recent updates for the CWLB, as well as for the caregiving benefit and the sickness benefit, and the new benefit period that has just opened up for all of these three benefits, let's take a look at the headlines that are circulating right now in the media since yesterday's discussion in the House of Commons, so February 7th of 2022. So the first one is from CBC that mentions it has to stop. Trudeau accuses protesters of blockading democracy during the House of Commons debate. Now the second headline comes from Global News, and this is relating to the NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, who is urging an emergency debate in the House of Commons amid the trucker convoy crisis. Now the third one also comes directly from Global News, which mentions C-19 vax mandates take center stage in explosive House of Commons exchange happening again just yesterday. Now, in terms of all the bills and priority bills that the members of parliament were discussing in the House of Commons yesterday, as of February 7th of 2022, as you guys can see over here on the Monday. Now, they did not discuss a lot of bills since the priority of the discussion was the trucker convoy or the freedom convoy, as mentioned by a lot of the media outlets. However, we do have an update in terms of Bill C-8, which is, again, as I discussed previously in my videos, an act to implement certain provisions of the economic and fiscal update, which was introduced by Chrystia Freeland, our Minister of Finance. So yesterday they did another sitting in terms of the second reading for the bill. So it has still yet to pass in the House of Commons. So once it passes in the House of Commons, as you guys know, it goes into Senate, and if in Senate is finally approved, then that bill receives royal assent and is finally made into legislation. Now, shifting gears and talking about the pandemic-related benefits, and let's start it off with the CWLB. Now, if you guys have been watching this video, you guys know that I structure these benefit updates around eligible regional lockdowns, who can apply for this benefit, when to apply, and how to apply. So let's get started with the CWLB. So for the CWLB, the most recent period to open for application, as you guys can see, let's take the example of Alberta, is period 15, again running from January 30th all the way till February 5th of 2022, and this is again for all eligible and qualifying individuals. So if you still don't know if you're actually eligible to apply for the CWLB, you guys can open up this application and then mentions get ready to apply and who can apply. So take a look at these sections if you still don't know if you're able to apply for the CWLB and receive $1,200 again pre-tax each and every month or for every 4 periods. So moving on and taking a look at the when to apply section for the CWLB. And if we scroll down to the all period section, you guys can see that all of the open for applications for the CWLB run from period 9, which is when Chrystia Freeland and Trudeau actually announced the expanded eligibility for the CWLB, running from December 19th now all the way till February 5th of 2022, with the most recent period that has just opened now. Moving away from the CWLB and going into the CFCB, which is
the care gain benefit. The most recent period to open for the care gain benefit is period number 71, again running from January 30th all the way to February 5th of 2022. And the last date that you guys can apply for this benefit period that has just opened is 60 days after the period has opened. So that is April 6th of 2022. So again, if we scroll down to the all period section and we open this drop down menu, you guys can see all the open for application periods that I've mentioned right over here, running from period 61 if you have not yet applied for any CRCV period, all the way till period 71 up until February 5th of 2022. And just a quick reminder, the maximum number of periods that you guys can receive the care gain benefit is 44 periods. Now, moving away from the care gain benefit and going into the sickness benefit, it is exactly the same as the CRCV. The most recent period to open for the sickness benefit is period number 71, again from January 30th all the way to February 5th. And if we do the same thing for the sickness benefit, the open for application section are again running from period 61 if you're yet to receive any sickness benefit, and again you're eligible and qualified to do so up until February 5th of 2022. And again, a quick reminder for the sickness benefit is that unlike the care gain benefit, you guys can receive 44 weeks. For the sickness benefit, you can only receive a maximum of 6 benefit periods. So that was it for today's show. I really hope you guys did found some value and you learned something new in terms of updates and benefit periods. So if you like this kind of content, help me out by smashing that like button if you have not by now. And if you're yet to subscribe to the channel, make sure to hit that red button and turn it into gray. But that was it for me today, and I'll see you guys on the next video on the tripod.
Do you have concerns regarding your in-home air quality? With the Cuisinart Purexium countertop and freestanding air purifiers, virtually eliminate or capture up to 99.9% of airborne particles of 0.1 micron or larger. This includes airborne bacteria and various contaminants that can diminish air quality and make breathing uncomfortable. The countertop Purexium air purifier draws air in through 2 sides and cycles air within 500 square feet twice every hour, or 250 square feet 4 times an hour. And the freestanding Purexium draws air in through all 4 sides and cycles air within 1,000 square feet twice every hour. The Cuisinart air purifiers are equipped with 8...
Please shut the fuck up. Oh dear.
Have you been contacted by the RCMP? We've previously spoken on this matter. Have you asked as often as you like? Have either of you been contacted by the RCMP? We've previously spoken on this question. No, you haven't. You said you haven't been contacted about Mr. Angus's letter. Have you been contacted by the RCMP for any other purpose? Yes or no?
There's a lot of compassion and support from Canadian citizens all across Canada and even beyond Canada for what's going on here.
Tonight, not everyone is opposed to the anti-mandate convoy.
Unfortunately, there are now 13 people, staff and clients, who have tested positive for the virus.
Meanwhile, the pandemic marches on.
When we hunt and fish in the off season, it's not really for money, just for our way of life and keeping our traditions alive, hunting and fishing.
And look at what Mi'kmaq fishers do when they're not after lobster. Good evening, I'm Dennis Ward. Welcome to APTN National News. The ongoing Freedom Convoy in Ottawa is attracting people from all walks of life, including a Liberal member of Parliament who appeared to be at odds with his own party, and a First Nations man from Northern Ontario. APTN's Fraser Needham has more.
Brendan Nipkiss Addison has been in Ottawa since the Freedom Convoy protest began late last month. The 33-year-old First Nations man is a heavy truck mechanic who lives on Manitoulin Island. He says the ongoing occupation of the city's downtown core has been misportrayed in the media. The majority of the people involved are not racist or extremists, but just regular Canadians who don't agree with vaccine mandates.
The other side that I feel that's not being shared is there's a lot of compassion There's a lot of compassion and support from Canadian citizens all across Canada and even beyond Canada for what's going on here, because it's truly about more than just truckers and being able to have a border mandate removed now.
Nimkis Addison says people are worn out by the COVID-19 pandemic. The vaccine mandates and restrictions are driving people further apart.
And whether it's intentional or non-intentional, what these mandates are doing, making it so that you have to use a QR code to even go into a store and buy a lunch or get a haircut or stuff like that, it's truly dividing people.
What he is saying isn't a whole lot different than what one Liberal MP had to say Tuesday morning. Breaking ranks with his government in a press conference, Joelle Lightbound also said the Freedom Convoy movement has been misrepresented for political purposes.
I've seen on Radio Canada an interview with what seemed to be a very kind grandmother who demonstrated for her grandkids. She looked and sounded nothing like a white supremacist, nor did the Black, Sikh, and Indigenous Canadians I saw demonstrating on my way to Parliament these last 2 weeks.
And Lightbound said the Trudeau government does not see how the vaccine mandates and restrictions are affecting all Canadians.
I've heard from people worried that those making the decisions seem at times to have been blind to the fact that we're not all equal before lockdowns, that not everyone can earn a living on a MacBook at the cottage.
Lightbound said what the country now needs is a roadmap of how these mandates and restrictions will eventually end, something the government has failed to provide. Fraser Needham, AP10 National News, Ottawa.
Still in Ottawa, we go now to Carleton University professor Jeffrey Monahan. He studies how security and policing agencies handle Indigenous-led civil disobedience. He joins us to offer some of his analysis. Professor Monahan, thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
In brief, what has your research uncovered about how these agencies treat Indigenous protests versus non-Indigenous protests?
Well, my research primarily looks at how policing and security agencies treat Indigenous protests. And I can tell you, certainly over the last 10, 20 years when I've been kind of tracking these various practices, is that there's a lot of preparation that goes into Indigenous protest policing. There's all kinds of surveillance that goes in ahead of time. There's all kinds of preparations on the ground that goes in. There's these elaborate systems of liaison and kind of cooperation that are set up ahead of time, all of which aim to kind of control and contain Indigenous protests when they happen.
So how do you think the authorities have handled the convoy here, which is getting close to approaching 2 weeks in downtown Ottawa?
Absolutely. There's been all kinds of mistakes. There's been all kinds of real head-scratching activities that have been happening here in Ottawa. In part, there's this regular toolbox that's used against Indigenous people, environmental movements, all kinds of different protests. A lot of it is geographic control, mobility control. A lot of it is preemptive kind of preparedness, like I was describing. And all of that didn't seem to happen for the truckers. They kind of let them roll into town. They basically have allowed them to have a zone in town that they've just kind of controlled and occupied themselves. And what we've seen in kind of like the textbook of protest policing that's become kind of the norm in Canada hasn't been employed at all when it comes to this group here.
Well, we've just posted a story from our web team that reports the military's counterintelligence unit, which exists to protect Defense Department assets, says this convoy poses no security threat. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it's curious to see it in all kinds of ways. That specific counterintelligence unit was quite active during I Don't Know More and also in the LC Plug Dog demonstrations that happened several years ago. And it collected a huge amount of information on Indigenous protesters, in part related to military assets, but also because it really framed Indigenous protests as national security threats and framed them as groups that could destabilize the country in some ways. And here we have protests in Ottawa, which have actors who are explicitly trying to overthrow the government and kind of form a kind of coup-like coalition structure and engage in all kinds of really, really extreme demands. And all of a sudden, they're even stockpiling gasoline and diesel right beside the national headquarters of the Defense Department, and all of a sudden you have, this national security agency, this defense agency, saying that there's no particular concern. So it raises a lot of question marks about how different groups get policed differently.
Sure does. Professor Monahan, we'll have to leave it there, but appreciate your insight here.
Anytime, thanks.
Meanwhile, Saskatchewan's premier has made it official and announced he's lifting all proof of vaccination requirements. Scott Moe says the province's COVID-19 proof of vaccination policy will end on Valentine's Day. The move means that people will no longer have to show vaccine passports to go to public places such as bars and restaurants. Other health measures will stay in effect for now. That includes wearing a mask in indoor public spaces. While Moe says the benefits of the proof of vaccination policy no longer outweigh the costs, he says people should still get vaccinated.
Vaccination, as we know, is not preventing transmission of Omicron like it did with previous variants. And I will continue to encourage everyone and anyone that is eligible to go out and get vaccinated, your first, your second, and ultimately your booster dose, as vaccines most certainly do provide significant protection against serious illness from Omicron or any other variant.
The Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations says band members should still practice all safety protocols outlined by the Northern Intertribal Health Authority. To Nunavut, where the government took questions from reporters today about their COVID-19 response. There are now 19 Nunavut communities with a positive case of COVID. Right now, there are reported 336 cases of COVID-19 in Nunavut. Due to a drop in testing, that number is more of an estimate than a statistic. So far, 19 people have been in hospital over the Omicron wave, but the government cannot confirm how many of them are still in hospital. And now, a Cambridge Bay nursing home is the latest source of an outbreak.
There are now 13 people, staff and clients, who have tested positive for the virus. Fortunately, all elders at the center are fully vaccinated and have had their booster, which will reduce the risk of serious illness and hospitalization.
Well, it's been almost 3 weeks since the Yukon government declared a public health emergency over skyrocketing fatal opioid and addiction overdoses. But as our reporter Sarah Connors tells us, some people are calling on the government to do more. Here's a preview of that story.
All I think about is my sister, and she was such a good person.
2022 is set to be the worst year by far on record for opioid deaths in the Yukon. Tomorrow on APTN, we take a look at the impact the territory's opioid crisis is having on families.
It's hard. We lost so many people, and we need to just put an end to this somehow.
And we speak to a former addict who says the government solutions to the crisis are coming up short.
The resources up here are very limited, which is why, I think that's the problem is just carrying on.
That's coming soon on APTN National News.
Hi, Moms. We have the most
Shut the fuck up.
Welcome back. The Abenaki Band Council and Willinak want to partner with energy company Questair. The council will allow shale gas development on the traditional territory in exchange for economic benefits. The signature for the final agreement is still pending, but some Abenaki feel blindsided by the deal. Amelia Fournier has more.
The MOU between Questair and the Willinak Band Council outlines plans for a pilot net zero emissions gas production hub on the traditional territory of the Abenaki First Nation of Willinak. Questair announced the signature of the Joint Economic Development Agreement on January 20th, but the council only shared the news with the community on January 31st.
That's not right.
Là, qu'eux autres, il n'y a eu aucune information rapport avant-hier que j'ai vu sur Facebook. Fait que c'est vraiment beaucoup trop serré comme délai. Là, on n'a pas eu le temps de rien préparer.
Tommy Gill is the Grand Chief of the Wabanaki Warriors Society. He lives in the neighboring Abenaki community of Odanak. He says he is responsible to protect Wabanaki territory. Gill says it's not the first time band councils have made this kind of announcement without community consultation.
C'est encore le problème sur les communautés qu'on a défendues déjà dans le passé, contre les pipelines, contre le projet OTE qui était ici au Odanak. Puis que là, on ne peut vraiment pas s'assurer d'avoir une position sur nos terres.
Gill and other Wabanaki warriors are planning to organize opposition to the project. The Wolanak Band Council's Facebook post announcing the agreement provoked negative comments, but Questerre CEO Michael Binion says further consultations with the rest of the community will take place before the final agreement is signed.
We've taken the initiative as a private company to be proactive about recognizing.
Go fuck yourself.
Unextinguished rights over traditional territories, that you should have a right to participate. It's a precedent that I think would be important for First Nations.
The agreement includes profit sharing and a commitment to using Abenaki businesses.
What
he
the
says
fuck?
this pilot project will test new fracking-free shale gas extraction methods along the Nicolette River.
In this sense, I give a lot of credit to the environmental movement in Quebec that, their protests and their moratorium and all of that forced me to say, okay, is there another way to do this?
Binion says this production will have net zero carbon emissions by using electric equipment and recycling captured carbon dioxide. Questerre still has to navigate the legalities with Quebec. The government prohibits extraction of oil and gas in the province, including on Indigenous territory. The Wolanak Band Council declined APTN's request to be interviewed on the subject. Emilia Fournier, APTN News, Abenaki Territory.
What the fuck?
Quebec.
To the East Coast now, and Mi'kmaq fishers don't just harvest lobsters. On the North Shore of Nova Scotia, they ice fish for eels, a traditional Mi'kmaq dish. But the catch is not as good as previous seasons. APTN's Angel Moore was on the ice. Find out why.
The spear is about 14 feet long. It reaches the mud at the bottom of the harbor where the American eels are nestled. Dirty Nicholas hooks one. The American eel, gad in Mi'kmaq, is a traditional food and used in ceremony. Nicholas, taught by his elders, explains the process.
Go things around again, then you move up again, and it's getting further away. Then you finish, and then you go and mix all, make one, and just like that all day.
A.J. Francis, Nicholas's nephew, gave me a lesson. Stab the mud in a circle around the ice hole to hook an eel. I had no luck. Both men of Pictou Landing First Nation are commercial fishermen, and off-season, they ice fish on the Antigonish Harbor, located about 200 kilometers northeast of Halifax, a family tradition important to Francis.
Yeah, when we hunt and fish in the off-season, it's not really for money, just our way of life and keeping our traditions alive, hunting and fishing.
Nicholas was able to catch a couple of eels and called it a day. Back at Nicholas's shed,
we're going to clean some eels.
It's disgusting.
the eel is sliced, partly gutted, and the skin is pulled off.
Oh God.
Salt it and can it, and I'll make something out of it.
That's disgusting.
Nicholas says the skin is strong, enough to support a broken bone.
What?
What that would be like someone got broken arm or leg, they wrap around there, just like a strong, like a cast.
The meat can be baked, fried, or boiled. One tradition Nicholas taught his nephew.
He's been my mentor when I was younger. I got my first tuna with Dirty, and I got my first moose with Dirty. Yeah.
But this harvest and the traditions associated with it could be at risk.
How the fuck?
Because back on the ice, Nicholas's first catch of the day was too small. Nicholas put it back in the water.
Oh.
It can take 20 years for an eel to mature. Francis ice fishes with his uncle every winter. He's noticed a decline in eels in the last few years.
Over time, we used to get a lot of big eels. It was easy to get, plentiful, and over the years they're kind of declining a little bit, and it's harder, fewer and fewer bigger ones, and I just noticed that myself over the years.
According to the Government of Canada website, in 2012, the American eel was a species at risk due to pollution, dams, and existing fisheries. The last report on American eels was in 2019, but how the stocks are doing was inconclusive due to lack of data. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans did not respond to an interview request. Meanwhile, Nicholas and Francis will keep eeling and hunting until the commercial fishery starts in the spring. Angel Moore, APTN National News, Antigonish Harbor, Nova Scotia.
I've not had eel. I have to ask Angel how that was.
It's disgusting.
Break. Still to come, a Métis curler is now among some elite company. Stick around.
I can't let diabetes get in my way. I've got way too much stuff to do.
Please shut up. No one gives a shit about your fucking diabetes.
Welcome back. Time now for our photo of the day. Our viewer Randy Fobister sent in this photo of the sun along the skyline of what looks like a service road or maybe an ice road deep in the bush somewhere. I would guess Northern Ontario. Keep those photos coming to share at aptn.ca and be sure to include any details about places, people, or things about your picture. Then tune in each day to see our next photo of the day. Let's take a look at tomorrow's weather forecast. Starting on the East Coast, +6 with showers in St. John's, 0 and snow in Charlottetown. -9 in Kuujjuaq, 11 below in Maine. -1 in Montreal, snow and 2 below for Sheboygan. +1 with snow in Sault Ste. Marie, flurries and 0 in North Bay. -6 with flurries in Thunder Bay, 2 below in Sioux Lookout. -18 in God's Lake and Thompson. +1 in Winnipeg and Gimli, 7 below for Dauphin. 0 in Regina, +1 with snow in Saskatoon. +2 in Meadow Lake and La Ronge, where snow is expected. In northern Alberta, +4 in Fort McMurray, 5 above in Peace River. 8 in Edmonton, 13 for Lethbridge. +8 in Victoria and Vancouver, where showers are expected.
What is
10
this?
in Prince George with rain. 8 in East Lake. -31 with snow in Old Crow. +6 in Whitehorse. -20 for Yellowknife and Wrigley. -30 in Sax Harbor. 1 degree warmer in Paulatuck. -35 in Chesterfield and Whale Cove. -34 in Resolute. 40 below in Joe Haven. To the world of sports now, and the title of Best Women's Curling Team in Canada has once again been claimed by the team of Carrie Einarson. Team Einarson beat Crystal McCarville's Northern Ontario team 9-6 Sunday to win her 3rd straight Scotties Tournament of Hearts. Einarson is Métis from Manitoba, and she joined some exclusive company. Only a handful of teams have won the tournament 3 times in a row. Einarson was also last year's Colin Longboat Award winner. Val Sweeting, Shannon Burchard, and Brianne Mueller round out Carrie's team. Next up is the World's Women's Curling Championship in Prince George, BC, March 19th to the 22nd. Huge congrats. A University of Winnipeg student has released an app to help people learn the Swampy Cree language. Cameron Adams has been working on his app called Nahinawewin since 2018, and it is now available for free on the App Store. Adams got the idea after taking Swampy Cree language classes at the University of Winnipeg. The app is like a dictionary with numerous words and phrases, but it also has audio to assist those learning. Adams hopes the app can help new people learn the language and even assist those who already know it.
I think it's for everyone. Obviously, people who don't know the language will use it probably the most. But if it's for a speaker that grew up speaking a language and, has been disconnected from the language, it might be a memory jogger, for lack of a better term, right? It might be like, oh my God, I heard that word from my grandmother, right? Wouldn't that be cool to be able to hear that?
Good stuff. Enoch Rocker, Willie Thrasher, and record producer Kevin Howes are our guests on a new episode of Face to Face tonight. The two have just re-released Thrasher's 1994 album, Indian Inuit Country. Thrasher tells us why his lyrics often focus on his culture and the land.
I had to go to residential school, taking away all my culture, which is wiped right out of my head. And my dad and mom were living hunting and living off the land in the Mackenzie River. In the summertime, I would go back and see them and live with them until I had to go back to the residential school. But I see a lot of things were changed dramatically, and it was hard for me to try to find many of my traditional ways. And the way I found out was through my uncle, through my grandfather, and listening to stories from the elders, and that's how I became to be an Inuit songwriter. I wrote music of the life I miss so much.
And Willie's got a lot of great stories. You can watch our entire interview with Willie and Kevin Howes in just about less than a minute's time. And that is all the time we have for your AP10 National News for this Tuesday. You can find much more over on our website, ap10news.ca. And be sure to join us here at 3 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow when Melissa puts Indigenous tourism in focus. It's going to be a winter blast of a show. I'm Dennis Ward. Thanks for being with us.
Don't
Stick around.
say that.
Face is next. Have a great night.
Oh, God. Yeah, baby.
Dropping in 5.
How long? 7 minutes? Hey, what's the matter?
Dear rail lovers, welcome back to Railways Explained. We have often received requests in the comments to make a video about the high-speed rail in Canada. As you might guess, it is very difficult to make a video about something that basically doesn't yet exist. It involves analyzing different perspectives from different strategic documents from different periods of time. We know this from the experience of making a video about high-speed rail initiatives in Australia. From the perspective of research and editing, that video was quite hard to make, but still we decided to accept the challenge. Having in mind the circumstances on this occasion, we would like to praise the work of the High Speed Rail Canada website, where we were able to find most of the studies and other documents relating to this topic. For Canada, 2 railway corridors were most often mentioned in the context of building a high-speed rail line, from Edmonton to Calgary and from Quebec City to Windsor. In addition to these, let's call them national corridors, international corridors to cities in the United States have also been proposed, namely the Pacific Northwest Corridor from Vancouver to Seattle and the Northern New England Corridor from Montreal to Boston. Today, we will only talk about the corridors on the territory of Canada. Let's start with the facts and figures for each of these corridors. The Calgary-Edmonton Corridor is a geographical region of the Canadian province of Alberta. It is the most urbanized area in Alberta and includes the entire metropolitan areas of Calgary and Edmonton and the agglomerations of Red Deer and Wetaskiwin. The distance between the cities of Calgary and Edmonton is about 295 kilometers or 183 miles, inhabited by 3 million people according to data for 2016. Alberta Highway 2, also known as the Queen Elizabeth II Highway, is the busiest highway in Alberta and forms the backbone of this area. According to the data we found, the travel time by car from Calgary to Edmonton is about 3 hours, while the travel time by plane is 48 minutes. But having in mind the distance of the airport from the urban parts of the city, this trip, together with all the procedures at the airport, takes about 3 hours. A Canadian Pacific rail line extends roughly parallel to this highway, although it is only used by freight trains since 1985, when passenger traffic has been suspended. The line was originally built by the Calgary and Edmonton Railway in 1891, only to be later acquired by the Canadian Pacific. Interest in developing a high-speed rail link between Calgary and Edmonton date back to the late 1970s. At the time, Alberta's economy was booming and the province was experiencing a rapid population growth. Advocates for high-speed rail pointed out to these factors, as well as the large volume of traffic between the two cities and examples of high-speed rail development in Europe. Based on estimates of travel growth and corridor characteristics, federal provincial mid-1970s study concluded that the high-speed rail between Calgary and Edmonton could be useful and feasible by the late 1980s. Responding to this interest, the Alberta government conducted a series of detailed studies between 1980 and 1985 on the feasibility of high-speed rail service on the Calgary-Edmonton corridor. We found a study from March 1985, High-Speed Rail Prospects in the Calgary-Edmonton corridor, that analyzes the construction of a high-speed rail. Let us remind that at the time, the construction of the Shinkansen high-speed railway lines took momentum in Japan, and the construction of the second TGV line, LGV Atlantique, began in France. Also, the Deutsche Bundesbahn started a series of trials in 1985 using the Intercity Experimental Test Train. So, we can say that this was an ideal time for Canada to join a high-speed rail club. This study pointed out that the Calgary-Edmonton corridor is technically feasible and economically viable, and that in addition, it would contribute to a revival of the province's engineering and construction industry. The study took into account the construction of an electrified railway line for a speed of 270 kilometers per hour, which would provide a travel time of 1 hour and 40 minutes. The investment value is split per group of works in Canadian dollars, and in total it was $927.2 million. In today's value, that would be 2.25 billion Canadian dollars. According to the information we found, the Canadian government updated the study in 1995. The review concluded that the project was premature due to its high costs and ridership risk relating to sufficient demand for the service, bearing in mind that the future forecasting did not exist. The Canadian economy in 1995 was experiencing a downturn, and in addition, fundamental changes in the travel market since the early 1980s were also observed. They resulted in a decline of both air and bus travel and the growth of car travel. Citing concerns over the shift away from the two prime potential markets for the high-speed rail, together with lower overall growth in travel than had been forecasted in the 1980 study, the study recommended the government to monitor trends and high-speed rail developments instead of a technical evaluation of high-speed rail.
What the fuck is Quirks
The
mode?
next study that we reviewed was from 2004, which identified 3 feasible technology alternatives. Before stating the results of the study, we must say that a cost update of these alternatives was done in 2011 and 2013, but we'll use data from 2011 as it is the only one available.
All my friends, they doing fine. All my friends, they on top. All my friends and me. All my friends, we rock stars. All my friends, we got that shine. We run this down tonight. All my friends and me. All my friends are superstars. All my friends, they doing fine. All my friends, they on top. All my friends and me.
New Sensodyne Sensitivity and Gum is a dual-action toothpaste with a low abrasion formula. It builds a protective layer over sensitive areas and targets and removes plaque. Dual-action, new Sensodyne Sensitivity and Gum.
What? I don't get it.
Alternative 1. Upgrade of an existing Canadian Pacific freight route to allow speeds up to 240 km per hour using Bombardier's jet train. This alternative would allow a travel time of 2 hours and 10 minutes with construction costs of $2.9 billion, including procurement of a rolling stock. You may be wondering what jet train is. The jet train was an experimental high-speed passenger train concept created by Bombardier Transportation. It represents an attempt to make European-style high-speed service more financially appealing to the passenger railways throughout North America. It was planned that this train would not be powered electrically via overhead wires, but rather with a combination of a gas turbine engine, a low-power diesel engine, a reduction gearbox, and 2 alternators to power electric traction motors.
Okay.
This would allow a train to run at high speeds on non-electrified lines. Although there were several sales of this train to Canada and the United States,
What?
ID, and she wants a day for all of us to wear our braids in solidarity, just like we have a ribbon skirt day. We asked you to show us your braids, and you certainly did not disappoint. Jesse Andrews, our social media editor, is going to be on the show later to show us all of the braids that you showed us. So the Indigenous Tourism Association of Canada has just put out this list of 22 experiences to look forward to in 2022. The list spans coast to coast to coast, like I said. Joining us right now is Keith Henry, president of the Indigenous Tourism Association of Canada. Keith, how are you? Good to see your face. We've only spoken on the phone up to this point. Nice to see you. I'm wondering if you, this lists everything from things to do outdoors, food, animals, plants, you name it, it's on here. How would you possibly choose the short list for this?
Well, I mean, yeah, there's several hundred across this country of Indigenous-owned businesses, right? Whether they're Métis, First Nation, or Inuit. The reality is what we want our Indigenous communities and your viewership to know, as well as the rest of the world, is that we have some amazing ways that Indigenous culture is shared, regardless of which community it's from. It's done authentically. It's done in, obviously to support local jobs in the community. And more than ever, we need support. I mean, the pandemic, as I think you mentioned at the outset, has been really difficult for our businesses. Many of our businesses were the hardest hit within tourism because a lot of our previous customers prior to the pandemic hitting in 2019 were international. So now more than ever, we want Indigenous people, non-Indigenous Canadians to try and think about another way of learning about this country. And I say this all the time. I mean, yes, there's optimism on the horizon and tourism is fun and all these other things. But the truth is, I really feel that a lot of our businesses provide such a strong platform for Canadians and all of us to reconcile. And I really feel passionately about that. It's very important.
Some of what is on the list, I guess, and this is probably puts you in a tough position, but I'm going to ask it anyways. On this list, what are some of the things that you personally would think that's something I'd like to go and test out?
Well, I mean, you take a community. I know you're going to interview some other colleagues of mine, so I won't say their particular experiences.
Smart.
And every business in the country is great, but you take a community of Wendake in Quebec. The Huron-Wendat people. They've got the hotel, the restaurant, the cultural center. You can stay in a replica version, almost an authentic longhouse, right there. And it's about learning and you have fun, and families can go there and they can spend an evening and they can enjoy time together, and it's done in such a respectful way, and it supports the local community. The hotel has about 120 people working there, mostly from the community. These are real jobs, real opportunities. So I think of things like that are amazing, and I've been there many times, and I've gone personally there many times. I love that particular location. Or you can go to the polar opposite. You can go up north, Conjure North Tours, and see tradition, the reindeer, and learn how they do sort of outdoor adventure, how they survive on the land, and they make it fun to do some of the sport, and then actually creating an igloo that you stay in, and then all that sort of stuff. So it's one extreme to the other in terms of like the different kinds of culture and different kind of experiences for visitors.
Tell us a little bit about just where it is Indigenous tourism. Where does it fare in the bigger picture of tourism in this country?
Yeah, I think a lot of Indigenous viewers may find it interesting, or non-Indigenous watching today may find it interesting that tourism is very large. It was one of our largest, economic drivers for the entire country. I mean, 1 in 10 jobs in Canada was created through tourism. Now, what does that mean? It was about pre-2019, it was about $100 billion in direct GDP, so jobs and sales at the tills of many businesses. And within that, Indigenous tourism was about 2% of that sale. We're about $1.9 billion in direct GDP. So we had 1,900 businesses in the country, some of which we're talking about today, whether it's cultural centers, hotels, outdoor adventure, you name it. And 1,900 of those were Indigenous owned and operated, providing jobs, supporting local culture, supporting artisans, you name it. And they provided about 40,000 jobs. So this has been big business for many of our entrepreneurs and community-owned enterprises for many years.
Well, we are so thankful that you could join us today, and we're very happy to have some of the entrepreneurs from that list that you were just talking about who are coming on our show here too. Keith, thank you so much.
Check out destinationindigenous.ca to learn more.
Love it. So if you're out on Vancouver Island and you might want to swing by Coastal Rainforest Safaris near Campbell River, BC, check out wildlife and learn a little bit about Kwakwaka'wakw culture. Joining us now is Mike Willie to tell us more. Mike. Oh, hey, Mike. You can hear me. I'm very curious, Mike. So I want to know the backstory to how Coastal Rainforest Safaris got going. How did you come up with the idea for this? And just tell us a little bit about what we would experience there.
Yeah, so the way Coastal Rainforest Safaris is right now, was we had to pivot from going from a nice, luxurious, multi-day glamping safaris because of the international travel. Like Keith said, the international travel is our main clientele, to day trips, to Zodiac day trips out of Port Hardy, which is on the northern tip of Vancouver Island.
What the fuck?
So the idea, is to partner with First Nations to build that capacity in tourism. We realize that tourism is the economic driver and has been in our territories for many, many, many years. It's just that we weren't doing it. Other non-natives, non-First Nations were doing it within our own territories.
Yeah, bro.
So now it's us showing the world whose territory this is, where the animals lay, right? And so if you come out with us, we do a day tour out of Port Hardy. We do sea otters, as you can see behind you, sea lions, orcas, humpback whales, and just the scenery. When the swells crash up on the rocks and the water shoots straight up into the air. There's so much beauty in one of our tours, and most of all is the First Nations culture, like the old archaeological sites that you can see out there, just remnants of the past for thousands and thousands of years.
This sounds. The co-producer on the show with me, Beverly Andrews, and I were talking about like this. We would love to come out and do this. Just the pictures, the whole idea of it, just to experience all of this. You were saying that COVID has kind of made you shift a little bit to kind of the day trips and stuff. Not those big luxury glamping vacations. Or is that on the horizon to return?
Yes, it's on the back burner for now. But yes, definitely there is a market for that. A lot of our partners, we had to sadly tell them, their international partners, that they were like, "Are you guys still going? Are you still going?" Right? And we had to say, "No, we have to put that on the back burner for now." And Coastal Rainforest Safari is in partnership, and this and Keith talked about reconciliation. And
cool.
My business partner, he's not First Nations, right?
Yeah.
However, he's been in the tourism industry for years and years and years, so I have a lot to learn from him. And together this is a really good reconciliation story, right?
Yay.
Because together we want to build that capacity, train and employ the local Indigenous people on the northern tip of Vancouver Island.
Yeah. Well, and this is it. This is the other thing. Like, do you think that there's a greater, speaking to your point on reconciliation, do you think that there's a greater appetite now for non-Indigenous visitors to Canada or Canadians to be experiencing First Nations culture and supporting First Nations businesses?
Yes, absolutely. It's been baby steps for many years.
Links. Okay. Are you kidding me? Fuck. Yeah, really. Alright. Hi, Jack. What's up, okay?